Morning everybody, welcome to Trent Bridge for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy. It's technically Lancashire's home game, but we're in the East Midlands today. But Lancashire looking to try and continue from where they left off against Durham, picking up their first victory last week up in the northeast, and they take on a Nottinghamshire side who have lost their first two games. They've played two and lost two. That win for Lancashire crucial last week. It keeps them in with the chance of finishing top of the North Group. They're currently third, with Yorkshire second and Derbyshire top. The news from the middle is that Willis has won the toss and Lancashire are going to have a ball first. They've made one change to the team that beat Durham. They've replaced Richard Gleeson and brought in the left-arm spinner. Tom Hartley replaces Richard Gleeson. That's the only change from that team that won last week. So we're underway. As you can see, the forecast is okay. The conditions are good now. The sun's just starting to shine. We're underway at 11 o'clock. Our live stream up and running from 11 o'clock for the first day of Notts against Lancashire.
Those that it depends on the outcome as to how it's going to be remembered over the years. I'm pleased to say that it's drier than I thought it might be. One or two showers were predicted for the morning in the East Midlands over the last day or two. Thought we might be starting with a bit of drizzle, but we're okay, and hopefully as we go through this first day, we should see more cricket than not. A couple of changes for Nottinghamshire. I'll just fill you in on, or fill home supporters in on. Ben Slater, who Lancashire supporters and you yourself will know a little bit about, because he's been away on loan with Leicestershire and got a career best 170 odd in that first match of the season. Ironically, last week Slater got a pair against his old county Derbyshire. He's been recalled from loan at Leicestershire and brought into the side off the back of that pair. So we'll see how he goes against Lancashire for the second time, although there's a strong reminder that it's a completely different Lancashire bowling attack to the one he faced in the first match of the season. So he's in for Chris Nash at the top of the order, and the other change, well, it has been confirmed that Jake Ball did pick up an injury on that third day of the Yorkshire game. He's out, and a recall for Tom Barber, who played in the first match against Derbyshire and was 12th man last week. So Tom Barber, the left-hand quick that Notts signed from Middlesex, comes in for his fourth first-class game. So Notts will be Hamid, Slater, Duckett, Clark, Mullaney, Trigo, Moores, Patel, Carter, Chappell and Barber, and that's the 11 that Notts will be looking to put runs on the board, because Lancashire, Scott, won the toss and decided to have a bowl.
Indeed they did, yeah. And just to recap that Lancashire team, Dave guiding you through the changes that have been made by Nottinghamshire. Lancashire with that one change. They brought back the spinner Tom Hartley, who played in the game where Ben Slater got a century batting for Leicestershire in the first round of these fixtures. So Hartley comes in replacing Richard Gleeson. That's the change that Lancashire have made. They will go with Keaton Jennings, Alex Davis, Josh Bohannon, Dane Livingston, Dane Villas, Liam Livingston, Stephen Croft, George Balderson, Luke Wood, with Liam Hurt, Tom Bailey and Tom Hartley making up the Lancashire 11. And the players are emerging in front of us as well now, from different exits of that main pavilion. Just explain, Dave, for Lancashire listeners, who obviously this is the first visit here this season. It's done slightly differently on the far side then.
Yes, obviously for all the reasons that we know about. They're keeping them socially distanced, but also providing more areas. Lancashire will, as many of the supporters know, still occupy the downstairs dressing room of this historic old pavilion, but they'll also have the long room, so that's sort of been kitted out and made available as a changing room area, whereas Notts, they'll be using the entire upstairs area of the pavilion, which not only encompasses the pavilion itself, but then they can get across and use the executive suite, the nice one that the vice presidents normally sit in to watch the cricket under the clock, so they can all spread out a little bit. But as you'll see, especially on the nice days, a lot of the players will come out and they'll find a little spot in the stands at the far end somewhere. Anyway, once again, a great shame that supporters can't be here, but is there light at the end of the tunnel? Spectators being allowed in at the Crucible this weekend. I think all cricket supporters should hope that goes well, and it might just accelerate the feeling that we can get some spectators in the ground before that October the 1st cut-off. So let's genuinely hope it goes well at the Crucible this weekend.
Yes, fingers crossed that everything goes okay for the snooker. And as you say, who knows, it might allow the possibility of something in cricket as well. But here we go. The first ball of the game is Tom Bailey bowling to Ben Slater, and steered away safely into the offside for no run. So Lancashire win the toss, electing to have a ball first. On, as Dave mentioned, it's an overcast, but it's quite pleasantly warm. And at the minute, we have a little bit of sun. You can see there the shadows being cast from the three slip fielders in the gully. Tom Hartley at gully, back into that Lancashire team. The forecast is mixed for the next couple of days, but let's hope we get a good 4 days cricket for two teams who have had contrasting starts. As Bailey comes over the wicket and bowls to Slater, just nudges the ball into the onside. It rolls up to mid-on, and there is no run. Nottinghamshire have lost their first two games against Derbyshire and against Yorkshire, both those fixtures here at Trent Bridge. And Lancashire lost their opening game at New Road. They were playing at New Road against Leicestershire. Lost that game, but bounced back last week against Durham. It was a good performance, a victory inside 3 days at the Riverside at Chesley Street. So Lancashire third in the North Group. As Bailey's back into Slater again. Has worked away off the pads, but stopped at square leg by George Balderson, and there is no run. The North Group looks like this at the minute. Derbyshire are top, played 2 and won 2 with 44 points, and Yorkshire is second again with 2 victories from 2 games, 44 points for Yorkshire. Lancashire are third with 26 points. They've won 1 of their 2 games. Leicestershire again with 1 win from 2 with 25 points. Notts have played 2 and lost 2, have just 13 points, and Durham just the 6 points so far, accumulated via their bowling. They've played 2 and lost 2. Bailey to Slater, getting right up onto his toes and steers the ball safely into the offside, and there is no run. So, well, Notts, you would think it might be a little tricky to try and finish top of the North Group with 2 defeats from 2. Lancashire can't afford any more slip-ups neither if they're to keep up with the top 2, albeit they have those 2 teams to play. They've got Yorkshire to play next and Derbyshire in their final group game. Bailey runs in towards us, bowls to Slater, shoulders arms through to Alex Davis, who's keeping wicket for Lancashire, and there is no run. There is loads of different ways to access the commentary again this week. If you're watching pictures through Nottinghamshire's website or Lancashire's website, a multi-camera system is in play again. It's a terrific production that Lancashire have put together for these Bob Willis Trophy games. So you can watch the pictures and listen to the commentary, or you can take us out and about with you via the BBC Sport website and app as well. Bailey to Slater to complete his first over, and he signs off with a maiden. The last couple Slater was able to leave, and that's the first over of the day done. And if you're in the northwest of England and you have a radio, then on the medium wave frequency 855 is where you will find ball-by-ball coverage of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture. The games coming thick and fast, aren't they, through the first month of the season. Everybody in action again this week across the 3 groups, albeit not everyone's got underway. It appears that the games in the south have been hit by a bit of rain, so lots of delayed starts across the South Group. In fact, all 3 South Group fixtures have been delayed. The one game in the Central Group has been delayed, Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. But the 2 other North Group fixtures are underway. We'll keep you across all the scores throughout the course of the next few days, and obviously with how England are progressing a bit. They've had a lot of rain around affecting that second test match, haven't they? But in fact, I think it's delayed again the start of today's play. But here comes Luke Wood, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Hasib Hamid, who faces his first delivery. Let's push wide of Hamid and left alone and through to Davis, and there is no run. Yeah, delayed start for the England-Pakistan match. Game being played at the Ageas Bowl. And Pakistan 223 for 9 overnight, but the problems with the weather are frustrating England and Pakistan in that Test match. But we'll keep you up to date with all the scores and as they progress. Here is Luke Wood back into Hamid. Terrific stride forward by Hasib Hamid. Very elaborate from the former Lancashire batsman. Looking forward to watching Hamid bat. It was good to see him get some runs in the Notts first game of this competition, having left Lancashire at the end of last season. So look forward to watching Hasib Hamid bat for Notts in this game. Here is Wood into to Hamid, just pushed him back, and that's angled safely out into the offside where Bohannon fields at point, and there's no run. Lancashire's field then for Luke Wood up against his former side. I'm sure he'll be eager to impress on his first return to Trent Bridge. They've got 3 slips. Keaton Jennings at first, Liam Livingston at second, and Stephen Croft at third slip. And there's a gap to Tom Hartley, who's at gully, with Josh Bohannon at point. The captain, Villas, is at mid-off, Liam Hurt at mid-on. As Wood bowls a terrific delivery to Hamid. A bit of extra bounce from the left-arm seamer. And Hamid just drops his hands at the last minute and the ball goes through to the keeper. Tom Bailey at square leg. And therefore that will be George Balderson down at long leg in front of the scorecard, the electric scoreboard here at TB.
Do you want to go through them again for my benefit? Now I've come back. Yes, we've decided to abandon the 11 o'clock because quite understandably all the focus is on the VJ Day celebrations, if you like, Remembrance Day.
Wood to Hamid. But, again left by Hasib Hamid, gathered by the keeper, no run.
That's sort of overlapping a little bit, and they've had the fly past and everything. It was 75 years ago today the war in Japan ended, so thoughts with anybody whose families have been affected by that. It's also I sort of heard today 51 years since Woodstock started. That was
Here's Wood to complete his first over, and Hamid plays it nicely actually, just steering it down off an angle bat through gully and gets the first runs of the game. Hamid with that little roll down towards third man for 4, end of Luke Wood's first over. Nottinghamshire 4 without loss.
Yeah, Woodstock, I mean, that was sort of the first of the really big festivals that had such a big influence on music both sides of the Atlantic. Far too young for you, Scott, obviously.
Do you remember it well?
I wasn't there, no. Hamid is up and running. It's strange, I guess you mentioned it. Luke Wood ex-Notts bowling to Hamid ex-Lancashire in that particular over. We've sort of seen a little bit of the best of Hamid so far in the first game, a 50 and a 60. Both times he was absolutely livid at getting out, and you get a nice start for your new county and then get dismissed. He was obviously disappointed in the last game. He fielded at short leg, took a couple of blinding catches. Here's Bailey, Tom Bailey bowling to Slater. This one goes through to the keeper. He got Johnny Bairstow with a one-handed reflexer, only 3 or 4 paces away from the bat. Really top draw catch. So he's probably got that job now for the length of time that he's at Notts. But he's done well. Of course, he's one of 3 players that have played for the Red Rose in the Nottinghamshire side. Tom Moore's had a little loan spell, didn't he, at the start of his career, and of course Stephen Mullaney way back when. I mean, he came to Notts in the winter of 2009-2010. The Notts skipper, having started with his home county, played a handful of games for Lancashire. There's Bailey again, lively right arm, fast medium bowl, some oohs and ahs from the slip cordon there as Slater leaves it alone, and these will be anxious times, I guess, for Ben Slater. He's had a few weeks that have sort of been dragging him to the very extremes of the different emotions. He would have wanted to play for Notts, obviously, in the first game, and then told he wasn't going to be selected, not in the squad. then told you can go away to Leicestershire, and I guess, you know, if you're gonna undertake a loan spell, you've got to go at it with a positive frame of mind. He certainly did that, and obviously got good runs for them. This one goes through to the keeper, but then last week playing against Derbyshire, his former county, getting a pair. So he's sort of lurched about from being very, very happy, I guess, to you know, being a little bit disappointed with how things turned out, and then the recall this week to come back to Trent Bridge, and he's taken the place of Chris Nash, who got a half century in the first game, but then 3 low scores, the second innings against Derbyshire and the 2 last week. 4 without loss, Nottinghamshire put into bat as the sun tries to get through, and Slater's away. Textbook push into the offside by Ben Slater. It's a fast old outfield as the ball clatters into the boundary boards in front of the Larwood and Vaux stand, and Notts have doubled their score. They're on to 8 without loss, and just a pointer on thumping into the boundary boards there. The ball. Were there not supporters in here, and you know, I presume on the live stream every now and again you're going to get a glimpse of them. Were there spectators in here, Nottinghamshire supporters, you'd find it a different looking Trent Bridge in terms of the advertising boards, because we've got all the Lancashire sponsors, and this one's edged. He's going to get 4 more, Slater. I don't think it carried to third slip, but maybe should have been stopped. It was nicked downwards and has found a little gap there between second and third slip. So back-to-back 4s for Ben Slater, and he's up and running now with 8-12 without loss. So he wouldn't be urged to go out and buy the Nottingham local paper. He'd be urged to go out and buy the Manchester one and that sort of thing.
Yes, that'll look slightly peculiar for you, won't it, to see advertisements for the Manchester Evening News at Trent Bridge?
12 without loss.
I'm sure it's a popular print in this part of the world.
Yeah, it goes well in West Bridge.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Pop out and get the local Manchester News. 12 without loss. Bailey in. Slater shoulders arms, and it goes through to the keeper at the end of that over. Nottinghamshire invited to bat first here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. Glad to have you with us, and on the live streams, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed for round 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy. Lancashire won 1, lost 1. Nottinghamshire lost 2. Again, difficult really to understand how they got into such good positions in both of those and ended up being on the wrong end of them. But it's been a long and sorry sequence for Notts since they last picked up a win.
Luke Wood to Hasib Hamid, drops it into the offside and wants a single. It's good running between Hamid and Slater. Hamid moves to 5, and Nottinghamshire 13 without loss.
Always nice to change ends early on, I fancy, and give the bowlers just a little bit of something to think about. And you know, of course, the batsmen want to face both bowlers, don't they? Whilst they're still relatively fresh, you don't want to stay camped down at one end, do you, for 5 or 6 overs, and you know, the bowler at the other end, you're sort of wondering, you know, is he settling himself in, and what's he going to be like to face? And you know, the other thing is, with a right-hander and a left-hander, it just continually makes the bowlers change their line.
Yeah, we've got Slater on strike now. So Wood having served up 6 deliveries to Hamid, now facing Slater, who's back into his crease and defending into the offside, and there is no run. 13 without loss. The point you made actually with regards to Slater, it is a different looking attack. He got that 172 in the first innings for Leicestershire against Lancashire in the first Bob Willis Trophy game. Tom Bailey retains his place from that side for this one. Tom Hartley comes back in to the team, but Danny Lamb and Ed Moulton were the other seamers that Lancashire used, not featuring in this game. So Wood delivers a foolish ball to Slater, who clips it up to mid-on where Villas fields, and there is no run. You
know, for obviously James Anderson's away, but
yeah,
you know, going off to play against Lancashire, you know, will there be Saqib Mahmood? He was out injured. Will there be Richard Gleeson not available? Will there be Luke Wood not available? You know, it was a very different, very different attack that he played against. But you know, I wasn't there. I understand he played very nicely indeed.
Wood, left arm over the wicket to Slater, worked off the hip and worked neatly through to the left of mid-on, where Willis will chase after that. He'll lose his cap as he manages to catch up with the ball. And Slater comes back for 2 and moves up to 10, and Nottinghamshire 15 without loss. He did. He batted very, very well. It was a terrific innings from Slater in what was a good 4 days for Leicestershire. Across the 4 days, they were the better team, and deserved to beat Lancashire pretty comfortably in the end by 7 wickets.
Must have been a little strange, or more than a little strange, playing at New Road, not against Worcestershire.
Wood into Slater, and pushes it up to mid-on where there's no run. Yeah, it was bizarre. I mean, Lancashire's had 3 games in this competition, of which technically 2 of them have been at home, and on both occasions we've travelled. But such is the need at the minute.
Because I think the initial feeling was that Lancashire home games would be played at Liverpool, so I was sort of half expecting this fixture to be at Aigburth, and then when they officially came out, Old Trafford, so we had a hotel booked for that, and last week it got changed.
Wood in again to Slater. Oh, that just comes back into Slater. Does really well to bring his bat down there with a slight angled bat to keep the ball out, and perhaps a little inside edge onto the thigh, and he's crouching down, Slater. And just played that one back into the fleshy part of the leg. End of the over. 15 without loss. Slater 10 and Hamid on 5.
I can only assume, it will have done Lancashire County Cricket Club a great deal of good to be hosting the international matches that they have done so far, and of course, I'm sure it was part of the reason in buying the hotel originally, having a hotel on site, that it would be handy for people to go to the cricket and maybe teams to be there, and nobody could have envisaged that it might form part of a little biosecure bubble, but that and the Ageas Bowl have been perfect for the international use.
Yeah, I'm sure when the architect drew up the plans for the hotel, I don't think on that description was this would be ideal for a biosecure bubble in the event of a global pandemic. If he did, he was a visionary. He was a visionary architect.
Very much so. There's Tom Bailey. Went for a couple of boundaries in the last over, and he's bowling to Hamid for the first time, and the Bolton lad defends his first ball. Again, just pointing out for you as much as anything, Scott, we all the way round the boundary you'll see there are little tables that have been put out by the ground staff, so after every 6 overs they will go and sanitise their hands. That's been a little bit of a feature of the matches up and down the country. We've also noticed, more in a second, because Bailey's coming in to bowl to Hamid, and it's defended nicely by the Nottinghamshire number 99. I guess you have as well. It seems like very early on in the morning, when they want to get on with things and everybody's fresh, they almost run to these tables, sanitise their hands, and they're back within about 20 seconds, and if they're not, they're apologising to the umpires. And later on in the day, especially if they've got a positive over rate, they'll turn them into sort of a little opportunity for a sort of huddle the other side of the boundaries, and they take longer and longer to come back. But Nottinghamshire could do that in the last game, because they got their over rate up to plus 24 with Matt Carter and Samit Patel and Chris Nash bowling long spells together. Next ball squares Hamid up. He's trying to, if anything, play it to leg, but he got his bat and his legs in a little bit of a knot there. It ran away off a leading edge onto the offside. Goes down and does some gardening. I was utterly shocked by a couple of things last week. When I saw all the congratulations pouring in for Tom Bailey's 200th first-class wicket, and I was shocked, by the fact that he'd got there, to my mind, so quickly. He's somebody that I thought was still, literally in just his 2nd or 3rd season with Lancashire, 15 without loss. He comes in and bowls, and he defends, but pad first clearly. That's interesting. Bowler and those behind the stumps. Hamid had put a big stride in, tall man, and the left leg was thrust towards the bowler. Impossible to tell from here if it was pad first, but from the reaction of everybody out there you'd guess it was, but the umpire not interested. Umpire's Paul Baldwin and Tim Robinson. Our scorers are Ian Smith and Anne Cosworth. 15 without loss. But then, you know, the other thing, when seeing that Bailey had been around for a little longer than that, was that he was now 29 years of age. He comes in and bowls, and is defended by Hamid. Is it 29, 28, 29?
I think it's 29, like yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
You know, we've sort of been in different divisions a little bit over the last few years, just playing each other now and again, and you know, for that reason, he's not somebody that played against Notts that many times, and I've not seen that many times. But when I have seen him, I'm very, very impressed with him, and you know, he's got himself up to 200 first-class wickets fairly quickly, hasn't he?
He has. He's had. I mean, the last probably 2 or 3 years, I think he's bowled beautifully for Lancashire. He's been terrific.
Comes in again and bowls, and Hamid defends. There's 1 or 2 in the Lancashire side I'm seeing for the first time. Liam Hurt and George Balderson, and obviously the spinner Tom Hartley that you've spoken about. They've certainly not come to my attention in previous Nottinghamshire versus Lancashire games for obvious reasons.
Yeah, Tom Hartley made his debut in that game against Leicestershire. In fact, he was one of 3 players that Lancashire gave debuts to in the game that Ben Slater got 170 odd in, but Hartley was one of them. Hurt has played just 2 first-class games. His second was last week against Durham. So again, a pretty young bowler who bowled nicely last week up at Durham. But certainly Bailey leads the attack as Wood comes in and bowls. It's driven through the offside by Slater. That'll be 4. And a race out towards the boundary. Beautifully struck by Slater.
Yes, just back to Hurt. One of his former housemates is playing in this match. We could play Guess Who, can't we? But it might go on a while. Zach Chappell. When Zach Chappell was at Leicester, Liam Hurt went and played some second 11 games there on trial a couple of years ago, and he lodged with Zach. I was talking to Zach this week after he bowled very nicely in the last game, got 6 wickets, telling me all about it. He went on a Lions tour with Tom Bailey, and of course he knows Luke Wood,
who's in to bowl to Slater, who leaves this delivery through to the keeper, no run. So
you know, he's got some good contacts. I was looking forward to catching up with a few mates, but yeah, it just surprised me a little bit that you know, he'd been a housemate, or Liam Hurt had shacked up with him during his trial spell with Leicestershire. I think he had half a season sort of in Leicester's second 11 a couple of years ago.
Well, a lot of familiar and friendly faces, even in the commentary box.
Well, I don't know about that.
Wood back into Slater. He's playing a 4 defensive, squeezing the ball into the offside, no run.
How have you been? Have you been missing your football? Did you do some Burnley stuff?
I did. Yeah, I did. In fact, I did every Burnley game when the season restarted. So yeah, I did quite a bit of football.
Must have been strange. A little stranger, I guess, than cricket. You know, you're so close to the action and can hear all the nasty shouting and swearing and whatever. Yeah,
it was all a bit. I mean, it was necessary because they had to complete a season. Obviously, it's Wood balls to Slater, who defends into the offside, no run. But it's just it was rubbish, really. You know, it's just nowhere near the same without.
A spokesman for Burnley Football Club said
it was rubbish. Football was rubbish. So let's hope that doesn't go on for too long. I appreciate, you know, things have got to be done properly, but it was just. Players did, I think, to the credit, they did as well as they could do. You know, to try and play at a decent, you know, intensity. But when you've got nobody in the ground.
Was this the season that started with you in Europe, going off on these trips afar?
Well, it's Slater off the back foot, playing it very neatly again through the offside. Another 4 runs. Lovely timing there from Slater. Just helping the ball through extra cover for 4. Moves to 18, 23 without loss.
Where did you get to? Was it Kazakhstan or Moldova or Ukraine or Georgia or somewhere like that?
Well, personally, I got as far as Aberdeen.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, that was it.
That's as far as I got on Burnley's European tour. But the team went a little bit further. They went to Athens at one point. But no,
You missed out on that one.
I did. Yeah, it wasn't quite in the budget. That one.
I knew you'd been to Aberdeen.
23 without loss. Wood balls to Slater again. It's onto his leg stump, tries to work it into the onside. Ball balloons out to square leg where Bailey fields. End of the over. 23 without loss. Slater 18 and Hamid on 5.
Almost like a Fools and Horses episode to Aberdeen and back. There's a test match going on, I'm sure you're well aware. Day 3, like the previous 2, affected by rain. They've not started yet down at Southampton. In the North Group, Durham are 8 without loss at Grace Road. The visitors, they're batting. The clash between the 2 leaders, we're having one of these sanitising breaks here. The Lancashire 12th man actually is bringing some hand sanitizer out, and Scott's tucking in away to my left. Go steady on that, young man, you're driving later on. Yeah, I don't think anybody sort of told them that all the way around the boundary edge you can get your own, but anyway, perhaps a chance, like I said, to have an added to the 12th man. The 2 leaders of the North Group meeting at Headingley. Yorkshire 15-1 against Derbyshire. In the Central Group, it's raining in Cardiff. There'll be an inspection at 11:30 between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. At Wantage Road, Worcestershire 6-1 batting against Northants. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 8 without loss against Somerset. In the South, no cricket. Rain, rain, rain. Hampshire, Surrey. That's at Arundel, isn't it? Hampshire. Yep. Playing at Arundel, or as the host team down in Sussex. Kent, Middlesex, Sussex, Essex, raining in both. 23 without loss. Tom Bailey to bowl to Hasib Ahmed. And Nottinghamshire's latest recruit, newest England international, defends this on the leg side. We've talked about it a time or two, of course, for Nottinghamshire viewers and listeners, but of course Ahmed's introduction to international cricket came at the end of that 2016 season. Sort of the 2 big scorers in county cricket were Hasib Ahmed and Ben Duckett. They both got their chance that winter in Bangladesh, in India, and then they've both sort of fallen away from the international scene a little bit and ended up here at Trent Bridge. Next ball past the outside edge and through to Alex Davis, who's another one that Zach Chappell knows well from England Lions duty. Duckett due in next, then Joe Clark, assuming not stick to the same batting order that they have done. Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, at 5. Peter Trigo, who's had a bizarre sort of introduction. Well, lots of overs in the first game, and we hardly saw him turn his arm over in the second. Tom Moores, who got a century last week, at 7. And Samit Patel, who's been batting at 8, got a 60 and an 80 in the first game, and I think he got 30 and a 14 in the second one, so he's had a few runs. Zach Chappell, Matt Carter and Tom Barber. Next one clipped behind square by Hamid. There's no run, and I still have to pop next door, Scott, and do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham.
No problem. Yeah, it's, just on Hamid, I vividly, clearly remember that 2016 season when his debut towards the end of the previous year. I think it was 2015, but came into the team. But that year he was outstanding. He was fantastic to watch. So yeah, I hope that Haas City's new club can regain that type of form. Early indications certainly good against Derbyshire. He gets right forward in defence as he faces Bailey here, pushing it into the offside, and there is no run. But of the 2 or 3 seasons where he was with Lancashire, longer than that, wasn't it? Effectively 4 seasons really, well, 3.5. He was a little bit a lad to work with and to speak with after games, and seeing his family, watching him travelling up and down the country, keeping a close eye on their boy and how he was progressing. So yeah, I wish Haas all the best as Bailey bowls a short ball which he ducks underneath and through to Alex Davis, and there is no run, but it was a magical year that year for him back in 2016, and 1 or 2 glimpses in the seasons that followed of that type of form. But maybe a change of scenery, different dressing room, change of just changing everything, I guess. It might just help. Plus the chance to work with Peter Moores as well. Right, to hopefully get the best out of Hasib Ahmed. He's still only 22 or 23. He played defensive with an angle bat down to Gully, where Tom Hartley fields. And there's no run, so that's the end of the over. 23 without loss. Slater has 18 and Hamid unbeaten on 5. So we've had half an hour's play on the first morning of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture from Trent Bridge between Notts and Lancashire. 23 runs added. Got Tom Bailey and Luke Wood bowling in tandem for Lancashire, with 3 slips and a gully. Point. Mid-off is Liam Hurt. He's twirling his arms around it. Mid-off as Wood pushes his delivery to Slater, but it's full but wide of off stump. And Nottinghamshire 23 without loss through the first half an hour, with Ben Slater unbeaten on 18 and Hasib Hamid on 5. Lancashire have made one change. The team that beat Durham last week, they've gone for the left arm spin option of Tom Hartley instead of the right arm seamer Richard Gleeson. So they've made one change to their team that beat Durham. That's been their only win so far. This is the 3rd game for Lancashire against a Notts side who have lost their opening 2 fixtures. So through the first half an hour, Lancashire winning the toss, electing to have a ball first, and Nottinghamshire 23 without loss. This one's defended back down the pitch and gathered by Wood off his own bowling, and there's no run. So with 2 overs into Luke Wood's 4th over of the day and the 8th of the Nottinghamshire innings to complete that field again. Liam Hurt, who was whirling his arms around at mid-off. That will be first change for Lancashire. The captain, Dane Willis, at mid-on. Bailey is at square leg. Wood bowls, hits the pad of Slater. There's a delay to Wood's appeal there. The keeper went up and Jennings joined in, and then Luke Wood thought, well, I better get involved in this. But the umpire Robinson, said not out.
Got his first wickets for Lancashire last week, didn't he, Luke Wood?
He did, yeah. He got some runs as well, some really important 46 in the first innings.
He does have a first-class century here against Sussex a number of years ago now, but kept helping Steve McGoffin into the stand over mid-wicket on his way to a splendid 100.
Well, back in, left by Slater, gets his hands and bat out the way of that one. Bit of extra bounce from Wood and taken shoulder height by Alex Davis, no run.
Another one that obviously, you know, Nottinghamshire supporters disappointed to see him go, but you know, he sort of always seemed to be the one to make way if ever Stuart Broad, you know, was available, not on international commitments, and of course Notts have very often gone down the sort of number 8 overseas play. Your Peter Siddles, you think of, your James Pattinsons, people like that who can bat 8, fast bowler. So again, Luke Wood's very often been the scapegoat.
In once more to Slater. Ball skewers up to mid-on, where Dane Villas stops it with a little tumble to his left-hand side, no run.
So, you know, I think he's just wanting to play more cricket, and you know, has been looking for an opportunity. Of course, I'm sure he won't have been guaranteed a place in the Lancashire side, but you know, he'll have, I'm sure, been sort of told, you know, if you perform to the levels you have been doing, then you know you'll make selection fairly easy. I guess he will have impressed some Lancashire supporters that T20 at Old Trafford there, the Saturday night game last year, when it was it 0 for 2 at the end of the first over? He picked up a couple of big wickets.
I think it was, yeah. Slater forward in defence to complete Luke Wood's 4th over. And Slater remains on 18, Nottinghamshire 23 without loss.
There's been some, you know, real crackers over the last few years between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire across the 3 competitions. And again, my chat in the week with Zach Chappell brought back one of those games. The first time he played for Nottinghamshire, pulled on the Nottinghamshire colours, was in that 400 plays 400 one-day game at the start of last year or the year before, where you know, did Notts get 417 and Lancashire 406 chasing, and he said, you know, just my luck. First ball, I came on to bowl. Stephen Croft had got 20, hit it straight down the throat of Samit Patel at deep mid wicket. Here's Bailey into bowl. Oh, this one's off the back of Hamid's bat. He opted out of that one, turned his back on it completely, just starting to crouch rather than a definite bob down to let the ball safely go over his head, and the ball cannoned into the back of his bat and ballooned up on the leg side. It's a good job there wasn't a short leg there, or it would have been an absolute dolly. 23 without loss. Yeah, he said Croft hit it straight down the throat of Samit Patel, and he put it on the ground as Bailey in again. This one left alone by Hamid with a flourish. After that, he says, Croft put me in the stand for 3 sixes. I was taken off, didn't bowl again. He went on to get 100. Dame Willis got 100, and they nearly chased down 400. It was an incredible match.
It was a fantastic game, wasn't it? It was. I remember that Villas, that innings that Villas played was superb, and I think he got out, didn't he? LBW.
He got an LBW that
was a bit
nobody liked, did they?
Yeah, and I think there's a decent chance had he not got out, I think Lancashire probably would have chased it down.
Yeah.
It was good fun.
23 without loss. Next time it's defended. I think that's about the 3rd time that Notts have got 400 and nearly lost. You think of the game against Northants, 445, 425. You think of the Royal London One Day Cup, not the semi-final. They sort of have a playoff round, don't they? In 2017, Notts got, was it 410 and Somerset got 400. It's crackers. Whenever Notts have got 400, they've really been under pressure. 23 without loss. Hamid has 5. He's edged this one, but down into the ground, stopped nicely by Keaton Jennings at first slip, bounced well in front of him, but it was one of those you sort of have to go to bravely, but just make sure it doesn't pop up and smack you in the teeth. Jennings did well. 23 without loss.
It's been a competition which I've really enjoyed, the 50 over Cup over the last few years, and it's a shame, for obvious reasons, something had to give to try and get a fixture domestic season in this year, but I think it's been brilliant stuff to watch, the 50 over competition.
23 without loss. In the 9th over, Asib Hamid, he had a boundary, didn't he? So he's only had 2 scoring shots really, a 1 and a 4. He's 23 deliveries. Man on the leg side's gone out, and that's past the outside edge. You'll have seen far more of him than me, but he does have some peculiar mannerisms. The withdrawing the bat inside the line with a flourish is one, and then also this, again, somebody before your time I know, but he has a bit of a Chris Tavares look about him, walking off to square leg after virtually every ball. Yes,
he's not lost that, has he? That little walk to square leg. He did that as soon as he came into the Lancashire team, so he's get that little quirk about it, little ritual, a routine that he has.
Real live wire in the field, and he's so excitable and excited when he takes a catch. Next ball, again, sees it go past the outside edge, but the bat is nowhere near the bit of leather as it goes past. End of a decent over from Bailey again. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 8. There were just those 2 fours from Ben Slater. One an orthodox push through extra cover, the other one a genuine edge. So Bailey right on the mark in this opening 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, Bailey's figures, just reflecting back what we mentioned a few minutes ago about how well he's bowled now, the consistency that he bowls, the accuracy that he bowls for the last probably 2 or 3 seasons. I think 2 seasons ago he finished as the leading wicket taker in Division 1 when Lancashire were relegated. I think he got 60 odd wickets that year. But it's just his levels of consistency, and he's absolutely on the money. That terrific length in particular that makes the batsman a little uncertain as to whether to play forward or back, and he does it enough times, challenging the top of off stump. He's been excellent the last couple of years for Lancashire, and as Dave mentioned, now up to 200 first-class wickets.
Here's a change, young man I've not seen before.
Yes, Liam Hurt replacing Luke Wood. So the first bowling change for Lancashire. And here comes Hurt, right arm over the wicket and bowls to Slater. Plays a beautiful on drive. That'll be 4 runs. It'll be a squatter back towards the boundary by Balderson, who's at mid-on, but that's a glorious shot. He's played some lovely shots, Slater, so far today, and that's right up amongst them. 22 to him now, 27 without loss.
Good growth of beard on Liam Hurt's chin.
Does it look at kind of designer?
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
I should say he's no stranger to a gymnasium. Well, in fact, most of the county players aren't, are they? But strapping lad.
In and over the wicket and bowling just back of a length, and Slater off the back foot just trying to slice it behind square on the offside, but stopped by Bohannon at backward point, and there's no run.
Is one of a contingent of Lancashire squad members from Preston, isn't he? Liam Hurt, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey.
Yep, a couple from that part of the world. The ball's a little fuller. That's a beautiful off drive this time by Slater. Well, he's hit two glorious shots of four back down the ground, one to the onside, one to the offside. And from a Lancashire point of view, Dave, Slater, it's just a flashback to Worcester this, with the quality of the stroke play here. 26 not out now, and 31 without loss.
Well, I guess he's going to be thinking more about that particular innings than his pair last week. Strange, he came from Derbyshire to Trent Bridge towards the back end of the 2018 summer, played 4 games then, played all but one of the games last year, and now playing start of 2020. He's not yet been on the winning side for Notts in red ball cricket.
Hard balls to him, he's right in behind, onto his toes to play it into the offside safely for no run.
But, you know, we can say that for a number of others. Obviously, Hamid hasn't experienced a win for Notts, Duckett hasn't, Clark hasn't, Trigo hasn't, Sack Chappell hasn't, and Tom Barber hasn't. So, you know, the matches are totting up. I think it's 24 now in first-class cricket since Notts last picked up a win back in June 2018.
Crikey, yeah, that's some run, that, isn't it? Dearie me. Slater to Slater, goes back into the crease and plays it off the hip beautifully to square leg for 4 more. His third boundary of the over. 2 of them kind of beautiful straight drives, and that one a little perfectly timed flick off his hip through square leg for 4. Up to 30 now, Slater, from 34 balls, and Nottinghamshire 35 without loss.
We'd love to hear from you, of course. I'm on the old Twittery thing, @BraceCricket. How can they get in touch with you, Scott, should they wish to?
They can,
where does your abuse come to?
You can contact me directly at ScottReed16 or BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. Hurt to Slater, who's in behind this delivery to guide the ball out towards point, and there's no run. End of Hurt's first over. Come for 12, 3 boundaries in that. Slater 30, Hamid 5, and Nottinghamshire 35 without loss.
You're the 3rd consecutive team to come to Trent Bridge this season and not fly the flag. Again, we've got the Nottinghamshire one, the new Nottinghamshire logo, the white logo on the green flag, flying above the pavilion there, but the other flagpole is completely naked once again. 35 without loss. Steady little start this from Nottinghamshire. Slater's made 30 of them. Just got up and running here with some very positive stroke play. Hamid on strike, defends. Bailey continues into his 6th over, and Hamid again happy just to defend. It's been mainly boundaries that we've seen this morning. There was just the one single early on from Hamid that got them to change ends. Playing, those of you that know the ground, playing towards the Fox Road side of the ground. We are probably equidistant from the centre as we were last week, but on the other side of the strip, about 5 or 6 strips from the middle. Hamid drives and he's got it through mid-on, and that will go, I'm sure, for 4. He'll probably run 5 if they don't get with a 4, because nobody's chasing it, but it has had enough legs on it to go over the rope and take Hamid onto 9. Nicely looking shot.
It wasn't a full-blood drive, was it, by Hamid, but it was play. The timing was beautiful. It just got underneath Luke Wood, who tried to cut it off, and as soon as it got underneath his body, such was the timing, it raced its way towards the rope for 4.
39 without loss. Next ball clipped away on the leg side. Max is late joining us, no doubt, or didn't hear us say, what's with all the Visit Manchester boards all the way around Trent Bridge?
Well, why not? It's a lovely city. Everyone's welcome.
It's a little bit of an own goal, isn't it? But yeah, Max and anybody else who didn't see the notices over the last week or so, this match should have been played at Old Trafford, or it was certainly a Lancashire's home fixture. There was talk, I believe, about it being at Aigburth. The next one to Hamid is defended, but there's nobody playing at Old Trafford at the moment. But I guess they just want to keep it for the internationals, because there's going to be some white ball cricket there against Pakistan, isn't there? And then again against Australia. Yes,
I think the official explanation was to maintain the biosecurity of the ground. Of course, at the minute, Greater Manchester has certain restrictions in place.
39 without loss. Bailey in. And that's hit Hamid on the pad. They're asking umpire Baldwin. Again, very, very difficult from here. He's rubbing top of his right thigh, but from here I'd have suggested it wasn't given because it was going down the leg side, or even was high, but not out. I'm sure there's been a little bit of chat from the Lancashire players towards their former teammate Hamid. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought he's the sort, from what I can gather of him, to necessarily engage in it, but I don't know. He'll know these guys better than, of course, anybody else on the circuit. Maybe even his own side, he knows them better than. 39 without loss. Hamid on strike, driven again up to mid on, no run.
Yeah, just to get that full statement accurate, the agreement between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire was to move it from Emirates Old Trafford to Trent Bridge to protect the biosecurity of Emirates Old Trafford as a host for behind closed doors international cricket this summer.
So your games to come are, have you got one at Liverpool?
There is one scheduled. The final Bob Willis Trophy match against Derbyshire will be at Aigburth, and they travel to Leeds.
We've got the Roses game next week. Yeah. Little bit of a delay here. Alex Davis trotted off to the boundary edge. He had 11 overs, so they'll all be doing it again in 1 over's time, but just like they maybe needed a drink or some such.
Slater enjoyed facing Liam Hurt the first over. Played a couple of beautiful drives, 3 boundaries, and he's facing Hurt again as Slater pushes his first delivery up to Dane Villas at mid-off. There's no run.
Di says, have I reminded Scott of the home commentator's responsibility to provide the scones? I'm sure he's brought them, Di. Scott wouldn't welsh on any treats that he was due.
Just have to have it as a Sunday treat, perhaps. A Sunday treat. Hurt. Over the wicket to Slater again. That's flashed away off the pads behind square on the leg side, but wants to. A little delay as Hamid runs up to the bowler's end. The throw came to that end because of the slight hesitation, but Slater's come back for a couple, so he's 32 not out, 41 without loss. Slater 32, Hamid on 9.
This clearly wasn't in the script as far as Dane Villas was concerned when he won the toss. Would have been looking for early wickets.
Indeed, yeah. He's gone to Hurt pretty early on, didn't he? I think Fleetwood just the 4 overs. Comes at Hurt, balls again, and Slater right back into his crease, working it into the onside. Just for a single. Oh, it's a no ball. Yeah. Umpire Robinson with his left arm. He's currently bobbing up and down, waiting for the scorers to acknowledge the no ball, and he's still wafting his arm around, and the light comes on.
Yeah. Although the scorers are actually down in the press box down below.
Right,
I don't know if the button that they actually press, I'm sure it is with them down in the score box. So it's a little strange because we know that he's actually not waving towards the scorers. He's got his back to the scorers. It's a little strange, but I'm sure there's somebody in there working the screen for them.
Hurt to Hamid, nudged into the onside. Wants a single. Plenty of room to get it as well, just clipping it through the to mid-wicket, so mid-on has to come up. That's Dame Villas. Hamid moves into double figures now, up to 10. The score moves on to 45 without loss.
I'm trying to think who it reminds me of, Liam Hurt. There's another big, tall, fast bowler that he sort of holds the ball out away from his body, doesn't he, when he's running in, and as and when it comes to me and strikes me with a name, it will make, I'm sure, more sense to the listener if I can say he runs in like so and so. But there is somebody who has an approach like that.
Back into Slater, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. It's a peculiar approach, isn't it? Like I say, with that right arm kind of just jolted out about waist height.
Hannon Dolby. Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Oh yes, that's a very good shout.
Oliver Hannon Dolby. There you are, folks. I said he was a big, tall fella. Big, tall fella with his hand out, almost at a bit of an angle away from the body, and I'm sure the batsman has a really good sighting of the ball, because it's not obscured by the body, is it? It's well away to his right side. There it is. Have a good look at this fella.
Comes shuffling back in, bowls, wide ball, clattered away through the offside by Slater. He might get 4 more here. Chase on by Tom Hartley to try and cut the ball off, but that was always beating the run of Hartley in truth. And this quick outground, outfield, it rattled its way towards the rope for 4 more. Slater to 37, score on to 49 without loss.
Good morning to Mr. Luke Fletcher for Nottinghamshire supporters. Luke, one of a growing number of players unavailable for Nottinghamshire. A bit of a abdominal twinge, side strain, come ailment, and right on cue. You perhaps heard that beep as I said Oliver Hannon Dolby, and he's come up with the same name, Oliver Hannon Dolby. Yeah, spot on, Fletch. Hope you're well. Hope you're just about ready to go now as Slater works this into the offside very nicely indeed. This is going to be the half century, I'm sure, for Nottinghamshire. In fact, they have already passed it, getting a couple of runs too there. So 51 on the board, and Slater on to 39 from 41 balls. He's played very nicely, very positively. Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dolby is your man. Simon Trafford says they're a quiet team. He's the Notts photographer, so he's out there on the ropes somewhere down below us. Not much noise or chat obvious at ground level. Lancashire quiet team at the moment. Sophie, she knows how to prod a wasp's nest. Scones, is it cream first or jam first? We're not going there, Soph, because everybody knows your cream is your dairy substitute, your cream is your butter substitute, so that goes on first, obviously, and then oh, this is nice. I like that. That's a nice touch from the scoreboard operators at Nottinghamshire, because they put Luke Wood up, coming back on from the far end with his bowling figures. I don't know if you noticed there. Nice photograph of Luke Wood. Nice smiley photograph of Luke Wood in his Nottinghamshire kit. There, that's nice. That's a nice one. I'm sure they've got one provided by Lancashire, but now we'll pop that up. He's our biscuit, Luke Wood. That's his nickname. I'm sure that's travelled with him. 51 without loss, but he's coming back for a second spell. Bowled 4 overs, none for 15 from the Radcliffe Road end, but he's going to have a go from the far end.
Biscuit, that's his nickname,
yes.
Is it? Okay.
Oh yes.
Right.
Yes. Was Seabiscuit after the racehorse, because he was
right.
a bit of a sprinter, and then obviously got shortened to Biscuit. Other games in the North Group: Durham 40 for 2 at Grace Road, or the Fisher County ground. Yorkshire 31 for 1 at Headingley against Derbyshire. Mead has 10. Here is Luke Wood bowling. That is absolutely glorious from Mead. We've seen some good stuff from Slater, but that's maybe just edged it as the shot of the morning. That was terrific from Mead. Extra cover drive in total control there, and he's helped himself to 4 runs, 55 without loss.
That looked good, didn't it?
It did indeed, yeah.
Superb shot.
Yeah. 5 first-class hundreds only for Seba Mead. 4 of them in 2016, 1 last year.
2 of those came in the same game.
Yes, against Yorkshire, yeah. Patches of the outfield are turning a little threadbare and brown as Mead punches again crisply into the offside. No run this time. It has been warm, hasn't it, over the last few days. 55 without loss. Hamid has 14. Still not on in the test match at the Ageas Bowl, and still not on anywhere in the South Group. Rain, and more rain. Couple of inspections planned at Canterbury for Kent Middlesex and at Hove for Sussex Essex after midday, but no players yet as Wood bowls past the outside edge, and a bit of a crowd catch there as Alex Davis tosses the ball skywards, but close to nicking it but didn't. No play at Glamorgan or at Cardiff for Glamorgan Gloucestershire. Worcestershire 18 for 2 at Wantage Road against Northants. Warwickshire 15 for 3 against Somerset. Now Somerset have played 2, won 2 in that central group, and I know one or two Somerset supporters have been saying Warwickshire likely to be their toughest test in that group. Well, Warwickshire 15 for 3. Next ball blocked by Hamid. I've mentioned it, not supporters will have heard me say this, I'm sure. Before it all started, I was asked, as one of a number of people who just happened to be available that particular day, no doubt, I was asked by a cricket magazine doing a preview of the Bob Willis Trophy. I don't know why they came to me, obviously to make a show of me when I was hopelessly wrong, as I usually am. Who did I fancy to top the 3 groups? And I actually went Lancashire, Essex and Somerset, with Essex to beat Somerset in the final. So all my runners are still running. Wasn't expecting Lancashire to be so depleted with the first game. Hamid is defending this one, 55 without loss, but Essex Somerset final I went for, with Essex to win it. So I don't know if you were on that mailing list to get asked to make your predictions.
I didn't, but I felt from the North group, I had kind of Lancashire, Yorkshire and Notts as being probably the 3 of the strongest teams. But
Derbyshire looked good here.
In fact, I was about to say Derbyshire.
I keep saying that and folks go, ha ha ha, but they did. Godalmann's a far better player than a lot of people give him credit for, and he leads them well. Next ball has gone through to Alex Davis with Hamid this time. A different sort of a leave with a flourish. He just sort of stood stark still and didn't raise his bat at all. End of the 13th over, Woods come back over, featured that sparkling boundary from Asib Hamid. 5 overs, none for 19.
And Yorkshire, how did they look last week?
Notts needed, what was it, 188 to beat them. They'd done enough over the first 3 days to beat them, and then chasing 188 on the last day should be job done, but wasn't. Bowled out for 97. So up until that point, I wasn't overly impressed. I thought Notts had acquitted themselves very well. Notts have had a bit of a problem this season with last wicket partnerships against them wagging, and again in that game they got a few right at the bottom of the order. Derbyshire got 80 odd, I think it was, in the first game. So it's the omens are good for Lancashire's number 11 to stick around for a while. Got another bowling change here at 55 without loss.
Yeah, Liam Hurt lasting just 2 overs, but it's gone for 24, so Dane Velas having to change it, and George Balderson replacing him. Right arm seamer, and he's into Slater, and that's pushed back to Balderson, and there is no run.
First innings Yorkshire were 33 for 3, 44 for 4. The top 4 were blown away, but second time around Adam Lyth got going with 50 and Johnny Bairstow 75, and they had something to build on. But Notts should still have won.
Balderson to Slater, through to the keeper, and he tumbles over. There's Balderson on his follow through, just loses his footing. Has to pick himself up off the dirt. Remains on 55 without loss. For the benefit of the North group, it could really have done with Notts chasing those runs down. But 2 teams who have won their opening 2 games, and in a 5-game group, Balderson is into Slater, who's back into his crease, defending into the offside. No run. That represents a pretty solid start for Derbyshire and for Yorkshire. So yeah, for the benefit of the group in itself, for the intrigue in the group, because done with Notts chasing those runs down. But anyway, wasn't to be. Tidy start here from Balderson, but Dane Villas having to make a few bowling changes inside the first hour. Liam Hurt out of the attack after just 2 overs. Slater shoulders arms through to the keeper, and there's no run. Bailey bowling from one end, then Wood from the other, then Wood back into the attack, and Hurt bowling a couple and out of the attack, and Balderson coming in. So it's not quite been like the first hour of play that Dane Villas would have been hoping for or envisaging when he decided to have a ball first when he won the toss. Hands the ball back to George Balderson, into Slater, back and across, and defends to mid-on, and there is no run. He's England under 19s. In fact, he captained England under 19s during the winter. Probably more of a top order batsman, but will probably come in at 6, I would think, for Lancashire in this game. But handy bowler as well. That's a good delivery to Slater, who presses forward, and that's too far away from the outside edge and through to the keeper. But for the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, he'll be pretty pleased to try and get 1 over, settle down from the Radcliffe Road end, where the runs were being leaked pretty easily and freely. Started off with a maiden as George Balderson, and it's the end of the over. So we've had 14 of the Nottinghamshire first innings. And a good start with the bat. Good first hour of play for Notts. 55 for no wicket. Ben Slater on 39. And Hasib Hamid 14 not out. We've seen some terrific stroke play as well from these two. Hamid on strike, waiting for Wood, who's in and bowling, and he shuffles across his stumps and brings his bat up and across his body and allows the ball to travel through to Alex Davis, who's keeping wicket. And that little familiar walk to square leg. There'll be a lot of Lancashire supporters listening and watching who will have seen Hamid do that time and time again. Just a few paces, turns on his heels and walks out towards square leg. Rests his bat on his right shoulder, peering over his shoulder now, looking at 2 slips behind him in the gully. Extra cover in place as Wood bowls to him down the leg side. Good snatch by Alex Davis, one gloved to his left to stop the ball. It did have 3 slips in the gully, but when Hamid played that magnificent cover drive, which whistled its way to the boundary, down on one knee, absolutely laced it through the offside. They changed the field, they moved the 3rd slip to gully, and the moved gully to extra cover. That's Tom Hartley, just to block that offside. Here comes Wood running in towards us, left arm over the wicket to Hamid, strides forward, gets his bat out the line through to Alex Davis. And again, there's no run. Remains on 14. Face 41 deliveries. Hasib Hamid. There he goes again. A little walk out towards square leg. Only a few paces. Barely a pitch length. But a width, rather. Settles back into his crease. Wood halfway into his 6th over. Back at the top of his mark. 3 wickets on his debut last week and 46 runs in the first innings. And Hamid just going back and trying to pull the ball through the offside, but it comes off the bottom edge of the bat. It rolls down to Croft, who's at gully. He swiveled onto the back foot trying to pull it through the onside, but no run. Remains on 14. Nottinghamshire 55 without loss. 2 balls left of Wood's 6th over. Sun's disappeared for the time being. There's thick cloud above us. It was one or 2 suggestions of thunderstorms today and tomorrow. Wood, a short ball to Hamid, who just drops down onto one knee, allowing that one to fizz past into the gloves of Davis. Again, there's no run. But there's a stark drop in temperature this week compared to the sweltering conditions of last week. Even up in the northeast, Dave, it was hot on the Roca Riviera. It's absolutely gorgeous. Final ball of Wood's 6th over coming up.
You did well. Just keep it to 3 days with Emerson.
Wood moves in, balls to Hamid, who plays forward, defending safely to cover.
No ball.
No ball. By a ball who went spinning round and signaling to the non-existent scorers that are not, Dave tells me, in their usual position.
He's not very happy with you, is he, Mr. Emerson, the BBC Newcastle commentator?
No, I inadvertently taken a bit of his equipment with me last week. In fact, it was slightly bizarre this morning when I was putting some stuff together and setting the equipment up. And I said to Dave, I said, "Oh dear, this is Martin's. I brought this down from Durham." As Wood comes in to try and complete the over now, which he does so, pushing it wide of Hamid's off stump. So he ignores it. He remains on 14 and Nottinghamshire 57 without loss. And when I realised that this piece of equipment that was not mine was Martin's, I thought I'd better let him know. And already he'd left a voicemail message. Martin at Leicestershire, isn't it?
He's like that.
Where is it? Where's me equipment? You've got something of mine. Wasn't happy.
It's haunted, you know, that commentary box up there at Durham.
Is it?
I go up there, and you know the little room to the right, we do the commentary in the main room, and then the little room to the right where we go and where the away commentator just sort of broadcasts from back, in my case, to go and do the updates for BBC Radio Nottingham. Whenever I take my laptop in there, it goes ballistic. They call it the cursor, the pointy thing, the arrow down the leg side as Balderson starts a new over, well taken by Alex Davis, tumbling away to his right. It just goes up and down, non-stop. It's close to Lumley Castle, which is supposed to be haunted. My case rests. But it genuinely, it does. And Martin, come and look at this. And every time I go up there, it doesn't happen anywhere else. The cursor on my laptop just starts bouncing about like it's reached a magnetic north or some such a, in the case of a compass. 57 without loss. Bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Well, last week the production team that are here, they were set up in that room, so they had all their screens and their bits and bobs in there. So whether they experienced anything.
Oh, Lancashire TV live travel to proper away games.
It travels.
Not just away games where you're at home. They actually go to away games where you're away.
Yeah, they travel. They travel well.
Is this my end?
Sorry. I think it is.
Well, it hasn't been. We've swapped over. But it doesn't matter. Balderson bowling to Slater, who clips it to mid-on. Apologies if you were waiting for an accurate summary of what happened there. Just use the word bizarre. I saw something bizarre yesterday morning. Thursday afternoon, I thought, we'll get back in the good books. And I'd taken my car and got it done in the old hand car wash. 57 without loss, about 2 miles away. Nice looking shot here as Balderson bowls and clipped away by Slater out to Liam Hurt. They'll come back for 2 more. Slater into the 40s on 41. 59 without loss. Nicely played shot from Ben Slater, totally in control. So I got my car done and it was sparkling. 6 months worth of flies and wasps and grime and dust, all washed off. It's properly done, proper. Looked okay as Balderson, squad number 10, past Tim Robinson bowls, and Slater immediately shouts no as he has only nudged it up to Luke Wood, and there's no run. I thought, again, good books, I'll take the misses and do that. So went and did it, and again it was fine. Cleaned it properly. Thought, brought it back and done your car. Okay, thanks. Whatever. Yesterday morning, 8:30. You'd have thought the world had ended. She went to her car, and the little mats in the front weren't there. Just carpet. This is played to backward point. There's no run. Where's me mats? What have you done with me mats? What have they done? Have they kept them? Oh. Anyway, I'll go and get them, and I'll whatever, because she was going out. I'll give him to him at lunch. End of the over. 59 without loss after 16 overs. So I just put my shoes on and off I went. I'll go straight up there now and go and get a mats back. And anyway, I got there, and they greeted me like a long lost brother. Oh, Mr. Dave, we're all sorry and all this business. If nothing, they'd taken the mats out to clean them, and I'd driven off before they'd put them back. Nothing. Anyway, that's not the story. As I was coming back, my journey back took me past a riding stables. And there's the stables on one side of the ground, and then the field where they go and graze or run about or do whatever they need to do is the other side of the road.
Wood starts at latest over balls to Hamid. That's guided gently, softly through gully for a single, stopped by Croft, and Hamid moves to 15. The score moves on to 60 without loss.
Anyway, as I neared it, you always slow down anyway, don't you? And the signs are there or whatever. I slowed down, and this young girl was bringing a horse out, obviously to take it from the stables across the road into the field. And a horse coat that will be on from the neck all the way down, covering a horse coat. You sometimes, like they have on the races or whatever, with its name on the side or sponsors or whatever. A nice big horse coat. The horse coat was zebra. It was like fancy dress. It was totally looking like a zebra with a horse's head. It was unbelievable, and because I just nipped out there and back quick, I hadn't taken my phone, so I couldn't get a photo of it, but it looked like a zebra with a horse's head.
Wood balls, and Slater just presses safely into the offside off his toes, square of the wicket, no run.
It's the best thing I've ever seen, the complete horse's coat in zebra skin.
See, it's a good job that they didn't put the mats in the car. It was like you'd have missed this treat, this visual treat.
Paul Harrison, I'll wash your car next time. I've lost 4 overs here. You haven't missed any balls at all, you cheeky so-and-so. Johnny Bairstow is out at Headingley. 40 for 2. Anuj Dal, former Notts man, getting Bairstow out.
Wood, left arm over the wicket, balls. It's a good looking short ball to Slater, who does well just to duck back and get out the way of that. Leaning back, drops his hands, and the ball nips through to the keeper. The sharp delivery from Luke Wood, who's got fielder set back on the leg side for a deep square leg and a long leg. He served a couple of short balls up to Hamid, of which one he did try to pull and bottom edged it, but Slater ignoring that. Well, awaken the back muscles up. Having to duck and weave out the way of that one. Settles into his crease, knee slightly bent, 2 slips behind him in a gully. Wood coming in and bowling to Slater. I think that is edged to Keaton Jennings at first slip. And Jennings not taking the catch. I think that went to Jennings on the full. It may have just bounced in front, but looking at the reaction of the Lancashire players, I think that's a chance.
I thought it sort of almost hit him on the full on the boots. He'd had to have got down very quickly, I think, to take it, but I guess technically a harsh critic would say it's a chance.
I think just looking back on it, as Wood balls to Slater, it's a little late on that, but gets an inside edge and it squirts behind that square leg for 1 run. And he's up to 42-61 with that loss. I think that bounced in front of Keaton Jennings, just seeing it back on the stream. Maybe, I think, Dave, you're spot on with regards to it being about boot height. I think just in front of Jennings. So,
seems to have lost his place at the top of the England Test side. Burns and Sibley just seem to have got it nailed down, don't they, for the time being, and maybe the immediate future. Real shame. I really rate Keaton Jennings, always has, but as Wood comes in and bowls, and this one's clipped away on the leg side. And they nearly ran into each other there, and they come back for a couple of runs. Alex Davis whips a bail off. Sorry, I've sort of taken over the end of your over. Very nearly a nasty accident there, sort of along the lines of Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad running into each other at New Road, Worcester, a couple of years ago. That was funny if you weren't involved. Poor old Stuart had cut some bruises and whatever, running smack into Fletch. They sort of both went in the same direction, ran into each other.
Oh dear.
Fletch said, it's funny how all the medics wanted to come out and attend to Pretty Boy, and everybody sort of left him alone. No, you're all right.
Yeah, just on Keaton Jennings. A slightly peculiar year for him. Well, I mean, it's a pretty peculiar year for us all. But of course, he's started the year.
Start of a new over. This is Balderson bowling, and again a very elegant drive from Slater through the offside for 4. The hover cover has been parked between the rope and the William Clark stand over there. The rope's in a long way on that side, and the ball has just nestled alongside the fabric of it. 4 runs, 46 Slater, 67 without loss.
Because England didn't include him for their winter tours of New Zealand and South Africa, but he was then recalled into the England squad for the Sri Lanka tour. So in March he was with England. In fact, he was playing a warm-up match in Sri Lanka when England got the call to get on the plane and get home. So he was back into the England squad.
There's Balderson in once more. Slater this time just checks his drive a little bit, goes up to Luke Wood, who started at mid-on but runs quickly around to mid-wicket to prevent a run. You can see Joey Everson walking around the boundary edge with his left boot still in one of those casts. Hurt himself in the first match against Derbyshire. Bowling just during his approach to the crease, and just pulled out. No ball again from Balderson. Just not quite getting it right at the moment. 2 more takes the score up to 69 without loss.
So yeah, having kind of got back involved in the England squad, I think mainly because of his record in the subcontinent. He's got 2 centuries back for England, one in Sri Lanka actually, and one in India. So they recalled him for that tour of Sri Lanka. But then of course, as you say, now it looks like he's firmly out of the equation.
Next ball from Balderson is defended. I don't know if it's Michael Smith, the dart player, bully boy, but Michael Smith's been in touch. Ben Slater also played for Notts seconds against Lancashire seconds last year, made 56 in the first innings, and he also says there were 3 games between Notts and Lancashire last year. 1,122 runs scored across the 3 games. Don't know if that's good or not, Michael. Keep practicing the darts, mate. Bully boy. Balderson in. Clipped away again. Luke Wood, a nice clean pick-up. Decent fielder. Luke Wood and Slater. Shirt outside his cricketing flannels. Defends. Called them flannels last week, and Jonathan Deutsch said that's a word that's now almost obsolete. Nobody calls them flannels anymore. They call them cricket trousers.
Well, I guess so, yeah. I must admit, it's only you that I hear use that word, but I quite like it that you still...
There's only me that uses it.
Yeah, well, I don't know anybody else that uses it.
Flannels. Slater has gone for a big hit away on the leg side. He's on 46, or was on 46, and now he's on 50. Well battered, Ben Slater. Very nearly carried for 6, and that's a terrific knock from Slater. 63 balls and 10 fours, high percentage of boundaries then, and very nearly celebrated it with a 6. But this is the Ben Slater that sadly been denied to the Nottinghamshire public over the last year and a half. He's denied them now for different reasons. Next ball past the outside edge and through to the keeper.
It's an outstanding way to get to 50, wasn't it? Brilliant shot. Proper kind of Caribbean flair to it, the way he hit that over mid-wicket. Great shot by Slater. And as you mentioned, Dave, I'm sure his thoughts will be on the way he battered against Lancashire. Yes, a different attack, but still facing the same county in that opening game, and got a brilliant 170-odd for Leicestershire. And he's on his way to another century, halfway there at least. And what a fabulous way to reach 50. Excellent opening partnership as well for Notts. Slater and Hamid. Lancashire just not really looked quite at their best this morning, in truth. Bailey apart. Bailey 6 overs, 4 maidens. Gone for just 12, but it's been a little expensive elsewhere.
Bully boy says he got all the stats from his Lancashire yearbook.
Good effort.
Well, that's cheating.
Oh, I think that's a good effort. He's still...
No, that's that's a good plug for Lancashire yearbook. The Nottinghamshire yearbook's also available, but there's old Bully Boy. He thinks he's I thought he was a statistical genius and he was trotting them all out, but he's reading. He's just reading, Michael.
Still managed to add them all up, which in itself is an achievement.
Well, adding.
Yeah, multiplications on a Saturday morning.
Doing the Rachel Rileys on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Good luck to anybody on their way out to play club cricket this afternoon.
There's Luke Wood into Hamid. It's steered down into the ground, stopped by Crofton Gully, no run.
I don't know about the Lancashire League. I think most around Nottinghamshire have all decided to start at 12:30, so probably nobody's listening in this part of the world that's after play competitive club cricket. And the Notts Premier League and the South Notts and the Bassett Law, I think they're all starting at 12:30 in this shortened season. But one or two areas of Lancashire, of course, where again they've sort of not been able to play, have they, because of the the coronavirus figures.
Wood in balls full of length to Hamid, who whips it off his toes down to long leg for a single. Moves to 18, 74 without loss. Yeah, there's different parts of Lancashire that are under different restrictions and different measures, as indeed is the case in Greater Manchester as well.
Good luck to Greenmount. They've become my Lancashire team after going up there one Saturday afternoon last year with Franklin Stevenson on the way to Old Trafford for that T20. We went and had a look round one of Franklin's old clubs. He played for Rawtenstall and for Fleetwood as well. But we went to Greenmount and had a good look round.
Slater waits as Wood comes in and balls. Passes Slater, just presses onto the front foot. There's a good delivery by Wood, mind you. Movement away from Slater, just leant onto the front foot into the gloves of Alex Davis, and there's no run.
There's a big photograph of him, a framed photograph of him on the wall in the clubhouse at Greenmount of Franklin Stevenson. And of course, it was of him playing, but he'd not been back since. So they took it down and sort of dismantled the frame and undid it all, took the glass out, and and he signed it all for them.
Fantastic, very good. So he had, take it he had no idea the picture was there, or did he know that?
No, he just went in the clubhouse and got a nice photo of him on the wall.
Wood to Slater, gets his hands out the way of that, through to Davis again, no run.
And there were one or two sort of the old boys that he played with that were there watching it. We just went on spec. We set off here, and he was going to come to Old Trafford with me for the Notts Lancashire game. If he was in the country and whatever, come on, you can come and do a bit of summarising with me. And he'd got his autobiography out, so we went to the Lancashire shop, and he went in the courtyard and signed a few. He had a photo taken with, is it Lanky the giraffe?
It is, yeah. It's Wood to Slater, and leaves again. Ben Slater through to Davis, no run.
I seem to think that was a game that, again, another match that Notts had sewn up until the very end, and bizarrely it went against them right at the end. Glenn Maxwell got a few runs, as he normally does against Notts. It'll be in the yearbook.
74 without loss. Final ball of Wood's 8th over. Slater on strike, 50 not out. And again, content to leave. Good dramatic leave again. You can't beat a good front foot dramatic leave, can you?
No.
Back hoisted above the head. Leaving with purpose.
Fabulous start this from Nottinghamshire. I'm not entirely sure on Dane Bias's thinking. I guess we won't know unless Scott asks him. Winning the toss and opting to bowl first. It is one of those days where you think, nice and warm, August, new wicket, looks a flattish deck. No, we'll have a bowl. It just sort of slightly goes against convention. But one of the great things of first-class cricket, that never really know how things are going to pan out until you get towards the latter stages. Now this one's jagged back. They're asking Tim Robinson. I think Hamid has probably shuffled far enough outside of the line for the ball not to be hitting the stumps, but it wasn't playing a shot. It was a risky one. Balderson just pushing it through nicely, bristling approach. Energetic appeal, turned down. Ben Slater just taking his gloves off and showing the umpire something on his hand. Don't know what that was about. Next one, again left alone by Hamid. 74 without loss. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester on 855 medium wave in the northwest, and coming to you via the live streams of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club and Lancashire County Cricket Club. Third round of the Bob Willis Trophy. Fixtures. Hamid chops this down into the gully. Stephen Croft doing the fielding from afar. You wondered perhaps a year or two back had Stephen Croft sort of were his best years behind him, but he's come back strongly, hasn't he, in the time since?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It looked like, certainly in red ball cricket, that might have been the case. Still was part of the white ball team, which was a good couple of years.
Balderson bowls, and Hamid, the up and under shot, 4 runs. He's deliberately lifted it over point and got that one away for 4. Again, he goes off on his little walk towards the square leg umpire. Rehearses the shot a couple of times, but he won't play it any better than that all day. 78 without loss. Yeah, you know, he was almost doing everything at one time, Croft, wasn't he? He was skipper, he was called into wicket keep, he was called in to score all the runs, he was called in to bowl his gentle little off cutters. He was, you know, he was practically 5 different cricketers in one, doing everything, and you know that maybe took its toll. 78 without loss. Hamid on 22, it on the pad, and this time he's out. Balderson strikes back, getting Hasib Hamid, the former Lancashire man, has gone for 22. Opening partnership worth 78, but Lancashire, as we come towards the end of the 20th over, getting the breakthrough. Hasib Hamid, LBW, bowled George Balderson for 22, the first wicket to go down in the game, and Lancashire will be hoping that one brings 2. Hamid batted for 87 minutes, faced 54 balls and hit 4 fours. He was certainly content to play the anchor role, second fiddle if you like to Slater, but he's done a good job there. In partnership of 78 has certainly given Nottinghamshire a platform on the opening morning of this Bob Willis Trophy game.
Yeah, that looked out, didn't it?
Yeah.
With Hamid kind of slightly falling over a little bit. I think he knew himself there. As soon as that wrapped him on the pad, he was almost spinning round, expecting, knowing that the umpire would raise the finger and give him out. But before that, he hit a glorious kind of uppercut over point, didn't he? It was a fabulous looking shot, ferocious shot from Hamid, who looked really good, but has gone for 22, and Lancashire needed that breakthrough. It's been a pretty tough hour and a half for Lancashire. Not bowled massively well. Tom Bailey apart, albeit Balderson's started okay, but they needed something there, Lancashire, to try and lift their spirits a little bit after a tough hour and a half. Hamid departs, so Ben Duckett, the new batsman, coming out to join Ben Slater. 78 for 1.
Yes, mentioned earlier that it was Duckett and Slater getting their chance with England on that same winter. The careers ran parallel to a certain extent. Duckett had a fabulous 2016 for Northants, Hamid doing the same for Lancashire, and they both got the chance that winter, and both sort of got jettisoned equally quickly.
Final ball of Balderson's 4th over coming up. So 3.5 overs, 1 for 16 Balderson. He replaced Liam Hurt at the Radcliffe Road end. Half an hour left of this morning session, so the first breakthrough of the day. It's Balderson who's got it, so he's into Duckett. That's eased away into the offside pretty safely enough, out towards point for no run. It's the end of the over, 78 for 1. Slater's looked fabulous for his 50 off 68 deliveries. Hamid with a slightly more cautious approach, albeit there's some lovely shots in there, and that 4 he got over point, just the delivery before being dismissed. Well, it's a fabulous looking shot, but his work for the time being with the bat is over with his 22. On Bolson with the first wicket of the game. He picked up, I think in the end, just a couple on his debut game, which was against Leicestershire. He got 2 in the first innings. Yeah, just 2 in that game. But he's got the first one here today. Here's Luke Wood continuing and bowling to Slater. Through to Davis, who takes it and skips in front of first slip. And there's no run. This contest between Wood and Slater was quite intriguing in the last over. Slater pretty content to leave. Wood challenging kind of the top of off stump, getting the ball to move away from Slater. With half an hour left until lunch on the first day, Lancashire have just picked up their first wicket. Hasib Hamid, the man out for 22. Trapped LBW off the bowling of George Balderson. Hamid, the former Lancashire man, looked good for his 22, but Lancashire needed that breakthrough. A very tough first hour and a half of play here, with Lancashire, who won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. Ben Slater, who's batting for Nottinghamshire, he made a century against Lancashire for Leicestershire in the first game of the competition, made 172, and he's got 50 so far to his name, 50 from 70 balls faced. So the first breakthrough of the day for Lancashire, that Balderson dismissal of Hasib Hamid, LBW for 22. Half an hour before lunch, and Nottinghamshire batting first, a 78 for 1. Still on 50 then is Slater. He comes at Wood for Lancashire in and bowls, and just dabbed up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Dane Villas, and there is no run. Into his 9th is Luke Wood. It's a spell from both ends. 8.3 overs for 26, but little like Hamid, he'll be up against a former colleagues and teammates who'll be determined to do as well as he can. Runs in towards us, Slater waiting, unbeaten on the half-century. Balls to him and he has to defend. Plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. He's been content to leave anything that's been just a fraction wide of off-stump. But 2 previous deliveries have been straighter from Wood, and he's had to play them both, play them safely enough. Captain and bowlers in conversation there, Tom Bailey, Dane Villas, Luke Wood. All 3 of them walking side by side as Wood gets to the top of his mark. Blonde-haired Luke Wood coming in and bowls to Slater. He's clipped down towards fine leg, but I don't think with any bat on there. No, it just deflected off the thigh pad by Baldwin, in position to hop up onto one leg and slap his thigh to signal a leg by. So Slater remains on 50, but not advanced by an extra run, 79 for 1. The 1 ball left of Luke Wood's 9th over, the 21st of the Notts first innings. Of course, they're allotted 120 overs that each side has to bat in the first innings in the Bob Willis Trophy. They've got through almost 21 of them at a good pace. They've got to 79 for just that 1 wicket to fall. Duckett waiting to face Wood for the first time. And that's left alone by Ben Duckett, and that's the end of the over. 79 for 1, Duckett 0 and Slater on 50. What are you giggling at?
Well, I'm giggling because obviously I've been next door to Update Radio Nottingham, and I was told in my ears straight away, can you wait a minute? You're on after Beyonce. Well, I know my place, obviously. And then they play that Single Ladies song, which you'll be familiar with.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you do your thing to that on a Saturday night.
And all the moves to that.
Yeah. And then the presenter said, there it is, Beyonce, Single Lady, the only song that we know that includes the word stanky. And here's a man that I want to get stanky, and a stanky rhymes with lanky, we'll hand you over to a man who I want to get the word stanky into his commentary today. Is Balderson to bowl to Ben Slater, who's on 50. Nice looking drive from Slater, and I fancy there that Balderson got a fingernail to it, and they were all oohing and ahhing because Duckett might have left his ground. It may just have been very close to being deflected onto the stumps. And I was just looking, actually, I thought before I go on air and say I've been challenged to say stanky, what does it mean? And yeah, it is there. It's an adjective, an American adjective, meaning a smell, or to be stinking, to be with regards to your appearance, disgusting or offensive appearance, stanky. 79 for 1 is the score here. Slater 50, Duckett no score. The partnership is 1. What's happened? Have we had a leg by or something?
Indeed,
with me crossing from one room to the next.
Yep, leg by.
Okay, 79 for 1.
See, that's not as bad as I thought you were going to say. I thought the presenter was going to use the word to introduce you, which would have been a bit harsh.
Well, it would, yeah. But I don't know if we can squeeze it into the commentary. There's nothing stanky out there about the cricket that we're watching this morning. Duckett's away, up and running. On to 80 goes Nottinghamshire, 80 for 1 in the 22nd over. Lunch at 1 o'clock, unless we have any interruptions, and doesn't look like we will.
Your story about the horse wearing a zebra cover, right?
Yes.
Coat. Well, Caroline has got in touch with an explanation as to why this might be the case.
Okay.
So I'll read you this.
Well, it genuinely happened. I just didn't have my phone with me to take a photo, or I would have. This has gone through to the keeper, but as I know where the stables is, I could perhaps even go and set it up as a nice little photo. Go on, say Caroline.
Carolyn.
Carolyn.
So Carolyn sent me a message saying apparently scientists have proven that flies don't attack zebras as much because of the stripes, which is why a lot of horse owners are using the striped covers to stop the flies attacking.
Oh, that's brilliant. Edged, and that's gone through the slip cordon for 4. Bit of luck there. This time it's Duckett. 2 left-handers out there, of course, so the bowlers can sort of concentrate on that sort of line. And this was a lovely delivery from Balderson, who's got the only wicket to fall. Found the outside edge of Duckett's bat, and it's Stephen Croft who's down on the ground from 3rd slip. Keaton Jennings at 2nd. He's gone to fetch the ball back from the ropes, but it found its way between them. It was a genuine edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, Livingston and James was going to go and get the ball, as you say.
Livingston's at second, yeah.
And then Croft is at Gully, but it went quickly, didn't it? It did absolutely flash off the edge of the bat. Would have been a really sharp catch, but as you say, it went to them at catchable height, but went quickly.
We've both found ourselves standing up here for no reason whatsoever. Edge of the seat stuff, and more runs for Duckett, opening the face and guiding it down to the unprotected wideish 3rd man area, deep backward point area, very deliberately played by Duckett. The ball just skipping away over the turf. So he's on to 8, couple of boundaries there, Notts 88 for 1, and we've been playing 88 minutes. No, we haven't. We've been playing 98 minutes this morning. Lancashire winning the toss. Is there any more from Caroline on?
It was just that she said I'm not an expert, but she remembers reading about this a long time ago. But, that's the reason why they use kind of zebra-coloured or striped coats.
Now, did you say zebras or zebra as the plural?
Well,
now, what is the?
I don't know.
Is the plural zebra?
I don't know.
No.
Zebras is on the message that has been put to me. But
no, I'm not being picky. I just wondered if. I don't know is the answer. Something there. It might be the plural of zebra is zebra.
There's Luke Wood into to Slater, and that steered very neatly off an open face of the bat through the gap between 2nd slip and Gully for 4 runs.
So I presume there's a thing out there, a proper come and buy your horse a nice fancy coat website that would have photos of these zebra coats. But no, it's fabulous. And how stupid are the flies not to distinguish between a horse and a zebra? Especially English flies. I mean, when are they going to see a zebra?
That's a fair point. Yeah. Not often knocking around in the fields, are they?
They're big in Newark. It's a good job I hadn't had a drink. What on earth's that?
92 for 1. Wood to Slater. Ooh, and he's got the bat on that just in the nick of time, I suspect. And bringing his bat down, and the ball actually in the end just trickles in between his pads, and Croft comes up from gully to field. No run. Well, thank you for the message, Carolyn. Yeah. There's always someone listening with an answer to
not usually to my query. They're usually that they're that far off the page that.
Or at least an explanation behind the story, and that's quite a bizarre story you told, and we've got an explanation for it within just a few minutes. So
yes, it looked like a zebra with a horse's head.
55 to Slater. Here's Wood in and bowling. Well, it pops up into the offside from Slater as he shapes to play it into the onside, and just squaring up a fraction the ball. Just balloons into cover. Bailey comes up from mid-off to field. No run. 92 for 1.
Did you see the snooker last night?
I didn't. I was listening to the reports on the radio this morning, but I believe it was a belter.
Both were. The McGill and Wilson last frame was just incredible. The amount of snookers and misses and in-offs.
Yes, I believe quite a bit of drama.
Yeah.
Wood over the wicket and played back towards him by Ben Slater, and there's no run. So both went to the final frame, didn't they? Is that right?
Yeah. And Rock had seemingly given up at 16-14 down in his, in the sense that the frame that Selby won to go to 16, Ronnie just, he was just going to the table. He wasn't even sort of getting down and lining shots up. He was just going out there and firing, attention all pockets, hit it and hope a little bit. So he'd lost there and he'd almost looked, and then he comes back and hit a century in the next one. Incredible.
Luke Wood to Ben Slater, who think for a second thought about playing, and then whips his bat away through to Davis. No run.
Still no play in the test match. I presume they're sort of heading towards lunch now, because there's been nothing at the Ageas Bowl all morning. Been no play at Hove between Sussex and Essex, no play at Arundel between Hampshire and Surrey, and no play before lunch either at Cardiff, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire. They've just got underway at Canterbury. That was a delayed start, and Middlesex at 12 for 1 batting against Kent.
It's the final ball of Wood's 10th over. Slater gets a single for it, just worked away into the onside to the left of mid-on for a single, so he's up to 56 at the end of Wood's 10th. 23 of the Notts' first innings, 93 for 1.
The batting sides: Durham 79 for 2 at Leicester, Yorkshire 59 for 2 at home to Derbyshire, Worcestershire 51 for 3 at Northampton, and Warwickshire 59 for 4 at home to Somerset. That's just about brought you up to date with the Bob Willis Trophy. Simon says it's a horse's rug, not a coat.
Okay.
It could have been its vest for all I know, Simon, but it was a funny sight. It made me chuckle, and typical, like I said, just nipped out just to go and do a quick errand, and I didn't have my phone. 93 for 1. Slater is on 56. Here's Balderson, who's had a decent morning with the ball. Bowling, and this has gone through to the keeper. Ellie Macklin, as a competitive Scrabble player, I can tell you that zebras is in our dictionary. Not that that means anything, as there are loads of words that nobody uses. That's right, old Scrabble, isn't it? They have all sorts of things. XI. You play against somebody and they pop XI and you say, what's that mean? Oh, I don't know, but it's in the dictionary. 93 for 1. This one's down the leg side. Are you a Scrabbler?
Never played the game.
Leg by taken.
Never played it.
94 for 1. Trevor says we can't watch the Yorkshire live stream because it's for members only. So we'll watch the excellent Trent Bridge live stream with commentary by Dave and company. Yes, my company for this one, Trevor, is of the name Scott Reed. Is no relation to the former Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper. You just wish you were, don't you? Balderson again. Right arm, medium pace, punched away into the offside nicely by Duckett. Certainly a couple of runs here. might just turn and go for 3. Dane Vilas will replace all divots here. The Lancashire skipper's done really, really well there in keeping them down to 2, but crikey, what a mess he's made of the outfield. I'm guessing it's a little damp down there, Scott, by the way he's gone at that. He's slid. You often see the players sort of slide in and then leap up with the ball in their hands. He did that, but as he slid with his studs, my word, he's created a bunker. He's popped it all back in, but down towards the William Clark stand. Like I said, the rope's in a long way on that side of the ground, but in that general direction he's taken a huge piece of turf out. Duckett on to 10, 96 for 1. Faces the next ball down the leg side. This is going to be 4 runs. Did it flick anything at all, or will it be byes? It's runs. So Notts have 100 runs on the board, and Duckett's lazy leg side flick there just evaded the keeper, might just have touched the glove of Alex Davis, and goes for 4. Duckett's on to 14 already.
Yeah, a little frustrated there, wasn't he, Alex Davis? You could see him on his knees at the end of it, because as most keepers do, they kind of back themselves on to get a hold of them ones down the leg side and a bonus wicket.
I shall retweet this at Brace Cricket. I'm just retweeting what Simon Trafford has just sent me, the Notts photographer we've mentioned, and it is a page full of zebra horse rugs that you can buy as Duckett flirts at that one outside the off stump. This is brilliant work from Simon. It's not very good radio, but I'll show Scott. Look, 50 odd pounds. You can dress your horse up like a zebra.
Looks magnificent. And why wouldn't you want to do that?
I've just retweeted it at Brace Cricket if you want to have a
little
look. But that's what I was on about. We did have. Oh, tremendous! The zebra with a horse's head. It amused me. 100 for 1 Nottinghamshire in the 24th over. Here's George Balderson bowling to Duckett, and again it clips it away. He's been busy at the crease here, Duckett. He's now on to 15 and he's only faced 9 balls. 101 for 1. He'll keep strike. End of the 24th over, and as that is divisible by 6, I think they'll be heading off to the boundary ropes to use the hand sanitisers, and they are indeed. Is that Glenn Chappell walking around the boundary edge away to our right?
It is, I think. Yep.
Been away with England, hasn't it? England helping the bowlers there as bowling coach, is it, or just sort of a backup role?
No, it was as bowling coach for the Test series against the West Indies. We have a sanitising break, so I'm going to have a little squirt myself.
Yeah. Chris Reeve did the West Indies series as the wicket-keeping coach, didn't he? And now Bruce French has succeeded him or gone back to the role for the Pakistan series. Yeah,
I think they've used different county coaches, haven't they, and rotated them. But yeah, Chappell was the bowling coach for the West Indies series. He's had a busy few weeks in the. But he said that the biosecure bubble wasn't quite for him. He didn't really. He said he appreciated it was not that much of a hardship, but he didn't necessarily enjoy it too much, being locked up in the hotel for weeks on end. He said he had good intentions of reading some books, and that didn't happen. He watched a few series on Netflix, apparently. That's about it.
I'm sure he had a better view out of the hotel at Old Trafford than I had. The only time I've stayed there, I was overlooking the bins.
Oh,
I had car park. I was car park side.
Yeah, well, you need to.
Can't I have one where I can? No, they've all gone.
Oh dear,
they've all gone.
Got to get in there early.
Not for the likes of you, then.
Alex Winter, our colleague who covers Northamptonshire, when Northants were at OT last season, he was pitch side balcony. Yeah, when I got to the press box in the morning, I could see him on his little balcony having a cup of coffee. He was had a great view. Liam Hurt coming back into the attack, but as he balls down the leg side to Ben Duckett and taken by Alex Davis. So he had 2 overs from the Radcliffe Road end, went for 24. So he's coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Slater tucked into him, didn't he? Oliver Hannon Hurt. Do you see it?
Absolutely do, yeah. It's a good comparison, is that? The way that he holds the ball just out to his right-hand side. Right arm just stretching out as he comes back in. to Duckett, who's covering up and pushing the ball safely into the onside, but for no run. 101 for 1 with about 11 minutes left before lunch. Very, very good morning session, even with the loss of that Hamid wicket. A terrific morning session for Nottinghamshire. Led by Slater, who's been terrific, 57 not out. Batted very well. New batsman's Ben Duckett is unbeaten on 15. Couple of slips awaiting. Hurt balls to Duckett. Clipped in front of square on the leg side for 1 run. Moves to 16 not out, and Notts 102 for 1.
He has often made fairly rapid starts to an innings in Nottinghamshire colours, Ben Duckett, and flashed once too often too early, and a promising start has been wasted.
Well, he's got a nice platform to come out
Very
to bat.
much so, yeah. Yeah.
To that good start by Hamid and Slater. Is Liam Hurt in, bowls a bouncer to Slater, but not massively well directed down the leg side, gathered by Davis.
You'd take that any day of the year, wouldn't you? Your opener's putting 78 on.
Still nothing at that test match, is there, at the Ageas Bowl?
In fact, I've just seen George Dobell, the esteemed cricket writer, saying there's a fair chance that we're not going to get any play today. He's just tweeted that. The forecast not encouraging.
Hurt to Slater. Pushed away into the offside for no run. Didn't help matters with going off for bad light.
No.
You can understand the frustration, not just of those there, working and the players, but also supporters watching and listening to it. It is one of the oldest problems, isn't it, to try and solve that bad light issue.
Yeah.
Final ball of Hurt's. First over back into the attack, gone for just a 1 run so far. Another short ball. That was a sharp delivery, and Ben Slater having to bend his knees and lean back to get out of the way of that one.
It was the old limbo dance, wasn't it? He had to do there.
Yeah, it was. Crikey, yeah, put a bit of effort into that, did Liam Hurt, to finish his first over back into the attack. 102 for 1. Well played by Slater.
That was slippery quick. It really was, wasn't it? 1 wicket to go down. Asib Hamid, former Lancashire batsman. Sure, he'll have had a bit of chirp today, but he won't mind that. They'll be good mates afterwards, I'm sure. He made 22. LBW George Balderson, who's also bowled very nicely indeed, and is going to continue 6 overs. I'll say that his figures are just starting to get away from him a little bit. It's a good job he got the 1 in the end column. 6 overs, 1 for 33. He's in again and bowls and clipped away on the leg side by Duckett for another single out to Hurt. 103 for 1.
I agree with you, actually. I looked up then and saw the 34 runs conceded. It just doesn't feel like he's bowled that type of spell. No,
of course he's had 1 or 2 edge through the slips. Duckett edged 1 down the leg side in the last over. But I would see, just from watching him come in and bowl, as if he's had a fairly tight lid on things here. There's pushed a point. Won't be any run there. Is that Josh Bohannon? It is. Not seen anything of him with ball in hand, and to be fair, I don't think we've mentioned him too many times. Been batting at 3, hasn't he, Bohannon?
Yes, he has. He kind of slowly edged his way up the batting order last season, having batted a bit at 7, 8, 6, and then eventually to 3.
Next ball clipped away nicely onto the leg side. They take a single out to Hurt. 1 more run.
Yeah, finished off with a good year as well, did Josh Bohannon. Good numbers to his name last year.
Malhar, I hope I've said that right, Malhar. He's tuned in just purely to see what we're talking about, because I've tweeted we retweeted the picture of the zebra coats or rugs. 104 for 1 down the leg side, clipped away. Had they been at a man at square leg. Well, indeed there is a man at square leg, but it's umpire Paul Baldwin. He might have been interested in catching that, Paul Baldwin, if he was on a little bit of commission for doing so. It was in that sort of area where he might just have dived forward and got the catch in, but of course he skipped out of the way and Hurt behind him fielded. 105 for 1. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover mid-off. The 6 fielders on the offside as runs past Tim Robinson, and Ben Slater on 58, happy to defend. It's been, for one reason or another, much quieter since passing 50. Ben Slater, he got to his half century from 63 balls. He's now 58 from 90. Now whether that's by accident or by design, I'm not sure. You know, whether he's thought, you know, I've got to 50, you know, let's just dig in and start again once more. Temptation there is to say that he was looking to block that almost before the ball left his hands. So, again, it's not a bad thing to do, to be playing for lunch at 5 to 1, but certainly he's not found runs as easy to come by over the last 30 deliveries as he did for the first 60.
No, I suppose with the wicket of losing the wicket of Hamid might just have slowed him down a touch as well. With new batsmen coming out to join him, as you mentioned, Lunch is not too far away, and he'll want to make the most of this now, having got to 50. He'll see this as another great chance to get a second century against Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Incredible, wouldn't it?
Here's Hurt for Lancashire and bowling to Duckett. Plays the ball very calmly into the offside. No run.
And registering a pair in between. That's
yes, interesting start to the 2020 season.
Warm and sultry, isn't it? You wouldn't be surprised if there was a thunderstorm, but nor would you be surprised if it just continues to improve and we don't get any of the wet stuff until after dark.
Yeah, just looking at the forecast. Hurt balls to Duckett, pushed up to mid-on, no run. It has improved for today, actually, and it's looking like he'd be way after 6 or 7 o'clock tonight if there is to be any rain, which is excellent to see.
Yes, even if you didn't know him, it's easy to pick out Dame Willis after that.
Yes.
That stop he made 10 or 15 minutes ago, because his flannels are going to need a second doing, aren't they? In the team hotel, I'm sure they are filthy black.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he's creeping in at mid-on as Hurt comes in and ball. A ball that's down the leg side, and Duckett tries to swat it. But makes no contact with that. Through to Davis, no run.
No Richard Gleeson. Has he got a niggle?
Well, no. Well, he may have. I don't know. He just was told that he's the one change, the spinner coming in for Gleeson, but I'm not aware of a niggle. He was in the squad. Okay. So yeah, I'm not 100% certain if he's got a little problem or not. Hart to Duckett. And just a half little shuffle across the stumps and pushes the ball into the offside. No run.
You know, sort of associate him, you know, from his Northants days and early days at Lancashire. You know, spearhead of the attack, runs in, bowls quickly, and does well. But you know, as we've seen here, you know, the young pretenders are doing that role. I'm very impressed with what we've seen from Liam Hurt and George Balderson, even though they've gone for a few this morning. But they are striving to run in and bowl quickly, and that's always something to be encouraged.
Yeah, he started well this second spell, hasn't he, Hurt? Into Duckett as well. Oh, is this a top edge? It is, and Willis is running underneath it. I think it'll land safe. It does, and just be the one for Duckett. The thick top edge, it ballooned into the onside. So Willis at mid-on was chasing back towards the boundary, trying to get it underneath it, but landed safe.
That might be a bit of fortune, actually. He certainly wasn't in control of that, was it? Went straight up in the air. Just
on Gleeson, looking back actually at the second innings last week against Durham, he only actually bowled 4 overs. As Hurt comes in to complete this over, and Slater's nicely in behind to defend. No run, 106 for 1. So maybe there was a little bit of something he picked up in that Durham match. He only bowled 4 overs in the second innings. Bailey bowled 9, Wood 12, Hurt 10, Balderson bowled 5. So maybe he did have a little something he picked up last week.
Bolly Boy's been back on, Michael Smith. Been a great morning session for both sides at Trent Bridge. Looking forward to the afternoon session. Lancashire resting some of their players ahead of the Roses clash next week at Headingley. Is that what you do when you play Notts nowadays? Is it you rest your players ahead of Roses clashes?
Well, yes. We like to play at our latest outground, and we like to rest some players as well. Yeah.
106 for 1. Good luck with that. Here's Balderson in bowling to Ben Duckett. Nudges it up to Luke Wood at mid-on. There's no run. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to have to love you and leave you and pop next door.
No problem. Yeah, this will be the last over before the lunch interval. Balderson will bowl it. But yeah, I think Hurt has come back really well actually from a difficult first couple of overs. I think his first 2 overs went for 24. On his next 2 overs, having come back into attack, have gone for just 2. Balderson's into Duckett, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. And George Balderson's bowled well here for his captain into his 8th over, picked up the wicket. He's gone for 36, but Dave and I were suggesting a few minutes ago, I was quite surprised he'd considered that many. It felt like he'd quite a tight spell from George Balderson. He's done well on his 3rd first-class game, had his debut against Leicestershire. In again and bowling to Duckett, just snapping the ball into the onside. Luke Wood's at mid-on to field. And there is no run. So 106 for 1. Duckett 19. Slater will be hoping that his work is done now for the morning session. Get to lunch on 58. Played some glorious shots, looked in fine fettle, but I've been watched him bat now for, well, it's the 3rd time. He looks like a man in great form, but as Dave mentioned, he's had a couple of noughts in between. This is Duckett just leaning into this next delivery from Balderson and working the ball through square leg for a single. And Duckett moves to 20, so Slater will have at least a delivery to face before lunch on 58. But all in all, a very good morning this for Nottinghamshire. Got a great base here to build on heading into the afternoon session. Balderson past the umpire to Slater, just eases the ball out to point. And Josh Bohannon fields, and there is no run. So the last ball of the session is almost with us. Ben Duckett at the non-striker's end has removed his gloves and tucked his bat under his arm. Have a little chat with umpire Robinson, because Balderson's back in, and forward goes Slater in defence. And that's played back towards George Balderson, and that will be lunch. The young Lancashire bowler just rolls the ball along the ground to umpire Robinson, and the players slowly make their way back towards the pavilion, entering via different doors, with players all socially distanced in the pavilion, using different parts of the building there. And leading Notts off will be Ben Slater. He's already 10-15 yards ahead of his batting partner, Ben Duckett, because that is a fabulous morning session for Slater on 58 and Duckett on 20. So 107 for 1 at lunch, and his teammates emerge from their part of the pavilion in that upper tier to applaud Slater, because that's a very fine effort this morning with the bat. So he'll get back to lunch unbeaten on 58, Duckett on 20, and Nottinghamshire 107 for 1 at lunch.
It's won the toss at 10:30 this morning. The Lancashire skipper asked Stephen Malady's side to bat first, and Notts 107 for 1 at lunch. Slater 58 not out, Ben Duckett 20 not out, the man to go, George Balderson for 22. So we'll start a fresh year after lunch. Lancashire certainly could do with making some inroads, getting towards that Nottinghamshire middle order sooner rather than later. As for Notts, they'll just want the two bends to carry on as they were doing. And to talk you through the opening session here. Time to bid a very good afternoon. He's not even finished his banana. A very good afternoon to Scott Reed.
Oh, good afternoon, Dave. That's my secondary banana.
Is it?
Yeah, that's my.
Oh, you've had one.
I've had one already. Is 2 excessive in a day?
Depends if you're Peter Siddle or me.
That's a fair point. Liam Hurt balls to Ben Duckett. The first ball then of the afternoon, and there's a run here actually as well. Just brings his bat down, and the ball disappears through the leg side for a single. So he's up to 21 now. Nottinghamshire 108 for 1.
Kevin says, got my internet sorted, and I'm watching the stream, I presume through the Notts website of Nottinghamshire, Lancashire. Excellent pictures. Thanks for the commentary, guys. Hope this will continue for the T20. I think that's the plan. I think all counties have been given permission to use the stream for the T20s unless it's a live Sky game, and I think Nottinghamshire's only live Sky game is the first one of the competition on the Thursday night that it begins away at Headingley against one of those rosy counties.
Slater waits as Hurt balls, and through to the keeper. There's no run. We welcome back our medium wave listeners as well in the northwest of England on 855 on BBC Radio Lancashire. With Notts 108 for 1. Yeah, there's plenty of details actually about the T20, the scheduling, the explanations as to about with regards to finals day and the possibility of getting some crowds in. There's an article, quite a detailed article on the BBC Sport website. You head to the cricket pages, you'll be able to read that as Hurt comes in and balls to Slater's off the back foot and slicing the ball through the offside for a run. He's up to 59, score moves on to 109 for 1. And the full T20 fixture lists are on there as well. You can see what's happening, including Lancashire playing Derbyshire at Headingley. It's part of a double header of fixtures. There's 2 games taking place at Headingley that day.
Is that one of Derbyshire's home games?
I think it's officially a neutral venue, because I think Lancashire are playing Durham and then Derbyshire are playing Leicestershire, both at Headingley, and they've picked the venue because Sky want to do the games kind of back to back. Hurt back into to Duckett, that's tucked away behind square on the leg side for 1 run. He moves to 22, 110 for 1.
Well, is your other game against Derbyshire at Old Trafford?
Well, Lancashire are playing Durham at Headingley.
Oh, right. Well, is your other game at the North East?
Yes.
Well, I didn't be Durham.
But I think...
no, I don't know. I know Derbyshire can't use, for similar reasons, why Old Trafford's out of commission. They can't use their home ground at Derby because England's women are playing there.
10 for 1 as Slater works his ball off his hip down towards long leg for another single. So actually quite a nice bright start for Notts after lunch. They've managed to tick over with singles.
Feet off the ground.
1-1-1 for 1.
Shh.
Took it on 22.
The devil's number.
101, 111 for 1.
Shh.
All the ones are on the board.
Stop it.
Just mention them a few more times.
Stop it.
Weird, isn't it? I mean, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Duckett waiting as Hurt comes in and bowls, and it's off 111 now because he's worked this one through the onside for at least 2 actually. Yeah, just a couple in the end. Willis across the ground to complete the fielding, but that's a nice bright over for Notts, the first one after lunch. 113 for 1. Duckett has 24. Slater has 60.
Yeah, 6 from it with no boundaries, and they scored from 4 of the balls, and weren't unduly troubled by either of the other 2. Who are they going to turn to? They're going to turn to Tom Bailey, I think. Bowled very nicely from the pavilion end this morning, the first spell. and he's now going to have a different perspective. I'm going to bring him on from the Radcliffe Road end. 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12. I think there were 3 boundaries as well. It was tough to get away. One of the boundaries was a fairly streaky one as well through the slip cordon. Going to be bowling to Ben Slater. If I was clever enough, I'd come up with some sort of Ben pun. So we've got 2 Bens out there. Is Tom Bailey in to Slater. Always a push and run to Luke Wood, and it was nicely judged in the end. Wood just had to go too far and put the slide in rather than a clean pick up. If he had done, then he'd certainly have made the batsman scamper. 114 for 1. Dane Villas working hard on the ball. Got horrific smear down his left trouser leg from where he slid chasing a ball to the boundary this morning. Here's Bailey in again in bowls, and that goes through to the keeper. Just looking, actually, you can't see now. Didn't notice it while we were having a sandwich and a cup of tea. The ground staff must have really gone down there and worked where Vilas almost dug out a bunker, sliding with his studs first. You just can't spot it now, can you? They've done a terrific job down there. It really brought up an awful lot of turf. He made the sliding stop. 114 for 1. His trousers bear witness to what he went through, or his flannels that we were talking about this morning.
I quite like it how you still like to use the word. Keep it going.
What, flannels?
Yeah, you keep it going.
I don't know if you've seen old football programmes, sort of from before the 60s. Any decade from before the 60s, and they were always red shirts, white shorts, red stockings. I don't know if you've ever seen them. Older listeners will remember. Footballers' socks are always called stockings. 114 for 1, as Duckett shows he knows where his off stump is by leaving this one alone. He's on 24, and this pair have added 36 since the fall of Hamid's wicket.
Well, I hope you're keeping that going as well when you report on football. You should be.
I do.
Good.
I do.
Excellent.
Yeah, wearing the stockings. Burnley wearing the claret shirts, white shorts and stockings. 114 for 1. There's Tom Bailey running away from us. He's got the fashionable red-soled cricket shoes on, and this one shapes away from former Northants man Duckett. Through again to tumbling Alex Davis. Certainly a former England Lion. It's difficult for everybody to know where the Lions are, really. They've not had any cricket this summer at all. Not entirely sure what their winter programme is supposed to be, but much of the game around the globe, it's all up in the air. 114 for 1. Next ball defended by Duckett. Drops it into the offside, fielded by Croft. Mentioned earlier that Duckett's international career sort of dipped away after that exposure at the end of 2016. Well, last year he did play in one T20 for England, and at the start of this summer, the first camp that England got together down at the Ageas Bowl for white ball players, Ben Duckett was included in that, but then he wasn't included in the squad to play against Ireland for that one-day series, so he was released to Notts in time to start the Bob Willis Trophy. But I guess he's sort of one of the next cabs on the rank if he made the large squad of 20 or whatever it was, but didn't make the squad of 14.
Hurt running in to ball to Slater, into onto his toes to defend into the offside, no run. Yeah, there's a few, aren't there, that's in and around it. There's a couple in the Lancashire team. Liam Livingston, for example, is in the...
Sakib Mahmood, who we saw bowling at lunchtime.
Yeah, he managed to play in those 3 one-day internationals. A lot of options for England. A lot of players with being considered for the broader one-day squad for these games. Obviously, bigger squad numbers being used for obvious reasons in international cricket. Hurt into to Slater, a little opishly into the onside. Willis at mid-on. Partially stops the ball to his left, but they've come back for a couple. He's busy, Willis. Since lunch, he's been pretty lively, well worked on that onside.
It is, and when you see him throwing himself about and stretching and everything, or just when you just see him, he's a physically imposing fella. He's a big, tall lad, and then you think, he's also a wicket keeper. It's a little strange, isn't he? He's tall for a wickie.
Yeah, not keeping wicket this season with Davis' finger now fully recovered, but kept wicket pretty much all of last season. In fact, all but one game, I think. Hurt into to Slater, and defending into the onside, no run, but to keep wicket, captain the team as well. He's and be their best player last season by a mile.
Samit Patel talks fondly of him. I presume you were there, but Samit was allowed to go to Glamorgan on loan towards the back end of last summer, and his first game in drive up to Colwyn Bay to make his Glamorgan debut against Lancashire, and Lancashire got about 1,200 runs, didn't they? And Villas got most of them.
He did, yeah.
Came back telling me all about Dane Villas and his innings.
Hurt ball's another short ball, but down the leg side, so gathered by Davis. Yeah, I think he got a double century in that game, Villas.
250, and Lancashire got 600 or something, didn't they?
Yeah.
Samit, 50 overs from one end. Or thanks, mate. Enjoy your debut, Samit.
Yeah. Enjoyable trips to Colwyn Bay.
Never been, and this month, I don't know when it was, but this month we should have gone to Glamorgan, being of course a lowly Division 2 side now. We've not got the rarefied air of Division 1 like you boys.
Hurt to Slater, that's cut out through the offside to point, but there's a man there for Lancashire, so Slater moves up to 64, 117 for one.
Of course, the year that Lancashire went down, I think it was only Notts stayed up by virtue of wins, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
End of 2018, and of course one of those wins was that remarkable day we were together at Old Trafford, where, was it 12 wickets fell for 24 runs? Something stupid. Notts only had to chase 12 and they were 9 for 4.
Yeah, there was something daft like that. Yeah, they had 12 to win. Yeah, and they'd lost like 3 or 4 early ones. That's over the wicket, bowling to Duckett. He's swiveling onto the back foot and dragging the ball out to deep backward square leg for one run. 25 not out now, Ben Duckett. It's the end of Hurt's second over after lunch. 118 for one.
Not sure if, I think it was Ross Taylor's first game. I'm not sure if he started with a pair or something ridiculous, but yeah, I think on that final morning, having lost, I'll try and pull it up, but if memory serves, I think we lost all of the third day, so we sort of went into day 4. This is a certain draw, and then lo and behold, loads and loads and loads of Lancashire wickets went quickly. I think it was Harry Gurney who, we'll find it. I think Gurney got a 5 in one innings and Jake Ball in the other. Found it 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th of April. Here's Tom Bailey running away from us. Duckett leaves it alone. 2018. Lancashire 158 with Jake Ball taking a 5 for. Notts 222. No play at all. Oh, there'd been no play on day 1, so they were playing catch up from then. And then in Lancashire's second innings, 73 all out, having been 58 for 2, having been 51 for 1, 49 for, let's start it from there, overnight, 49 for none, 73 all out. Ball 4 more wickets, Gurney a 6 for. It's the start of 2018 as Bailey comes in. Duckett just dabs it away on the leg side, takes another run to move to 26, 119 for 1. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire online, BBC Radio Manchester online, and in the northwest on 855 medium wave Radio Lancashire as well. And then Notts finished 10 for 4. They needed 10. They were 10 for 4. Mulaney 1, Libby 4, Nash 0 and Ross Taylor 0. Ross Taylor 9 and 0 on his Nottinghamshire debut. It's an extraordinary game. 119 for 1 here on a sultry, muggy day in the East Midlands. Tom Bailey, tall man, had a very close haircut, closely cropped haircut, and there's a boundary sliced away down to the third man. Not totally in control of the shot at all by any means, Ben Slater, but got 4 more. Moving swiftly on now. He's on to 68. Really did get bogged down in the 50s, didn't he? It was a long time from reaching his half-century to then getting to 60, but up and running again now. 123 for 1, Nottinghamshire, in the 32nd over of the innings. Here's Bailey. In again. Slater on 68. We'll move to 69, pushing it to Willis, who picks it up, underarms it towards the non-striker's end, gets home. Slater on 69. Chris Ellis from BBC Radio Nottingham. I ain't old enough to remember the 60s like you, Brace, he says, but I remember that from the programmes. Maybe the Stockings line was still around in the 1980s in programmes. Yeah, it was there, but it was still always pull your socks up, wasn't it, at home? What was the other one? You'll never be a scout with your shirt hanging out. 124 for 1. This goes through to the keeper. You never heard that?
No, never heard that one.
I guess the Boy Scout's not quite as fashionable as it was once upon a time, but that was always a thing. You have to tuck your shirt in, and you know, grandmothers and mothers saying to the kids, you'll never be a scout with your shirt hanging out. And the reply would usually be good, I would imagine.
Not a fan of the Scouts then, Dave?
No, it's a good. I think it's a good thing. Anything like that, the old the Scouts, the Guides, and was the Junior Guide, the Rainbows. I think my 2 girls both did the Rainbows and then went into the Girl Guides many years ago. 124 for 1. Next ball is forced into the offside. Didn't do the Scouts, so we had a 124 for 1 at the end of the 32nd. Local village youth club type scenario where they ran most things. You know, they run trips here and there, or you know, once every 2 or 3 weeks there'd be a Saturday night trip to the local swimming baths, or you know, discos here and there, all sorts of things through the year. But it wasn't, you know, I guess it was like a weekly Scouts thing, in that it wasn't just a youth club scenario where you'd go and there'd be music on and everybody would be drinking, you know, a glass of White Lightning or something behind the bike shed. You know, it was an organised activity. You know, one week it might be a table tennis tournament, the next a pool tournament. You know, that sort of thing. There'd be an event on. That was the little village youth club held in the old village hall. 124 for 1 at the end of that over. Time for me to go, figuratively and literally.
Some more memories from Dave when he returns after his 2 o'clock update for Radio Nottingham. Here is Liam Hurt in and bowling to Ben Slater. That's angled across. Slater, who's up onto his toes again, getting the bat out the way of that. High hands up to kind of shoulder height, and allows that one to travel into the gloves of Alex Davis. Lancashire's a wicket keeper, no run. 124 for 1. Lancashire have got 2 slips with Keaton Jennings with his arms folded behind his back, and Liam Livingston at second slip, kind of waving his arms across his stomach at second slip. Jennings at first. Hart balls, a wideish ball which Slater tries to perhaps cut, playing a miss through to Davis, and there's no run. It's a gully, which is Tom Hartley, who's not had a ball yet, has he? No. And then there's a deep backward point, which is George Balderson. Extra cover in Josh Bahanam. Mid-off is Tom Bailey. Mid-on's the captain, Dane Villas, has hurt balls, and Slater He's helped the ball through the onside, going back into his crease and easing the ball off his hip. Out to Rob Jones, who's on the field, so he's on the 12th man for somebody at the minute, with Wood down at fine leg, just down below us. Hurt bowling from the pavilion end of the ground. The Nottinghamshire players sat on the balcony there watching. Got a good view there, elevated position, watching Hurt in and bowling to Duckett. It's worked up to Dane Willis at mid-on, and there is no run. 125 for 1. Duckett 26, Slater on 70. The opening day of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, on the banks of the River Trent. Plenty of empty white seats all around the ground. There'd be plenty of people watching it today had it been a regular fixture on a Saturday. As Duckett's up onto his toes and cutting that out towards Bolson on the point boundary. And he's through for a single, up to 27, 126 for 1. Popular venue for Lancashire supporters, travelling supporters, to come and watch the cricket. Trent Bridge, always a good venue to watch cricket at. Do like coming here. Such a shame again that nobody in to witness the game, but I'm privileged to be able to be here to describe the action for you. There's Hurt balls to Slater. Another single here up towards deep square leg where Rob Jones comes up to field. Stephen Croft is the man that's not out there at the minute, which is the reason why Jones is on the field. And Slater gets an extra run and keeps the strike as well, so 71 not out for Ben Slater. Meanwhile, Ben Duckett 27 not out. Hurt 7 overs for 39. His first 2 went for 24. In that morning spell when Lancashire just didn't quite get it right with Bailey apart. It's an excellent hour and 15 minutes for Hamid and for Slater. In particular Slater, albeit Hamid played some nice shots. But just that one wicket. Hamid, LBW, George Bolson for 22. Here is Bailey for Lancashire, starting his 9th over, right arm around the wicket, bowling to Slater. And just a little shuffle back into his crease and drops the ball into the onside and then gets through for 1. And another 50 partnership, so Ben Slater and Ben Duckett now have added 50 for the second wicket, with 27 of those runs coming for Ben Duckett. So 2 good opening partnerships, Hamid and Slater, and now Duckett and Slater. Again, the top of the innings off to a good start for Notts. So Bailey balls pushed full but wide of off stump and left by Duckett, and through to Alex Davis, and there is no run. So a nice start to the post-lunch session really for Notts. Not too many alarms and just ticking the score along quite nicely. Of course they have that maximum of 120 overs to bat each side in the Bob Willis Trophy. 33.2 of those allotted overs so far. Bailey balls to Duckett. That might just spit a little bit at Ben Duckett. Takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he defends to mid-on, and then both batsmen have a little wander down the pitch, and Duckett does a little bit of scraping with his bat, just clearing the deck. Just a fraction. That spat towards Duckett, but he played it calmly enough. 128 for 1. And Bailey, squad number 8, with his shirt out of his trousers, short sleeves, into Duckett, and that's edged and not taken. Keaton Jennings at first slip, and he had a yelp of frustration from Tom Bailey. And that's a moment of real frustration for the Lancashire bowler. And to compound matters, it went for 4 down to the third man boundary, but he got the outside edge.
You'd say perhaps, I'm obviously guessing here, but there's maybe 5 gone through the slip cordon today for boundaries. No, it's questionable whether any carried, but there's plenty gone through the slips, either between first and second or second and third, hasn't there?
Back in Bailey bowling to Duckett, worked off the pads through the onside for a single. Yeah, that was low again. It was kind of ankle height. It may well have bounced in front of Keaton Jennings. It's difficult to tell from here. It went through Jennings and Livingston. Certainly low down, ankle height, may not have carried, but the yelp of frustration from Bailey might have been more the fact it didn't carry than the chance put down. But as you say, there's been a few which have gone through that region.
You're bound to be annoyed when you've had the better of the batsman, found the edge.
Yeah. Backing of Bailey to Slater. That's another run which he adds to his total, just helping the ball out towards square leg. No, it's a leg by, deflected off the thigh pad, so a leg by. So Slater remains on 72, and a rather frustrated Tom Bailey is still wicketless. He's bowled 9 overs for 25, and Nottinghamshire are 134 for 1.
And then all the Lancashire players are heading off towards the boundary rope to find a little coffee table that's been put out there with a bottle of hand sanitizer on, just to squirt a bit of gel on. A group of 4 or 5 of them are also heading for the Lancashire 12th man, who's undoubtedly got a few bottles of water down there as well for them just to take some fluid on. Did see, was it Rob Jones on the field? Yeah, is it number 12?
Yeah, he's on for Stephen Croft at the minute.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. Assume it's just a quick comfort break, but he's been on for 2 or 3 overs now, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I think he's been on since lunch, hasn't he? I don't think we've seen...
It's rather more than that then. It's about 6 overs since lunch.
Yeah. I think we're going to update BBC Radio Manchester listeners in the next moment or two. They're going to join us for a little brief update.
I'll stay quiet then.
Going to be hurt. We will continue. Gary Morgan sends me a message to tell me that 16 runs in boundaries through the slips today.
Thanks, Gary.
Here comes Hurt. Around the wicket to Slater, but left and through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Now frustrate Lancashire that those runs and edges not carrying. Yeah, we're underway after lunch as well, and Nottinghamshire have enjoyed a good day so far. 134 for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Hasib Hamid, remember him, former Lancs man, out for 22. Played nicely for his 22, but trapped LBW of the bowling of George Balderson. But Ben Slater is 72 not out, and Ben Duckett 32 not out. Slater already with a century against Lancashire this season. He played for Leicestershire in the first Bob Willis Trophy match and made 172. He's got 72 more to his name for Nottinghamshire in this game, and Duckett on 32. So Lancashire trying to get themselves another wicket. It's been a frustrating day. They've had a couple of edges which haven't carried. There's been runs that have gone through slips, and 1 or 2 of the Lancashire players just starting to look a little frustrated with things at the minute. They won the toss. They opted to have a ball first, and Nottinghamshire are 134 for 1. Hurt into Slater. That's off the back foot and pushed out towards deep point for 1 run. 73 to him now, 135 for 1.
Big night ahead. Wandering around the Nottingham city centre, looking at the sides.
I don't know. I'll have a quiet evening, I think. Well behaved. Might have a little Sunday trip out to West Bridgeford or something like that. Might do that instead. Quiet night tonight. Had a busy week. I've been camping this week, you know. I went camping in the Peak District.
Voluntarily?
Aye, yeah. Hurt to to Duckett, just following this delivery.
The hotel's shut.
Through to Davis, no run. Well,
have you been evicted?
I thought I'd do
camping voluntarily.
Yeah, I thought I'd do something a little bit different. A couple of days off in between games. Weather forecast looked well. Actually, the weather forecast looked good, and then it changed to thundery showers. And that last week up at Durham, I was chatting to Martha about this. About whether do I go? Do I not go? The thunderstorms are predicted. I don't fancy camping in a lightning storm. You know what I mean? It's so much fun that I went for it in the end. To Duckett, pushed back towards the bowler. There's no run in the Peak District.
Oh, the Peaks.
Yeah,
I thought you said the Lakes.
No, the Peaks. In the Peaks, Peak District. Yeah.
Why did you choose that?
I don't know. Again, just never really been around there that much. I've been to the lakes and stuff.
You had your own tent, or bought one specifically for the job?
Well, I've done it before, so yeah, we've already got the tent.
Right.
Did a bit of walking.
Sat around the campfire, gingangooli and all that.
Not quite. Didn't have the campfire, but you could hire a little wood burner if you wanted to. To Duckett, who's in behind and defending back to the bowler.
So what did you do then? Go to the pub for you?
Well, there was a pub right next door to the campsite. Yeah, there was, which was handy. 135 for 1, Duckett 32, Slater on 73. So yeah, had a couple of evenings sat outside in the pub because it was nice weather. Did a bit of cooking on the camp stove.
No fishing involved or anything like that?
No fishing. No, plenty of walking.
Why?
Well, why not? Enjoy the Peak District and its beautiful countryside.
Oh dear.
So did a bit of walking. About 10 miles away from Buxton where we're camping.
Oh crikey. Well, I hope you get better soon. Here's Tom Bailey. To bowl to Slater, who's on 73. He's edged. Oh, he hasn't edged it. Oh, the deviation as ball went past the bat there was quite considerable, but maybe just a little bit of a nibble off the seam. Not for all the world, as if Slater's fine knock had ended there. Lovely delivery, right on target, just short of a length, just outside off stump, and then nibbled away with Slater groping at fresh air. Thought he'd got his man, but not quite. Slater again, run past Tim Robinson's right shoulder, and the umpire watches as it's just pushed out as far as Josh Bohannon. 135 for 1, Nottinghamshire asked to bat first. The opening partnership lasted for around about 90 minutes, final ball of the 20th over, when Hasiba Mead was sent on his way for 22. That was 78 for 1. George Balderson with the wicket. Joe Clark doing next. Clark, who got a century against Lancashire last year in the Royal London match here, that 400 plays 400 match, 135 for 1 that we were talking about right at the start of last year, although it seems about 4 years ago. Doesn't it?
It does,
really?
yeah, I agree, yeah. Like a long time ago.
Stephen Mullaney, former Lancashire man, seems to have got a fairly regular slot at number 5 now. Of course, he's shuttled up and down the order plenty of time since moving from Trent Bridge, or from Old Trafford to Trent Bridge. 35 for 1 as Bailey again. Slater defence. Peter Trigo has batted at 6 in both Nottinghamshire's games so far. 39-year-old former Somerset man. Didn't play any red ball cricket last year. Deemed surplus to requirements in the West Country and joined Notts in the winter. Tom Moores, the wicket keeper, number 7, got 100 last week against Yorkshire. First one here at Trent Bridge for him. Very much enjoyed watching that as Bailey bowled, and again Slater solidly behind it defensively. Samit Patel, I'm pretty sure in his long career has never scored 100 against Lancashire. He's now down at number 8 in the order. The day that Notts won the title in 2010, he was dismissed for 96. I think that's the most he's ever scored against Lancashire. And then down there amongst the rats and mice at the bottom of the order, Zach Chappell, Matt Carter and Tom Barber. A couple of quick bowlers and a big tall off spinner. Bailey, final ball of the 36th. Bowls and playing away from his body. Slater's got another boundary down to third man, this time to the left of gully, to the right of point. And Slater is on to 77, knots 139 for one. And Bailey visibly a little disgruntled with the way this spell is going as far as he's concerned. 139 for one. Bailey 10 overs, none for 29. Still decent figures, but he'd love to get one in the end column and probably deserves to, but nothing yet for him or for Liam Hurt, who's going to continue. Yeah,
he's been unlucky, hasn't he, Tom Bailey? He's got a couple of edges which either have carried, been put down, or have bounced just in front of the slips. He's been a little unlucky. Tom Bailey's bowled well, and he, as you say, cutting a bit of an frustrated figure there. It's mid-off. Stephen Croft is back on the field. He's gone in at first slips. Rob Jones is still there, so that must mean that Keaton Jennings has disappeared off the field for a minute. Hurt into to Duckett, nudged away through the onside for one run. Duckett to 33, 140 for one. So maybe if that last edge did bounce in front of Jennings, and certainly it was low down, at best it was ankle height if it got to him on the full. Maybe they just hurt a finger perhaps with that. We shall see. But to the minute, Croft is back on that first slip, Livingston at second, and Rob Jones still at gully. So Liam Livingston is just off the field at the minute. He's hurt, right arm around the wicket, shortish ball, which Slater bends his knees and allows that one to go past. No run.
Yorkshire 106 for 4 against Derbyshire at Headingley, the two teams in the North Group that have, well, both beaten Nottinghamshire, but have both played 2-1-2. A couple of wickets there to Michael Cohen. Just set Yorkshire back a little bit. South African quick bowler, fairly diminutive, but quite pacey.
Run here for Slater off the back foot, out towards deep point. Moves to 78, 141 for one. .141 for one brings Duckett back on strike. 33 not out. Alan asks a question on Twitter about Jennings fielding at second slip, but as I say, it's important, first slip rather, it's important to stress that these chances, if they did carry, were really, really difficult. This is pulled by Duckett through mid-wicket. He might get 4. He will, actually. It's a terrific shot by Duckett. Onto it quickly, in position early, on the back foot, and pull through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He moves up to 37, 145 for one.
Still relatively early in a 4-day match, but I wonder if Dane Vilas would like to revisit his decision at the toss. See, sides come here in April and May, stick the other team in when they win the toss, but
Hurt to Duckett. It's played up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I said to you, didn't I? I could see Stephen Mullaney, the current restrictions prevent us from going out to the middle to watch the toss. No problem with that. That's absolutely fine. Only have the people out there that need to be. But we saw the toss being conducted out there with the umpires, and straight away Stephen Mullaney made the batting gesture to his team, to his group at the far end of the ground, and just presumed he'd won the toss. 145 for one. Hurt again.
Yep, final ball of the over to Duckett. That's up to mid-off. Oh, they've got through for one. It was to the right of Bailey at mid-off. Duckett's got a single. He's pinched a strike as well to end the over. 38 not out. Ben Duckett. Nottinghamshire 146 for one.
I a song title, isn't it? Hurt Again. I bet somebody's had a hit with Hurt Again. Do you not think? A real melancholy number.
I can imagine that, yeah. I can imagine you doing that on karaoke, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I've probably done it.
Yeah, kind of just half
won't remember it.
Half on a stool, you know what I mean? Just like a kind of casual approach, sat on a stool up on the stage.
Or a crooning number, you know, a bit of a Lionel Richie, Hurt Again. Hurt Again by Lionel Richie. 146 for 1. He's impressed, like the look of him, especially the Hannon Dolby reference. I was so pleased I got that before Fletcher twittered in, or whatever he did, WhatsApped in to tell me. Cause it was killing me. I knew he looked like somebody when he was bowling. Here's Bailey into Duckett, who nudges it into the offside, and there's no run. Wonder who that might be. I wonder who that might be. You know, if you dangle a maggot in the water, you don't know what you're going to catch, do you? Really. I know it's Chris Ellis. Sent me a link to the hit single "Hurt Again" by Julia Michaels. Thanks, Chris. I won't play it now, but yeah, just knew somebody would. Hurt Again. There's Bailey again. I'm sure there's not been one about Tom Bailey. Comes in, bowls. It's a push and run by Duckett, safely home. Fielding by Willis, and appropriately enough, on Crucible final day, we've got a 147 on the board. Nottinghamshire 147 for 1. This partnership worth 68 between the Bens. Slater 78 and Duckett 39. Bailey has a shoelace undone, so he bends down. Here he comes. Like England's Stuart Broad. Where's number 8? There's a push and run from Slater. Takes him to 79 and knots up to 148 for 1. Mark Modd says loads of people at the snooker, no one is allowed at the cricket, it's madness. That's true, Mark. That's very, very true, but all cricket supporters, whether you like snooker or not, should hope that it goes well and without incident, and everybody can see that you know, you can safely get people watching live sport again. 148 for 1. Next ball, nice and full. Whoa, fabulous from Duckett. It was in his arc outside the off stump. Don't know why they're running. The ball's already over the rope. They could have saved a kilojoule or two there, the two batsmen, because that was always going to go for 4. And if there were a crowd here, they'd be applauding the Nottinghamshire 150, 152 for 1. And it's just got the feel, Scott, of being a Lancashire side out there, heads down a little bit, and yeah, on cue, look at the two slips in the gully, just suddenly started clapping in unison, as almost as if they got the same feeling. That looking round at the team, you know, 1 or 2 heads were down. They need a lift as Bailey tries to get it for them. 152 for 1. That's it. Somebody just said, "Come on, let's get going again. Let's get in this together." And as we've seen with cricket, and far cleverer people than me have said, you know, 1 wicket can sometimes bring 2, bring 3, and things can very quickly change in momentum. But right now they need that change in momentum. Slater and Duckett pretty much having things their own way. Bailey, final ball of the 38th over, bowling to Ben Duckett on 43. Hit him on the pad, asking. I think they were rather keener behind the wicket than the actual bowler. Certainly Tim Robinson didn't want to know. End of the over, 152 for 1. Bailey and Slater definitely had a word exchange there. Could have been absolutely anything. Of course, they have played against each other already this season. You know, could have just been, what do you reckon, mate? Or it could have been anything. But they definitely exchanged words. 152 for 1 after 38 overs, and I think we're going to get a bowling change.
Yeah, I think they'll feel as though they've been a little bit unlucky as well at times, Lancashire this morning. And they've had a as we've mentioned, they've found the edge. I think all, if not most of them, have bounced short, or at least have been at the very best, kind of barely ankle high, really low down. But certainly some have dropped short. There have a couple of LBW appeals which haven't gone their way. That maybe they just feel as though they've been a touch unlucky. But as you said, they've got to try and find a way, haven't they, of getting themselves back into the day. At the minute, it's firmly belonged to Notts.
Andy Easham's been on music theme.
Okay.
Reminding me that Tom Bailey is quite a famous figure in the world of popular music. Any ideas?
I'll come back to you. There's Luke Wood, left arm of the wicket, ball into Slater, down towards Tom Hartley at long leg for a single, just clipping this off his pads, moves to 80, 1-5, 3 for 1. Go on. I can't help you with this.
No, it's not. You're not great, have you?
No.
He was.
Tom Bailey.
So says Andy Easton. Thanks, Andy. Hi, Dave. Continuing the musical thread, Tom Bailey was and still is the lead of the 80s trio, the Thompson Twins, now solo.
Oh.
Thompson Twins. I thought that would have come up before.
See,
See, if he'd said to me about the Thompson Twins, I wouldn't have remembered Tom Bailey. I'd remember Alana Curry, so I don't know if that says more about me or Andy or what, but I remember Alana.
Wood into to Duckett, who gets on top of the bounce and works it a little wristily into the onside and jogs through for 1, moves to 44, 1-5-4 for 1. The Thompson Twins?
Yeah.
No, I'm not aware of their work.
Oh, crikey.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. That's I'm oblivious to that.
What was the big hit? No need to send it in because I'm looking at their big hits. Oh, crikey. Diddle-dee.
Is that one of the tunes?
No. Doctor. That's the one I was trying to think of. That was massive.
Was it?
Yep.
Okay. Wood into to Slater, who swings and misses and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So where did the name come from, the Thompson Twins? Did you know that one?
Well, having never heard of them, I definitely don't know where the name comes from.
You've never heard of the group, the Thompson Twins?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No.
Well, have you heard of Tintin?
Is it like the cartoon character?
Yeah, the cartoon character.
Yeah.
Well, there was a couple of genuine cartoon twins on there, and they were called the Thompson Twins, and the pop group took their name from them. But there weren't two of them, and they weren't twins. They were Tom Bailey, I think there's another bloke, and Alana Curry.
Luke Wood bowls, left by Slater through to Alex Davis, and there's no run.
So there you are, you've got your Tom Bailey reference for future.
Like it, thank you very much.
Were you in the Thompson Twins, Tom?
I'm not sure if you can hold a tune or not, Tom Bailey.
Doctor, that was the big one.
That's it. You think I'd recognise it if I heard it?
100% certain.
Right, okay.
Not if I sang it to you,
Yeah.
but if you heard the genuine version. Yeah. Every day's a school day.
It's been an educational day, hasn't it? Definitely. Wood to Slater, down the leg side. Good take by Davis. Tumbling away to his right, hands the ball to Liam Livingston, who I saw just a few moments ago, twirling his arms around, whether he's just keeping loose or whether he's trying to give a little clue to the skipper. They do, of course, have the spinning option of Tom Hartley.
So what's he? Offie?
He's a left-arm spinner.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he's in the team, but not seen him bowl just yet.
Of course, good news about Simon Kerrigan this week.
Yes, and for Northants, hasn't he? Yeah. Wood to complete the over, bowling to Slater. It's clipped through mid-wicket, and he comes back for 2. Moves up to 82, and knots on to 1-5-6 for 1 at the end of the 39th over of their first innings. Yes, I think it's a contract till the end of the summer, isn't it? I think it's just a contract for Simon Kerrigan at Northants. Wish him well with that move. But there's been a decent list of left-arm spinners at Lancashire over the course of the last 10, 12 years, going back to Gary Keady and obviously Simon and Stephen Parry and Tom Hartley, the latest to represent Lancashire at first class cricket. We are going to see Liam Livingstone, so that little twirl of the shoulders and the arms to get loose was more than just a hint. It was perhaps an instruction from his captain to get warm. So he's replaced Tom Bailey, who I think will be feeling as though it's perhaps not the day to put on the lottery ticket for him tonight, because he's not been particularly lucky. He has found the edge on a couple of occasions, and there's a couple of shouts for LBW which haven't gone his way. He's been unlucky. Tom Bailey's bowled well today, but for no reward. So Liam Livingstone is who they're turning to see if they can try and break this partnership of 78 between Ben Duckett and Ben Slater. 156 for 1. I think Radio Lancashire, Dave, are going to join me in a minute, so
I can take a hint. Shut up, Dave, is what you're saying.
I'll do the Livingstone over, which should be when Lancashire join us for this update. So 1 slip in place. Duckett on 44. Here comes Livingstone in and balls to Duckett. Played into the offside for no run. 156 for 1. Nottinghamshire into the afternoon session on the first day of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture here at Trent Bridge. And a frustrating day for Lancashire so far. Just that 1 wicket, a Hasib Hamid dismissal in the morning session for 22 off the bowling of George Balderson. LBW's trapped Hamid to break a good partnership with Hamid and Slater, but Slater is still there, unbeaten on 82. And now he's alongside Ben Duckett, who's 44 not out, and these two have added 78 runs so far for this second wicket. This after Lancashire won the toss and opted to have a ball first. They've had a couple of appeals for LBW turned down. They've had a couple of edges which haven't carried to slip. It's been a frustrating day so far for the Red Rose with Notts. 157 for 1.
Got your own jingle there, I like that. A single was taken there just as Scott was wrapping up his report, which means this is now a higher partnership than the first wicket. 78 for the first, and now this pair have added 79. Umpire Paul Baldwin has decided he can't see at square leg, so he's gone over to point as Livingstone round the wicket. Bowls, ooh, a little bit of gentle turn there away from Slater's bat. Who's gone in at short leg with all the gear on, Scott, all the armoury?
Stephen Croft, he says, not with a great deal of certainty.
157 for 1. It's 3 or 4 paces away from the batsman there. Oh, clipped away at his Croft, yeah, as he turns away from us. We can clearly see his number 15. Crouched down low there. It's sometimes difficult to pick them out. 158 for 1. Duckett onto 45. Slater 83. Also got a real platform here to go on and put a good score on the board. Livingstone round the wicket, bowls, and again an opportunity here for Slater to take a single. He hesitated, having got halfway down. It was Duckett, I beg your pardon. Duckett onto 46, but there was a little bit of a shall we, shan't we? And that's the end of Livingstone's first over. Went for 3 runs, no real harm done for either side, and at the end of the 40th over, the players are just going to go and sanitise their hands. 50 overs remain in the day.
Well, it's worth a little dabble, isn't it, from Liam Livingstone? I mean, Dame Villas needs to try and find something to break this partnership and to try and get a bit of energy back into the team. They need to do that. Obviously, they need a couple of wickets to get them back onto the front foot, so he's gone to Liam Livingstone. It's definitely worth a go to do that. I think Lancashire will feel as though I think at times, I mean, apart from a couple of overs from Balderson, Liam Hurt's first 2 overs were quite expensive, but then he came back pretty well. I think we mentioned at length now, Tom Bailey's probably a bit unlucky, maybe even Luke Wood, who bowled quite a decent spell in the morning session. So there'll be a lot of frustration about Lancashire at the minute, but they've just got to try and find a way to break this partnership, and they've gone to Livingstone to see if he can conjure something up. But so far, this is excellent by Duckett and by Slater. 81 runs for this second wicket. And 159 for 1.
15th of August, a couple of notable things have happened at Old Trafford on this day in history. 1981, the Ashes Botham's Ashes. Well, this was the day when Ian Botham scored that century. He got one at Headingley, of course, but he also got one at Old Trafford. Many people say it was his finest innings from only 86 balls, and that went to pretty much secure the series. Luke Wood starts a new over, bowling to Duckett down the leg side. 2005, 15 years ago. Another famous Ashes. Everybody remembers 1981. Everybody remembers 2005. This was the day where such was the interest at Old Trafford. Last day, tickets were for sale on the gate, £10. And not only was it a complete sellout, they reckon there were 10,000 people turned away from Old Trafford, tried to get in, and England got right down to the last pair, and Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee held on for 4 overs for a draw. 159 for 1. This one through to the keeper. You'd have still been in infant school, wouldn't you?
Not
2005.
Quite.
It's Jack Russell's birthday, August the 15th. Jack born this day in 1963, so he's 57. And apart from having a fantastic career as an international and a county cricketer, a great wicket keeper, of course, he's a fabulous artist, isn't he? I don't know if any of our listeners have seen Jack Russell's work or bought one of his paintings or even his books of paintings. They are brilliant as this is pushed into the offside. Occasionally, particularly with outgrounds over the years, we've turned up somewhere. It might have been at Southport. You know,
he was.
That year,
yeah.
you and I went to Southport together, 159 for 1, and he'll just quietly get on with his work, and unless he's got anything to sell, in which case he'll let everybody know he's there. But we've seen him at Scarborough, we've seen him at Welbeck. He was at the Isle of Wight last year, actually, but very often the outgrounds because he's done all the major grounds. But happy birthday to Jack Russell. Don't know anybody who's got a bad word to say about Jack. Lovely fella. 57 today, Jack. This one's put down. Well, if it was off the bat, there was an LBW appeal, so I suspect that might not have been, but it produced an LBW shout from Luke Wood, but then the ball ballooned up to gully where Stephen Croft could just about reach it one-handed and put it down, with some others suggesting that it might have been a chance there, but all in all it was just a dot ball. I don't really think it was a chance. 159 for 1.
They might have asked the question, had Croft kept a hold of it, just in case they may have been inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, one of those you'd like to review, wouldn't you, if you could. Next one, worked onto the leg side by Duckett. Is the 2, is the 2, is the 2. Out to Liam Hurt, there isn't 2. Duckett onto 47. What else happened? On this day in 1964, in a test match for England against Australia, Fred Truman dismissed Neil Hawke, Colin Cowdrey with the catch. Fred Truman, the first test match bowler to reach 300 wickets, and said afterwards, he was asked afterwards if he thought anybody else would ever do it, and he said, I don't know if they will, but if they do, they'll be beep tired, he said. 160 for 1. Next ball sees Slater get into a really ugly position. He managed to avoid either being struck or get his bat on it. 160 for 1. Just a couple of others. John Childs was born on this day, 1951. He played for England. He was Gloucestershire and then an Essex spinner. He had a couple of tests against that great West Indies side of 88. John Childs. And for not supporters, 1977 on this day, Derek Randall caught Rodney Marsh at Headingley, the catch that clinched the Ashes. And that came just a week or two after Jeff Boycott had run him out here in that famous match. They went to Headingley, and quite fittingly that Derek Randall took the catch. I've got a famous Lancashire birthday for you for tomorrow.
Oh, nice,
Yeah,
okay.
We'll keep you...
You're teasing me with that one, aren't
yeah.
you? I like it.
Remind me, though. I'll have slept on.
So Livingston's going to keep going. Second over for him. He brings Duckett forward and pushes into the offside, no run.
We're an hour to the scheduled tea interval, and we need to bowl 17 overs before tea. So if Livingston stays on, they might get 17 in. I doubt it, but we might have tea on time.
Livingston from around the wicket, and that's cut through the offside, but for no run. He's got a bit of reinforcements on the offside. Liam Livingston, Croft at short extra cover, and then at extra cover. There's a mid-off, there's backward point, there's a deep extra cover as well. Forward goes Duckett, just pushing the ball back towards Liam Livingston, who fields off his own bowling. 160 for 1. Willis at mid-wicket. Bailey's at mid-on. And there's a long leg as well. Livingston in to Bucket. And Duckett just drives into the offside. And there's no run. Bohannon there to field and loops the ball back to Liam Livingston. On 47, Ben Duckett. From just 68 deliveries, so he's been nice and busy as well. Good support with Ben Slater, who's still there. Duckett looking to sweep, and sweeps he does, just in front of square for 4 to bring up a half-century. Excellent 50 by Ben Duckett. 51 not out from 69 deliveries, and his 7th 4 swept in front of square on the leg side, brings up a half-century. And continuing an excellent partnership with Ben Slater, worth 86 runs now.
Well played, Ben. Don't think that was the cleanest connection he's made all day, but just about reached the ropes.
164 for 1. Livingston in, and then this time paddling the ball over the keeper and down towards the boundary at fine leg, and he might even reach the rope on this occasion. George Balderson having to come around from deep backward square to try and cut the ball off. He can't get there in time. A bit of improvisation from Ben Duckett. It's a successive force to end the over.
I don't think he hit either of them as he,
I
as
think
he
he probably
intended.
did, no. And the second one looked like it had kind of plugged in the grass and was not going to roll too far. In the end, it disappeared down towards the boundary. So he's moved to 55, and Nottinghamshire 168 for 1.
Yes, it's not how, I guess. It's just how effective, and moved on very nicely indeed. 55 not out from 70 balls. His highest score for knots at Trent Bridge is 80, which he made on debut at the back end of 2018 against Yorkshire. Only averaging 19 on this ground. He's scored 1 championship 100 for knots. That was at Edgbaston last year, and of course he had that double 100 at Fenners at the start of 2019. But quite a lean time of things, especially here at Trent Bridge. He was at the top of the order for most of last season. The last few matches they moved him down into the middle order, but this year they've found a slot for him at number 3, and will this be the day that he gets his first Trent Bridge 100? Slater has similar thoughts. His 100 for knots did come here. It was against Yorkshire back end of 2018, that same match that Ben Duckett made his debut for knots. But he did also get one at Fenners, sharing that huge opening partnership of over 300 with Duckett. 168 for 1. There's Luke Wood, born in Sheffield. This one goes through to the keeper, just the other side of the border. Hails from Worksop, very north of Nottinghamshire, and was born just over the border. 168 for 1. Made his debut for his home county the last match of 2014 against Sussex, and it was a year later against the same county where he scored his maiden 100 that I was talking about earlier. Not many people have ever treated Steve McGoughlin like he did that day. Just went out and kept hitting him into the stand. The next ball is forced down into the gully. Decent stop there by Croft, and it remains 168 for 1.
It was a good stop, wasn't it, by Croft? And it was an awkward height for him.
Slater on 83. It's difficult to sort of not bring nerves about nearing a milestone into play on these first class grounds with huge screens just showing every single run as it goes up. This time it's dabbed to backward point. 169 for 1. I'm sure anybody that's sort of played club cricket have been to grounds where You know, the board is only updated every 5 overs or every 10 overs. Individual scores aren't put up, and then suddenly you'll hear a shout, tell him he's on 49, or you'll hear the other shout, you know, if you get the single, you know, everybody will just suddenly start clapping, and you think, oh, that went well, I thought I was only on about 25. You know, that's the day when it is going nicely for you. But on these grounds, Duckett well aware now, looking up, that he's on 84. Slater, beg your pardon, Duckett aware that he's on 55. Luke Wood bowls. It's a scruffy inside edge onto the leg side. Catcham says, if Lancashire at home at Trent Bridge, did they have any say on the way the pitch was prepared? Great coverage on the live stream and commentary as always. I did read the Lancashire preview on the Lancashire County Cricket Club website yesterday, and Glenn Chappell, I think, effectively said, you know, it's just a shame we don't have a say on the pitch. So I just presume from reading that the answer is no.
Yeah, I asked him the question after the Durham match last week, what advantage is there? You know, in theory, you're at home. I'll come back to it.
Here's Wood into bowl, and this is nudged up to mid-on. No run.
And he said none.
Yeah.
He said, we can ask the question about the pitch, but you know, I don't think there's any advantage in terms of an influence over how it's prepared.
You see, last week, Notts elected to play the extra spinner and use the same strip they played against Derbyshire with. So it's not even as if Lancashire could have said, you know, have you got a wearing wicket, because it's already had 8 days cricket on it. I'm sure they couldn't use it again. Here's Luke Wood into bowl, clipped away nicely by Duckett on the leg side, out to Liam Hurt. Single there, 170 for 1. Duckett counting nicely, takes a single from the 6th ball. He's on 56. Slater is on 84. It would have been very interesting if the rules, the practice that we've had over the last 3 or 4 seasons continued, where the away team had the choice, wouldn't it? You know, how they'd sort of gone about manipulating the regulations, if that was still in force.
Yeah, that rule came to an end, didn't it? The option of the away team and the lack of toss if required, they've scrapped that. But there have been quite a few different changes for this competition this year. Obviously the 120 overs in the first innings being a big one, the new ball not being due until 90 overs. There is Livingston to continue, and Duckett sweeps him into the onside for 4 runs.
Lost the flight of that again. It seemed to take the aerial route.
It did, yeah. I had to wait till the umpire then to signal that. I'd lost that.
Yeah, I did see it somewhere saying that you know, sides wouldn't be able to take a second new ball on the same day because it had been put up to 90 overs. Notts had bowled their 90 overs by 20 past 5, with Matt Carter bowling 30 odd of them and Samet 20 odd of them. I think they got 100 overs in the day in the end. So they did take a second new ball. It's quite incredible.
Got 100 overs in a day.
Yeah,
good effort. Duckett's on to 60. This partnership's round worth 96. Livingston bowls 2 and he gets 4 in defence and drops it into the offside. No run.
See him when he gets bowling. Matt Carter doesn't take very long at all, nor does Samet. I mean, he's been legendary over the years for bowling an over in about 70 seconds.
Livingston continuing, little flatter, touch quicker. Duckett forward, defending, no run.
Yeah, he said plus 24 on the over 8 column. It's just quite extraordinary.
Good effort. Part of the tactic, was it? Let's bowl quickly and get that second new ball on the first day. Slip in play, says Livingston, skips in. Duckett goes off the back foot this time, cuts the ball out towards deep point. Tom Hartley lurking there on the cover boundary, sweeps round to his right hand side to field the ball. Just the extra run to the total, 175 for 1. Duckett 61 not out. Slater on 84. Stephen Croft puts his protective gear back on because he's back in position at short leg. Keaton Jennings at first slip and the keeper all there now crouching down. Livingston in to Slater, nudging the ball into the onside. Willis, the captain for Lancashire at mid-wicket, quickly onto that to stop any suggestion or thought, idea of a quick single. And Livingston back to his mark, keen to get through the over, bowling quickly. Not 1 ball left of his 3rd. And Slater drives through the offside, but just for one. Keeps the strike. 85 not out. 98 runs now, the partnership between Slater and Duckett. Nottinghamshire 176 for 1.
Yeah, not too much in this so far for Liam Livingston. 3 overs, none for 17. Not look particularly threatening. Nothing sort of turning and beating the bat. And Slater and Duckett just milking the bowling at the moment. 1 or 2 problems for Dane Villas to solve. Luke Wood's going to continue. Bit of a chat going on out there. The skipper having a bit of a natter with there's Keaton Jennings he was talking to there.
I mean, Keaton himself is a bowling option. Bohannon as well. Josh Bohannon's a bowling option.
I was just going to say Keaton's taken a few wickets against Notts from his days with Durham. 176 for 1. Scored a century on this ground a couple of years ago in that fixture. Keaton Jennings. This time it's defended by Slater. Luke Wood starting a new over. A match where Jennings got a century in the first innings, and then Graham Onions, he got a whole bag full of Onions wickets. You know, and interviewing him afterwards, and you know, he just kept saying, "Well, it was all down to Keaton. It was all down to Keaton." You know, there's a lot of cricketers around where you try and interview them and try and, you know, sort of get them to say about their own performance and how well they done. Wanted to heap praise on somebody else, and Graham Onions was a little bit like that about Keaton that day. 176 for 1. Here's Luke Wood once more, passed on by Paul Baldwin. This one's clipped on the leg side, and there's no run. Paul Baldwin, who didn't play first-class cricket. I have a funny feeling, and I'm probably wrong, but there was some Germany connection with Paul Baldwin. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, whether he was based there when he first came on the first-class list or not. He was born in Epsom in Surrey. He's umpired 18 limited overs internationals. Well, I'm guessing they would be associate nations. I think he was based in Germany before he came on the first-class list. 176 for 1. Next ball wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. Nice fella, as most of them are. Got to have a decent working relationship with the fella that you're standing with. Tim Robinson was here last week. James Middlebrook was the other umpire last week for the Yorkshire game. 176 for 1. I suppose having Tim Robinson here, you know, it saves one of them having too much of a journey to make, or only one of them needs a hotel booking. I don't quite know how it works. As Wood comes in and bowls, and Slater chops this down into the gully. There was a cry. Was that a cry from the umpire? I don't think it was. Yes, it was. Now the arm is stretched out by Paul Baldwin. I thought I'd heard the no ball cry, and then, you know, there was no signal, but he was just sort of moving away from the stumps just in case a shy had gone to that end. So 2 more to Notts. 178 for 1. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester online. 855 medium wave in the northwest. Notts put into bat. 178 for 1 on a real steamy, muggy day at Trent Bridge as Slater forces into the offside, no run.
Yeah, well, it's turned out to be so far a good day for Nottinghamshire. Century partnership between Ben Slater and Ben Duckett. Frustrating one for Lancashire.
Yes, that century partnership just flagged up by Scott there. 150 balls. Very well, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
There's Luke Wood again. In and bowls. Whoop. Slater, I suppose it is slightly correct to say he bobbed down, but he didn't duck down too much. But he didn't have too much to spare, did he? You know, he quickly realised that he wasn't going to have to bob right down, bend his back. So he was down in a stoop. It was always going to soar over his head, but it only just missed his helmet.
It was a mini bob, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a little little flinch.
Yeah. So final ball of the 45th over. And it's Wood bowling to Slater, and again banged in short through to the keeper. So 45 overs gone. We're at the halfway stage of today's allocation. If Notts were to double that over the next 45 overs, they'd be trooping off 356 for 2 at Stumps on day one, and you'd take that. So I think Lancashire have got some work to do. They've got to win the second half of the day, because the first half has gone to Notts quite convincingly.
It has, and that's reflected by the numbers on the scoreboard. Quite interesting how, I mean, both sides will look at it and both sides will assess it, because I'm certain that, you know, if Livingston starts his 4th over and comes into Duckett, who's playing forward in defence, and there's no run, Lancashire will probably say, well, we're a little bit unlucky, the edge is just dropping short. A couple of appeals that were turned down, and top edge which landed short of Willis in the morning session. Could have been different. I'm sure they'll be their assessment of it so far. There's Duckett again being creative and manufacturing shots here with a reverse sweep for 4. For Nottinghamshire up to 65. Not out, and the score to 182 for 1.
Yes, that was nice, wasn't it? First time he's really tried to improvise, play something out of his one-day locker. Executed it nicely.
Yeah, that little ramp paddle shot, didn't he, a few overs ago, which he didn't quite get right, but got runs for it nonetheless. As he plays it forward toward Livingston, who picks the ball up off his own bowling. Gives Duckett a bit of a stare as he pretends to throw towards the stumps.
Yeah, they'd both have been in that one-day hub down at Southampton together, wouldn't they?
And again, wide ball, Duckett takes it on, playing a miss through to the keeper.
We've been a little lax on updating you in scores from elsewhere, but I can tell you Warwickshire 113 for 9 at Edgbaston against Somerset. Somerset have had a fine start to this Bob Willis trophy. A lot of people pointing out they've never won the county championship. It'd be quite ironic if they won the Bob Willis trophy then, wouldn't it? But they're 2 from 2 and going well today.
Livingston in again to Duckett, drives, bursts through the hands of Stephen Croft, and that might be a sore one for Croft on the old fingers there. And he got low down to his left to try and get everything in behind it. Mid-off, comes round to complete the fielding, no run added. 182 for 1 it remains. Livingston back in to complete his over. Another loose-looking shot by Duckett. He's played a couple of those and not edged, which will further compound the frustrations for Lancashire, and Livingston with his hands on his hip and his chin buried into his chest, kind of showing them the body language of a frustrated man. End of the over, 182 for 1. Duckett 65, Slater on 85.
Yeah, Livingston 4 overs, none for 21. Players are going to sanitise their hands. I just wondered, seeing Livingston trotting towards the boundary edge, if he was perhaps going to fetch his cap or something, if he'd been told he was having a spell, but no, he's just going to sanitise his hands, so maybe that he continues. Right now, Slater and Duckett, I don't think we'll mind that too much, but having said that, I don't think they'll mind who's bowling at the moment. But once again, you know, we've often heard it, haven't we? If you can get in and build a partnership in matches, it's much easier than for the next fella when a wicket goes down and you go out there and you've got to start afresh and make the run in from the word go. Everybody that comes in has to start on naught, not out. So it's really incumbent upon Slater and Duckett to make the most of this opportunity. They've both got an opportunity here for a big score, and it remains to be seen whether they can do it or not. 3 o'clock, I'll have to pop next door and update Radio Nottingham.
No problem. We'll have a look at some of the other scores as well through the course of this next over. Dave mentioning the Warwickshire Somerset scoreline. It's at Edgbaston, 113 for 9. A sanitising break has come to an end. Slightly slower than usual. With Lancashire drifting towards their little squirty bottles of sanitising gel, and then slowly just coming back into to position. Two slips are in. Set in. Keaton Jennings and Liam Livingston, they're waiting for the start of this next over from Luke Wood. And Slater drops it out into the offside to a backward point for 1 run. And takes him to 86 not out, 183 for 1. So looking at the other North Group games, and starting with Yorkshire against Derbyshire at Headingley. Yorkshire 133 for 4. Derbyshire won the toss, put Yorkshire into bat, 133 for 4. And the other North Group fixture is at Grace Road. It's the first Grace Road fixture for Leicestershire this season. They're playing Durham. And Durham 165 for 2. Wood to Duckett. Left and through to Davis, no run. So Durham 165 for 2 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. In the Central Group, I mentioned the Warwickshire score at 113 for 9 against Somerset. So Worcestershire against Northants being delayed. Worcestershire 93 for 5. Middlesex are playing Kent at Canterbury, and it's raining there as well, albeit they're due to start at 4 p.m. With Middlesex 22 for 1, but just 9.3 overs possible so far on the first day of that fixture. And the one South Group which is currently seeing some play is at Arundel, where Surrey are playing Hampshire. And Surrey are 53 for 5. There's that Wood running in towards the short mid-wicket in position now, which is Liam Livingston. That ball goes to him actually off the inner edge of Duckett's bat. Trying to push it through the offside, and it squirts through the on. And Livingston stops it low down to his left-hand side. Ian Holland has picked up 4 wickets for Hampshire. Surrey 5 down, 53 for 5. And still nothing at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. Not a ball bowled yet on the third day of that test match. There's Wood to Duckett. It's pulled down to long leg where Hartley comes up to field. Duckett gets a single, so he's 66 now. And Nottinghamshire on 184 for 1. So Pakistan 223 for 9, which was what they closed last night on, albeit that again it was a badly affected day weather-wise. 223 for 9 in their first innings, but still raining, albeit I'm reading that it has stopped, or at least it's very light at the minute, and there's thoughts about a potential inspection in about half an hour's time or so. Wood to Slater. Just tucks the ball through the onside. Luke Wood slumps down, puts his hands on his knees. And a few yelps of, well, anger's not quite right, but certainly frustration would be the word from Tom Bailey and from Luke Wood, who have asked some questions. And Wood's bowled, I think, some good spells. Bailey's bowled really well. I think he'd certainly count himself as being unlucky. But at the minute, the day belongs to the batsman. It belongs to these two in particular, because the partnership is worth 107 runs now between the two Bens, Slater and Duckett. It's Duckett 66 not out, who waits for Wood to complete his 15th over. Trying to force it through the offside, but to the man at cover. And that is the end of the over. Duckett 66 and Slater on 87. Nottinghamshire 185 for 1. And I believe it is raining again in Southampton, so that prospect of a 3:30 inspection might well have ended. Can't do much about the rain, but understand the disappointment, or at least the agony of not playing when it's not raining because of the light. And it is a problem which is well discussed, what to do with cricket with regards to bad light in grounds that have floodlights. Big conversation between captain, senior bowler and wicket keeper here. So Tom Bailey Dane Villas and Alex Davis, trying to conjure up a plan to try and get a breakthrough for Lancashire. Continue with Livingston in the Radcliffe Road end. Forward goes Slater, and just easing the ball back to Livingston. Slowly leans down to his left-hand side to pick it up and spins the ball from right hand to left. He bounces back in and bowls, and Slater going back, tries to catch as he plays it into the onside. It bounces in front of Velas at short mid-wicket and polishes the ball on the bottom of his jumper. Hands on hips, Dane Velas. A lot of that going on in the Lancashire team at the minute. Forward comes Slater. Just dropped out into cover where Bohannon fields, hands it back to Liam Livingston. 48th over of the Nottinghamshire first innings. This 185 for 1. Livingston for Lancashire in and bowling, and Slater just pushing the ball back from where it came from. Picked up by Villas. Back to Livingston, so he's got 2 balls left of his 5th over. Slipping a short leg in play, so Livingston into Slater. It's a wide ball. And watches this one through to Alex Davis. There are a couple of occasions in the last over where Duckett had played and missed a few times to Livingston, but no shot offered there by Ben Slater. In comes Livingston again. Eases the ball, Slater, into the onside. No run. End of the over. Update due for Radio Manchester in just a second or two, Dave. So I shall natter away for a few seconds longer. 185 for 1. And Nottinghamshire still going very nicely in their first innings. 185 for 1 with Ben Slater on 87, Ben Duckett on 66. And this partnership is 107 runs so far for the second wicket. Just the wicket of Hasib Hamid, the Bolton-born batsman who now plays for Nottinghamshire. He made 22, trapped LBW off George Balderson, but that's brought Slater and Duckett together. Lancashire will feel frustrated here. Tom Bailey bowled well and unlucky not to get a wicket. Luke Wood, I think, has bowled well and perhaps a little unfortunate himself. They've found the outside edge of the bat a few times. They've bounced short of the slips, had a couple of LBW shouts turned down, but so far the day has belonged to Duckett and to Slater and to Nottinghamshire, who are 185 for 1.
Balderson coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Outlaw Chris says, I've not been this relaxed watching Notts since the last day at Hove. That was in 2017 when Notts secured promotion, when Billy Root and Chris Reed both scored hundreds to guide Notts to promotion. Bully Boy's been back, Michael Smith. It's been a really good day. Notts are looking very good. 185 for 1. Wonder if he's got the Bully Boy reference as Balderson bowls, and Duckett clips it down fine to the one bowler we haven't yet seen, or one of the 2 bowlers I guess we haven't seen yet, Tom Hartley. Maybe one of a number of bowlers we haven't yet seen. We've not seen Keaton Jennings, we've not seen Stephen Croft, but Tom Hartley, the left arm spinner. I'm looking forward to having a little bit of a look at him when he gets on. I don't know what Warwickshire ended up with, but Tom Abel is already out, and oh no, Warwickshire all out for 121. Abel with the wicket. Slater pushes this into the open spaces on the offside, but no run there. He's on 87, Duckett on 67. Slater was on exactly 50 when Hasib Hamid was dismissed, so Duckett catching him hand over fist at the moment. Partnership of 108. Slater on strike. Alderson with the only wicket to go down today. There's a no ball. That's sort of blighted his performance a little bit. 3 or 4 no balls collectively spread around the Lancashire side so far. 188 for 1. 5th for no ball, so that's an extra 10 runs that have been gifted. Liam Hurt just rolling around on the ground on the offside boundary, so I'm guessing he's going to get himself ready for a bowl. Next ball pushed in his general direction by Slater for a single, 189 for 1, and Slater onto 88. When I say he's rolling around on the ground, he's not he's not just having a little bit of fun like a 6-month-old puppy just out there rolling about on some fresh grass. He is actually, there's some purpose to it. He's stretching from side to side, and now he's bending and flexing. Now he's down on one knee, getting himself ready, getting himself loose. Oh, and very nearly flicked on here. Duckett was just trying to deflect it, nice and fine, a leg side delivery, and it got caught in his pad and very nearly ran back onto the stumps. 189 for 1. Duckett on 67. That would have been a cruel way to end this innings. He's not given much in the way of chances to Lancashire. 1 or 2 slightly false shots have landed safely, but my word, he's put away the bad balls to good effect. Here's Balderson to bowl to Ben Duckett. Again, he's held out the bat. Nothing on it as it passes through to the keeper, just outside the off stump. 189 for 1. Mark Hefter, hoping I don't jinx the boys, have switched over from watching Dave Bedlingham get an elegant 96 for Durham, ex-Plumtree legend. Played against your boys last week, didn't he? Bedlingham.
Did. Yeah, he did.
Local lad from these parts, or spent time playing in these parts. I don't know if he is a local lad. 189 for 1. Next ball clipped away firmly by Duckett, but clipped it out so firmly straight to Hartley. He's only going to get a single. That's the end of that over. 190 for 1. The first batting bonus point, of course, becomes due at 200, so knocks 10 away. Howard's with us from Buenos Aires. Good to hear from you. Delighted with the solid start. Not keen on the weather forecast though. All the best, Howard, in Buenos Aires. 190 for 1.
Yes, tomorrow looks a little thundery.
Well, today did yesterday.
That's true, and it cleared up.
Yesterday I was looking at it. Ugh.
I agree.
So let's hope. Let's hope they've got it wrong.
Got it wrong for my camping trip to the Peak District. It's beautiful. No forecasting storms there, so
it might have been a blessing, you know, had it rained heavily on your way there and forced you to turn around and go home. No, you had a good time, did you?
I did, yeah. There was one thunderstorm, but it was at night, so we if it can rain at night, that's fine. Oh, but I was slightly concerned about the tent and whether it would withstand the thunderstorm. Livingston back in again. Duckett comes forward and defends back to him. There's no run.
I bet you were glamping, knowing you.
No. Full on camping. Livingston to Duckett. It's cut out through the offside. Tom Hartley's at deep point. Duckett wants a second, but Slater wasn't really paying much attention. So just a one.
What are them gluey things called? Yurts or something, aren't they?
Yurts? Are they?
Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Like a bit of a posh igloo.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know if what they're called, but I know what you mean.
But you don't think it's the right word?
Well, it could be. But yeah, it's like a teepee thing, isn't it? Yeah. I think they're properly kitted out, aren't they? They've got the full.
Yeah, no thanks.
They've got a full bed and all the rest of it. And at Livingston to Slater going right back into the crease and works the ball off his pads out through square leg for a single. Slater now to 89. Nottinghamshire to 192 for 1.
I know it's very niche, but if he were to get 100, it would be a little strange, wouldn't it, to get a second 100 in a fortnight against the same opposition playing for a different county.
Yeah. Livingston to Duckett. Playing a miss and through to Alex Davis. Saqib Mahmood is currently on at mid-off.
Yeah. Certainly got changed, hasn't he? He was bowling in all his training gear during the lunch period.
Livingston in, fizzes that one in, and Duckett might get 4 for it. He does. It's a good shot by Duckett. It was a little quicker from Livingston. He's cut that away just behind square on the offside. Tom Hartley's not got an enormous amount of ground to make up, but it went so quickly. Takes Ben Duckett to 73, and Notts are edging towards the first batting bonus point, 196 for 1.
If they stay in, big if underlined, there's every chance that Duckett could reach him to 100. He's only 16 behind now, 89.73, and Slater had 50 start, and was timing it beautifully.
Livingston to Duckett. Pushed away into the offside. No run, end of the over. Yeah, 73 off 97 deliveries.
That's not helped his cause, though. He normally counts better than that and takes a single from the last ball.
Yes.
Make sure he keeps the strike, but he didn't on that occasion.
End of the over, so 50 overs gone of the Nottinghamshire first innings. As Saqib Mahmood makes his way off the field, and Luke Wood, who was temporarily off, returns. 196 for 1.
Going to be Balderson to continue. One or two Georges about now in the game, isn't there? It's George Scott, who's moved from Middlesex to where's he gone? To Gloucestershire. One or two more. Is there a George Rhodes?
There's a George Rhodes, yeah, there is.
196 for 1. Here is George. Fields off his own bowling. It's a jungle out there. There was a George of the jungle, wasn't there? Notts need 4 for a batting bonus point. Quiz night tonight.
Oh, really?
Online quiz.
Yeah, okay. Is it a family affair or friends? Or?
Well, it's the old... it's been an online quiz that's been going since March, since lockdown started. This is pushed into the offside. I think we're in week 22 now or something ridiculous, but it broke all records in... I think it was in April. It's Guinness Book of Records quiz. 180,000 people took part 1 week in April. The most number of people taking part in a quiz at any one time. But have a bit of a go at that. 196 for 1. Next ball to the pads. They're asking here for an LBW against Slater. They've scampered through for a single. Let's have a look at Baldwin. Yeah, he's going to tap his knee, Paul Baldwin. Andy says Dave Bedlingham is from George in the Western Cape. Is that right? Another George. South African then, Dave Bedlingham. Didn't know. I'll be perfectly honest, hands up, I'd not heard of him until last week. Everybody sort of saying, oh, we've got a few runs for Durham, and then the local interest picked up. Nice looking shot from Duckett to mid-on. There's no run. That he'd played not too far from here for the Plumtree Club. 197 for 1.
So this quiz, it's not one that's been arranged between your family and friends. It's like
I don't see why we can't give it a plug. Jay's Virtual Pub Quiz, it's called. And you go on there on YouTube, and we get it up on the telly, and like I say, the numbers have dropped to about 40 to 50,000 now, which is astonishing in that Duckett defends, but it shows what the interest was there and how many people have stayed, and it just lasts an hour, and there's 50 questions, bit of music. They don't have sport too often, which is disappointing, but there might be a bit of music, a bit of science and nature, a bit of whatever, a picture round, general knowledge, and what have you. And then in the interval they'll have some dingbats or some anagrams or something for you to solve, just something to pass the 10-minute interval. 197 for 1. Duckett's on 73, make that 77. That's a good shot, isn't it? That's as good as anything we've seen. Extra cover drive. Balderson just put it in the right area, but he absolutely spanked the pants off it, and Notts are 201 for 1, with Ben Duckett just 12 behind Slater now. Slater 89, Duckett 77. So a bit of light-hearted fun, and you know, you mark your own and all the rest of it, but passes an hour. I generally do all right. I'm not blowing my own trumpet because there's millions of things I don't know, and if they have a music lyrics round, which they sometimes do, the first two lines of lyrics, if they have one of those, if they have films, and they say things like, and I know it's, you know, it's no good for me, who stars in the so-and-so Netflix drama, you know, the Avenue or what, I don't know. I don't even know what Netflix is. You know, things like that. Absolutely no idea when they go down that. I'm not so good at the old catering and all the rest of it. But if you know, now and again I'll drop in with a round of flags, a round of geography, a round of sport, and a general knowledge round, and we might get 45 out of 50.
Slater's getting runs off the front foot, pushed away through the covers for a single. Moves into the 90s, 202 for 1. So you and Mrs. B, this is it, every Saturday evening?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Little glass of something along the way to help.
I appreciate now there are one or two alternatives that we could be doing, but, you know, through April, May and June, there weren't many other options, to be fair.
No,
you know,
no.
No live sport to watch, you know, and just repeat after repeat.
You were limited, weren't you, what you could do, really,
Yeah.
through March and April. Livingston to Duckett, who's popping that one back down towards Liam Livingston for no rub.
It's not the jigsaw season, is it? You're only allowed to do jigsaws in December.
I'll take your word for it. Livingston around the wicket to Duckett. It says wait there to Slater as he picks out Dane Villas on the offside. A well guarded offside again with 3 in front of square. There's a deep point and there's a backward point. There's one slip. Duckett 77 not out, 202 for 1. Livingston, his balls is too wide and ignored by Duckett.
Neil McLaren, loving watching the Trent Bridge stream and you two commentating. Thank you. What a glorious way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Very kind, Neil.
Duckett's enjoying his Saturday afternoon as well here because he's up to 78 not out. As is Ben Slater, who's back on strike, unbeaten on 90. This one just chopped away through point for a single, 203 for 1. Just the one wicket of Hasib Hamid for 22. LBW with the bowling of George Balderson. That's the only wicket so far.
Starting to feel like a long time ago as well.
That? Yeah, it does. Livingston fizzes this final ball in, but wide of the off stump and left by Ben Slater, and he turns round and looks towards the skies. Liam Livingston. End of another over. Is that another sanitation break? Oh, it is. Yeah. Well, the players drifting off to various parts of the outfield to sanitise their hands. Well done, Dave. Yeah.
Ben Duckett, 11 first-class matches at Trent Bridge before this one, 21 innings, 395 runs at an average of 18. So you've caught him on a rare good day here at Trent Bridge. It's been coming. It's been coming obviously through the previous 21 innings, but my word, he's looked good today. 203 for 1. Just 12 behind Ben Slater, and he is on strike. It wouldn't surprise me at all were he to just engage in a little bit of a race here and, you know, trying to hit a boundary during an over, almost like a batsman playing with a tail ender. I know you should play for your partner, but you know, it wouldn't surprise me here if Ben Duckett gets a boundary during the over and gets a single from the last ball and then does it again just to catch up. Going to be Balderson again. 10 overs, 1 for 46. Six overs to go until tea, so not that far away, are we?
Caught up, haven't they, with Livingston bowling?
Yeah, 17, 18 minutes to go until the scheduled tea interval. Andy says congratulations to Notts on the batting point. They have struggled of late, but better today as Duckett clips this one away on the single, so he's off strike. So maybe Duckett now will get the opportunity just to have a little bit of protracted time facing the bowling, just to make sure he doesn't lose his touch and gets these 10 runs that he'll be looking for. Again, watching from afar, and I obviously didn't see anything of it, but what seemed to be impressive of Slater against Lancashire first time was that he was 100 not out overnight and then went again the next day, 204 for 1. This one goes through to the keeper and turned it into a big one.
He did, and he made the most certainly of an inexperienced attack, definitely, taking nothing away from the innings because he was terrific. But Lancashire had 3 lads on debut, all of them bowlers, and there was a particularly short boundary which he enjoyed towards the latter part of the innings when he was well in, but he batted really well.
Clattered one into the hotel, didn't he? Or a hotel wall or something.
Clattered a couple there.
204 for 1. He's forced this into the offside but won't get a run.
Actually, they came off the bowling of Bailey, Lancashire's best bowler. He absolutely smashed the front of the hotel a couple of times, yeah.
Canterbury, whoever Kent were playing, they've called it off. No play today at Canterbury.
Middlesex,
so,
I think.
The wet stuff certainly has descended over the south. In fact, yeah, Middlesex 22 for 1. They did start, but then the rains came. It was a delayed start, wasn't it, as well? 204 for 1. Slater's on strike on 90. Again, can't get anything, forcing this away square of the wicket on the offside. Any changes anywhere since we updated? You not really. Durham 176 for 3 against Leicestershire. Yorkshire 156 for 4 against Derbyshire. In the North Group, Worcestershire 93 for 5 versus Northants. Somerset bowled Warwickshire out for 1-2-1. They just started. Surrey 77 for 5 against Hampshire, and Sussex now underway, 38 without loss against Essex. Again, a lovely shot from Slater for no run, forcing it into the offside. Lovely to hear from you at Brace Cricket, at Scott Reed 16. Does that mean there are 15 more important Scott Reeds? I don't know.
And at BBC Lancs Cricket as well.
Or did you choose number 16, or did they choose it for you? Next ball, again forced to point. So a single taken by Duckett from the first ball of the over, and then not much doing after that as far as knots are concerned. Matthew Bowen, great coverage again. I'm sat watching with Scott. Oh, all right then. I see. 204 for 1 at the end of the over. So Duckett on 79. Knots with 1 batting point already up there on the board.
Yes, and eyeing up a few more with just a 1 wicket down.
Yeah, only 53 overs have gone in the innings, really. They're ticking along at almost 4 and over, 3.85 at the moment.
Which I suppose would be an observation with regards to Lancashire's bowling as Livingston comes into Duckett. That's cut out through the offside for a run. Duckett moves to 80, 205 for 1. Yes, I think there have been times when they've been a bit unlucky and they've beaten the edge and they've found the edge a few times and they've dropped short, and there's been a couple of LBW appeals and this, that and the other. There's areas that Lancashire feel as though they're a little unlucky with, but I wonder whether they'll think, yeah, there may just be just a fraction under 4 and over is obviously too many. There's Livingston balls to Slater. That's a good ball. Brings him forward, beats him. And through to Davis, no run. So not been able to really control the run rate on a day when they've found wickets hard to come by. Might be an observation that Lancashire will make at the end of it. We shall see. And Slater cutting the ball again, bringing Tom Hartley into play. He's busy, Hartley, on that extra cover boundary. Going to sprint a few yards to his right to field the ball. 206 for 1.
Might get a go before tea and keep an eye on him. Got 1 spinner on with Liam Livingston, but might be just a chance just to give him a token over and see if he can extract anything out of it.
And balls to Duckett. It's chopped away into the offside, and that's good by Dane Willis, the Lancashire captain, really good.
Leads by example, doesn't he?
He does.
He's thrown himself around all day today.
And backed up by his dirty whites. He's on his knees, stopping the ball, and mud patches below both knees. This one is cut away by Duckett up towards deep point again. So Hartley involved in the action. Duckett moves to 81. He's 10 behind Slater. 207 for one. Duckett 81 off 107 deliveries. But within 10 of his batting partner, who's 91 not out, with one ball left of the over. Livingston's 8th. And Slater off the front foot, pushing out into the offside. And there is Willis to complete the fielding, as Dave mentioned. Lancashire captain needs to make sure, as he always does, he's leading by example. He drives the team forward, Dave Willis. He's been terrific as a captain for Lancashire. A tough day so far for the Red Rose. He's doing his best to keep the energy levels up. End of the over. 207 for one. So 36 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Will Slater and Duckett bat through the afternoon session? They're, I think it was 108 for one at lunch. So closing in on adding another 100 runs in the session. There's Balderson to Duckett. That's eased away into the offside, just to the right of mid-off where Tom Bailey fields. No run. Approaching tea on the first day, and Ben Duckett and Ben Slater are still batting very nicely indeed for Nottinghamshire. Slater 91 not out, Duckett 81 not out. These two have added 129 runs so far for this second wicket. Just the dismissal of Hasib Hamid in the morning session, the only wicket to fall, albeit Lancashire have found the outside edge a few times and they've not carried to slips, which will frustrate them, but certainly the day belonged emphatically so far for Nottinghamshire. This after Lancashire won the toss and invited Notts to bat first. But Duckett 81, Slater 91, approaching tea on the first day of this Bob Willis Trophy match, and Nottinghamshire are 207 for one. With Balderson, 1 for 47 for George Balderson. Right on over the wicket ball, so Duckett is right in behind and playing the ball with a straight bat and pushing it back towards the young Lancashire bowler. Squad number 10 on his back as he slowly creeps back towards his mark. Got his captain just 10 yards away at mid-on, handing in the ball and a few words of encouragement. Perhaps he's in bowling to Duckett, but I just kept a little low the way that Duckett played it, bringing his bat down and almost kind of bending his knees into it and steering it out into the onside, but for no run.
Have you got an update coming?
Already done.
Okie dokie. I can say then that Greg's been in touch. Lovely to hear from you, mate. Loving the coverage. I was waiting until Slater got the chance to raise his bat, but I've caved in early, praying it's not going to cost us, and he's sent a tweet of a nice long glass of something cool and refreshing. That would go down very well here.
It's Balderson to Duckett, and that beats him as he kind of gropes a little bit forward at that. Through to Davis, and the reaction of Keaton Jennings at first slip, who's down on one knee. He's like, oh, how's that missed the edge? But it did. Duckett's still there, 81 not out. 207 for one.
Coaches and directors of cricket and whatever, they're very different, aren't they, in their mannerisms. We've seen Glenn Chappell today. How many laps of the ground has he done? And then you look at the far end of the ground, I'm sure Peter Moores is there, sat stock still, watching.
Balderson to Duckett, comes off the inside edge and squirts behind square for a single. He keeps the strike, 82 to him now, 208 for one.
Yeah, his highest score here at Trent Bridge, either as a Northants player or since he became a Notts player. He's gone past the 80 he got here against Yorkshire in 2018. Yeah, Peter Moores, of course, who led Lancashire to the 2011 County Championship. that he won't have missed a ball all day, but he won't have left his seat all day, sat there in his eyrie at the top of the pavilion at the far end, whereas Glenn Chappell, as I say, is stretching the legs. He's got his shorts on, he's got a cup of tea or cup of coffee or something, and just wandering round and round and round, and wondering if he could turn back the clock and have a bit of a bowl himself, no doubt.
He's got his assistant there with him, Mark Chilton, having in the lap as well.
3 overs to go until tea as Livingston continues. Bowling to Duckett, who's on 82. Slater at the other end on 91.
I've had a few people messaging me asking me about Paul Allott and how many laps of the outfield he's done today.
Have we seen him?
Well,
there's Livingston in and bowls this one. Turns quite sharply, but well away from the batsman. It was outside the off stump and went even further.
Alison, Michael, Mark all asking me how many laps is Paul Allott up to. Well, I'm told he's not here today.
208 for 1. Next ball pushed into the offside, fielded by Croft, no run.
But for the first 2 games, and particularly the game at Worcester, he was doing probably about 15 laps a day around the outfield. We're chatting about that through the 4 days, but I don't think he's here today.
208 for 1. Next ball just played down into the ground by Duckett. A late chop, I think, trying to run it down to third man, but Keaton Jennings makes the stop at slip. Keaton Jennings, the man who broke Luke Fletcher's heart. Next ball pushed into the offside. Durham in 2017. Luke Fletcher on 92, never had a first last century, and found himself getting run out by Keaton Jennings. 208 for 1. Final ball of the over. Duckett's on strike. Can he get a single to get off strike? He can't. He's just bunted it to Luke Wood at mid-off. No run. Tidy over from Livingston. 9 overs, none for 32. Tea is imminent. Both these batsmen likely to reach the interval. If that's not casting doubt on their ability to last 12 balls. Likely to reach the interval short of the century. Slater on 91, Duckett on 82, just 12 balls left. We're not going to have the token over from Hartley from the far end. Balderson's going to continue.
Indeed he does. First ball's through to the keeper, no run.
Notts have had a stat earlier about how many times this season Notts have scored 100 runs in a session. Well, they've done it again in this one. They were 107 for 1 at lunch. They're 208 for 1 at tea. So again, perhaps doing my level best to help Lancashire in saying this. They've almost battered through the session with their wickets intact.
Here comes Balderson into to Slater, and that's whipped away off the toes down towards long leg for 1 run. 92 not out now. Ben Slater 209 for 1. Yes, I think Gary Morgan messaged me, didn't he, about the little stats about scoring runs in a session, and 6 out of 9 times, so it's now 7 out of 9.
Some breaking news from the world of cricket, Scott, quickly.
Okay.
India great and World Cup winning captain MS Dhoni has retired from all forms of cricket at the age of 39.
Balderson to Duckett this time. Plenty of bottom hand on this from Duckett as he works the ball up towards wide mid-on and gets through for 1. Moves to 83, 210 for 1.
He's been a fine leader of India, hasn't he? And fanatical support for the game in India, but also for Dhoni. I mean, they absolutely idolised him, and that's obviously, you know, in the era that included Tendulkar and you know, the like. You know, your Dravids and your Latchmans and your Sehwags, and then obviously into the Kohli era.
Balderson to Slater. It's a wide ball which he watches right into the gloves of Alex Davis. No run.
That Dhoni helicopter shot, very much his own trademark, but he got India over the line in so many matches, didn't he, over the years?
Yeah, fabulous player, fabulous career. So it's across all cricketers. It's not just it's the whole lot of it.
Says so, yeah.
Okay. Well, happy retirement. Absolute legend. 210 for 1. Slater quite happy to rock on to the front foot as Balderson pushes it wide of the off stump. He's left really well, hasn't he, Slater, today?
Yeah.
I mean, he's played some gorgeous shots. A couple of the straight drives this morning through mid-on, mid-off were excellent.
Yes.
In the middle of all that, the patience which he's shown to leave and defend.
There's a cricket phrase that you usually apply to a batsman who scores runs, and it certainly applies in this instance. He's put the bad balls away, and he certainly made the most of that. Alex Davis is going up to the stumps here.
Balderson's into Slater. Just hurries him up a fraction, that. And he pushes it back towards the bowler. End of the over. What have we got till tea? One more. 210 for one. Slater 92. And Duckett 83 not out. And I seem to recall that century which he got against Lancashire at Leicestershire. It was certainly a very patient century. The way that Hassan Azari is quite a slow player anyway, but he and Slater put together a terrific opening partnership, and you could tell there that Slater wasn't too concerned, even though he was batting with someone who was naturally slower than him, about having to speed it up. He seemed quite content to leave and defend. It was an excellent innings.
He's looked the part.
He has.
Remains to be seen whether his work for the session is done. He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. There's Livingston bowling to Duckett. Just helps it out as far as the Lancashire skipper Dane Vilas. One dot ball. I think 5 more of them Duckett would take it and just bat under the arms and troop off and have a cup of tea. Next ball, a fullish length, again missed times, push into the offside, goes to Croft, throws it to Alex Davis, who throws it back to him, and then it's returned to Liam Livingston. 210 for one, Nottinghamshire. That's to bat first. Livingston wide of the off stump, and this is run down to third man for 4. There was a little bit extra pace on it from Livingston. He just tried to dart it in. Fairly flat delivery, and Duckett certainly had the opportunity there just to guide it down to the unprotected third man boundary. So he's now on 87, 5 behind Slater, 214 for one. Partnership up to 136. Tough old session for Lancashire. Can they end it on a high? There's Livingston to bowl to Duckett. Well, he's going to pull that one away for 4 more, and he has indeed. Oh, that was a help yourself delivery. That really was an invitation to be first to the buffet table, and Duckett has slammed that into the boards to take him into the 90s. 92, 91. Sort of been saying for half an hour that he was catching him up. Well, just one behind now. 2 balls to go until tea. Duckett needs 9 for his 100. There's Livingston to bowl to Ben Duckett. Oh, he's content just to push this out onto the leg side. Paul Holland says, shame that a similar partnership didn't happen to give us a win against either Derbyshire or Yorkshire. 218 for one. There's Livingston into Duckett, and he'll stay down that end, and he'll head off for tea. Unbeaten on 91, Ben Slater on 92. Session started with knots on 107 for one. It's usually at this point where we run through the card and mention the wickets that have fallen in the session. Well, I'm afraid there's nothing to do in that department, not intending to sound glib. It's an afternoon where Lancashire haven't really created anything, have they? There were 1 or 2 edges in the morning session, but not too much at all in that period between lunch and tea. And Slater and Duckett have added 140 from 231 balls. The one man out this morning, Asiba Mead, LBW George Balderson for 22. That was in the 20th over, 78 for one at that stage. This is a strong partnership for the second wicket, and let's go to tea with both batsmen in the 90s.
Indeed they do, and a richly deserved applause from their teammates and colleagues on the pavilion balcony there, watching Slater and Duckett make their way off, because, as Dave mentioned, a wonderful partnership, and both in the 90s and both in a position where they'll be thinking about not just a century from this position, but actually going on to make a big score as well. But 218 for one, Slater 92, Duckett 91. A contrast of dressing rooms, you would think, with Lancashire feeling a little gloomy about what's happened so far today, but Notts feeling rather sprightly. Tea on the first day, and Nottinghamshire 218 for one. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Trent Bridge for the final session on the first day, the Bob Willis Trophy. This is game number 3. The floodlights are flicking on. It has gone a little bit gloomy. It was quite bright. I mean, it wasn't kind of wall-to-wall sunshine, mind you, but it was relatively bright this morning. But the clouds have drifted across us here at Trent Bridge, so the floodlights are flickering on, and it's been a good day. It's been a good day for Nottinghamshire, because they were asked to bat first by Lancashire, and they have lost just the one wicket. Hasib Hamid, the man out for, what was it now? It seems like a long time ago. It was 22, and he was LBW off the bowling of George Balderson, and that's the only wicket to go. Ben Slater and Ben Duckett are both in the 90s at tea. They're 92, well, Slater is, and Duckett's 91. And so far, 140 runs they've added for this partnership. And the pair of them looking at the possibility now of reaching 3 figures. And this is the first 100-run stand for the second wicket for Notts against Lancashire in first-class cricket since Tim Robinson and Graham Archer scored 106. They put on 106 together at Nottingham here back in May of 1996. That's 44 innings ago since we've had a second wicket partnership for Notts worth 100 or more, and it's now worth 140. So great work by these two. Going to see Tom Hartley, left arm spin for the first time today into the attack, and he bowls to Slater. And that's a little single which he takes off the inner edge of the bat. Rob Jones is at backward square leg to field, so he's on as 12th man. Yeah, he's in Saqib Mahmood at one stage on as 12th man, so I'll see who's not arrived after tea. Try and work out who's not arrived after tea. But Duckett's on strike now, so he gets himself set to face his first delivery. There's a slip and a short leg in place. Here comes Hartley into to Duckett's little short, and Duckett just rocks back and drags the ball down towards Rob Jones for a single. 92 not out now. 220 for 1. Hartley's first over of the game. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Slater, who's going back and playing it neatly into the onside where Bohannon fields, and there is no run. Hartley twirls back in, bowls to Slater again, defending. Again, there's no run. See Tom Bailey at extra cover. Liam Hurts at mid-off. Villas is at mid-on. I think it is George Balderson who's not emerged after tea, which is the reason why Rob Jones is on the field. Slater
over the ground at the moment, the clouds darkening, the floodlights on, and news from not too far away that play delayed after tea at the Fisher County ground due to rain.
Oh,
so
right.
it's not particularly good. And you'd imagine the ground staff here will be keeping a check on their radars and whatever. There's nobody loitering in the general vicinity of the hover cover apart from the Lancashire staff. I know Lancashire are technically the home side in this, but I don't think Glenn Chaplin and the rest of his coaching crew are going to be bringing the hover cover on, so we'll keep an eye out for the ground staff if they emerge. Tom Bailey is going to bowl the second over. Both these batsmen in the 90s. Slater on 94, Duckett in 92. Thanks to everybody who's got in touch during the course of the day and during the tea interval. Put a photograph of my little mini Battenberg that I had during the interval on, asking if this was a thing of beauty or a cry for help, and Sarah says it's definitely a thing of beauty. Perfect balance of cake and marzipan. I can never slice a full-size one to get the ratio right. Here's Bailey round the wicket, bowling into the pads of Slater. He came hopping and a skipping and a trotting down the track and was sent back by Duckett. No chance of a leg by there. Yeah, well, you don't have to slice a big Battenberg, do you? Just cut it in half and crack on. Like a bit of Battenberg.
It did look good.
Other cakes are available. They're too small to share, Scott. Or,
Okay,
you know,
that'll be it. Yeah.
If I'd got a big one, I'd have It's just a mouthful, just a thimbleful, isn't it? A mini one. Here's Bailey bowling wide of the off stump, smacks into the gloves of Alex Davis there, bowling with decent lick. Bailey, who opened the bowling this morning and has certainly been the spearhead that Willis has turned to from time to time. 11 overs, none for 35 before this over. Interesting options for the captain to go to straight after the break. The slow left arm spinner that we've not yet seen, or not seen throughout the first two sessions, and the quicker bowler is Bailey in again. And, shows his deft footwork there as the ball's hit back to him, and he just lets the ball run up his boot and into his hand.
Just update BBC Radio Manchester about to join us in a second for a little brief update. 221 for 1. Slater on 94. Bailey balls. And it's a good day for Nottinghamshire, because the 221 for the loss of just the one wicket. Hasib Hamid out for 22. He was trapped LBW by George Bolderson in the morning session, but since then Ben Slater and Ben Duckett have put on 143 runs so far for the second wicket. Slater, who's already got a century against Lancashire this season, batting for Leicestershire in the opening group game of the Bob Willis Trophy. Well, he's 94 not out. Ben Duckett's unbeaten on 92. And Nottinghamshire under the floodlights. It's a little cloudy now in the East Midlands, a 221 for 1.
Latest delivery sent down has just been bunted up to Luke Wood at mid-off, no run. 221 for 1. One ball left in the 60th over. Ground, as we've seen, and I'm sure Scott has on his travels, eerily quiet. Really is a dreadful shame that nobody can be allowed in. Everybody believing that perfectly capable, as this one goes through to the keeper at the end of the over. 221 for 1 of getting a limited number in, socially distant, but for various reasons it's not yet deemed safe to do so. 221 for 1. Interesting that the T20 finals day has been penciled in for the start of October. As things stand at the moment, spectators will be allowed into sporting grounds from the 1st of October, so finals day might be a completely different kettle of fish to what we've seen so far in the Bob Willis Trophy, but that's quite some time off, or time away certainly.
I mentioned earlier on the article that's on the BBC Sport website is Hartley bowls to Duckett and he defends into the onside. There's no run, where details about the fixtures and the T20 blast. There are suggestions that they're hoping to see around about 8,000 in Edgbaston for finals day. Duckett defending, just popping the ball into the offside, no run. As Dave mentioned, it's obviously all subject to where we are come kind of early October, but it was encouraging at least to read the prospect Hartley's into Duckett, and that's turned out towards a backward square leg for one run. That they're at least discussing the idea of getting some supporters in, and as I say, for finals day. I think it was the Warwickshire chief exec that said this, that somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 might be a possibility if all goes to plan. Slater moves to 95 with this single, which just turns behind square on the leg side. He's played that shot a few times, going right back into his crease, and a wristy clip behind square leg, high elbows, standing tall in the crease as he does it, sending the ball behind square on the leg side for 1. Duckett waits, unbeaten on 93. Might be more runs here. Yeah, there's 4 of them. Driven away through extra cover by Ben Duckett. And who will get there first? Will it be Slater or will it be Duckett? Ben Duckett's 97 not out And the score is 227 for 1.
Well, he's got one ball left in this over. Needs 3 or a single to get down the other end to keep the strike, obviously. Just a little delay once they fetch the ball back. Retrieved by Liam Hurt. 227 for 1. Howard in Buenos Aires. We're still in lockdown until at least August the 30th. Thank God for this stream. Here is Hartley bowling to Duckett. Gets on the front foot and blocks it. So that's the end of the over. Tom Hartley threw 2 overs, none for 9. The slow left arm spinner having about as much fortune and assistance from the surface as those that have gone before him. It's certainly been a batsman friendly day. Mark Sands, if Slater plays for Yorkshire next week, I'm done. I'm sick of the sight of him this season. It's only our 3rd game. That's brilliant, Mark.
Sure, Lancashire are sick of the sight of him as well.
You know, he's almost well, he's very much within sight of becoming a quiz question in future years, isn't he? 227 for 1. The Lancashire 12th man or 13th man or 14th man, however it is, has just popped on. He's about to leave the field as Tom Bailey, one of the Thompson twins, comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, slashed away for 4. He likes them there. Short and wide. First ball of the over was a loose one, and Slater has absolutely crunched that away to backward point. Ball thudding into the boundary boards. It's the 150 partnership. Normally you'll see the 2 batsmen go down and touch gloves. I think they've both got their eyes on a different prize. Ben Slater just turned around and looked up at the scoreboard there, and maybe even have shouted down the other end, "Well done, mate, keep going." 99-97. Quite an extraordinary scoreboard for Nottinghamshire supporters. Wish them both well, as I do batsmen genuinely of other sides when they're this close. Hate to see somebody miss out on a prize when they're this tantalisingly close. Near faultless innings from both of them, as it's bowled and well, a play and a miss, and it goes through to the keeper. When I say near faultless, yes, there's been 1 or 2 edges that has it carried, hasn't it carried, but there's been nothing obvious, has there? There's been no genuine nicks into the hands of slips or keeper standing up.
No, there's been edges, but I think they've mainly fallen short, or if not short, extremely difficult kind of ankle height at best type chances. But no, it's been terrific. It's been a really good partnership and a super knock so far by Slater.
Here is Tom Bailey. Round the wicket, bowls to Slater. Push into the offside, straight to Dane Vilas, no run. Trevor says, "Afternoon, chaps. Watching as a neutral, been impressed with how the Notts boys have cracked on today following their loss against my lot a few days ago. I really thought against quite an inexperienced attack they would have got home. Still no play in the test match." Nice to hear from you, Trevor. He's a Notts fan, really. We won him over last week. Did. He's come back to listen to the commentary. He's given up on Doige and his impersonations. 231 for 1. Slater is on 99. Terrific innings from Ben Slater. Let's this one go through to the wicket-keeper, Alex Davis. It's getting darker by the second as well, Scott. That's worth pointing out. We're in the gloom.
We are, yeah. Floodlights are on.
Duckett at the other end on 97. There are 2 balls left in this over. Slater marched out to bat with Asiba Mead at 11 o'clock this morning and is now within sight of a 2nd century in 3 games. There's Bailey to bowl to the left-hander. Oh, well wide of the off stump. Not tempted into chasing after that one. It goes through to the keeper. I would put another one in that same area if I was Tom Bailey. You're either going to bowl a dot ball, which, okay, is the 2nd prize, or last ball of the over and he'll know it. He might just chase after it. Might get hold of it and hit it for 4 runs, but also might do something a little silly if he's of a mind to chase another one that's out there. Let's see. What will Tom Bailey do? He's in, bowls to Slater, a push straight to Dane Villas, so he will stay on 99. And now a chance for Ben Duckett to get there first, perhaps.
Well, wondering if Duckett would actually beat him to it, and that seemed...
He's never been in front, has he? He's been within one a couple of times.
He's always been behind a little bit, but boy, goodness me, has he caught up?
Yeah, Slater was on 50 when Duckett walked out at the fall of Asib's wicket. It was 78 for the first wicket. Slater 50 not out. Asib being dismissed for 22 with a score on 78.
Say hello to John Perry, who's listening to us in Tokyo. Says, I want to go to bed. but I'd like to see these two make their centuries first. Well, hopefully, John, you can have a little snooze in the next few minutes.
What time is it in Tokyo, do you reckon, then? Midnight? 1 in the morning? 2:31 for 1. Is Hartley then to bowl to Ben Duckett on 97. Clips on the leg side straight into the pads of Stephen Croft. And there's no run. Croft at short leg there. Call it Boot Hill, don't they? He's got the pads on. He's got the helmet on. Lots of other protective gear. There's Hartley, young left-arm spinner bowls, and Duckett, like Slater in the last over, not taking any liberties. Just be saying short and wide, short and wide, short and wide, aren't they? 2:31 for 1. That's all they want, the opportunity just to put their hands through the ball. Hartley bowls to Duckett. He'll deflect this then down towards deep backward square, and he'll just get a single. Luke Woods there, so Duckett on to 98, and it's back to Slater. 2:32 for 1. Both the lefties, of course, so not got to swap the field round in that sense, but Lancashire certainly got different plans for the different batsmen. 1 or 2 alterations to the field. He bowls and Slater clips it away now then. Won't get there. Sent back by Duckett. That would have been risky, and it's funny how these things come round. It was Luke Wood, the fielder. Imagine one of them being run out on 99 or 98 by a former teammate. That would have been quite extraordinary, but Duckett did the right thing there, sent Slater back. There's Hartley in again to Ben Slater. Will he go for the slog sweep? He doesn't. He just nudges it up to Hurt at mid-off, and once again we're 5/6 of the way through the over. 2:32 for 1. Slater 99. Duckett 98. It's the final ball of the over, and he's driven this, and it's a misfield, and there will be a century. Oh, a horrible, horrible misfield at extra cover, and Ben Slater says thank you very much. What he wanted just as much as something short and wide was a misfield, and Ben Slater gets his 3rd century in Nottinghamshire colours, gets his 2nd century of this Bob Willis season, and his 2nd against Lancashire in 3 matches, and that's terrific stuff. A big welcome from Ben Duckett. He put his arms out as if to hug him, and then I think they both realised we're not supposed to do that. Ben Slater, 194 balls, 14 boundaries, I think it was, before it disappeared, and Slater gets there first, wins the race, and it was a misfield, wasn't it? It was just a push into the offside, and was it an extra cover? Was it the skipper?
Tom Bailey.
Right. It's going to be Bailey to bowl. Do you want me to carry on?
You keep going, mate, yeah.
As I've got 1 over the line. There's Duckett on 98. Bailey to start a new over, bowling to him. Clips this one away on the leg side. No run there.
Well battered, Ben Slater, 2nd century. I've seen him score this season, and just as impressive as the first. I mean, I thought the way he batted at New Road was excellent for Leicestershire, and I think he's been terrific here today. I mean, I really enjoyed the way he's left the ball, the way he's defended, his patience that he's shown. I mean, it's a proper innings, that, isn't it? Really good. A put together century by Slater.
Can Duckett follow him? He's never scored 100 at Trent Bridge. Stays on 98, nudging this up to mid-on. To go away from a man on 98 not out to a bit of nonsense when we asked about the mini Battenberg. Is it Is it a thing of beauty or a cry for help? The Ilson says it's a bit of both, really. A nice cake, but one is never enough.
I wouldn't know. I didn't get to taste any. So.
234 for one. So Ben Duckett on 98. Tom Bailey round the wicket. Lancashire seamer pitches it up nice and full. Oh, it's a no ball. 2 more to the total. 236 for one. Been plenty of those today. Liberally shared around by the Lancashire bowlers.
Struggled a little bit last week with a few no balls as well. Lancashire up at Durham, overstepping a few times.
We're in the 64th over. Still a good chunk of cricket left today if the weather allows. The floodlights are on. It's gloomy. Ben Duckett's on 98. Can he get there? Down the leg side. Clipped away and celebrates immediately. He knew the second it left the bat that was heading for the boundary. And for the second time in 2 or 3 minutes, we've got a centurion here at Trent Bridge. Ben Duckett, 139 balls and 16 fours. And this is a quite remarkable partnership. Ben Duckett with his 3rd 100 in Nottinghamshire colours, but his first here at Trent Bridge. Many congratulations to him and to Slater. That was from the second it left the bat. He never moved, did he? His first reaction was to celebrate.
He knew, didn't he? Well, straight away. The
ball had only gone about 2 yards away from his bat, clipped it away crisply on the leg side. Here's Bailey, halfway through the 64th over. And this time it's defended. So within 4 balls of each other then, 2 centuries.
Yeah, 2 different types of centuries.
Yeah.
Duckett, obviously quicker. Slater's ability to, I think, to be patient, to lead, to defend. I think it's what you want from your opening batsman, but it's been busy from Duckett. He's come out and scored pretty quickly. And we mentioned he started 50 behind. He's got there within just a few deliveries of his mate. So 2 different types of centuries, but equally superb.
There's Bailey. We'll be bowling to Duckett. Again, the push into the leg side. He's been so strong there, hasn't he, Ben Duckett?
Yeah, anything that's straight, anything that's onto the pads.
And he has now gone past him, hasn't he? That is the first time he's gone past him.
It is, yeah. Yeah, he's always been closing the gap, hasn't he? And got to within like a couple, but couldn't quite overtake him before they both reached a century, but now he's in front by 2. He's Ben Duckett.
241 for one. Bailey has bowled well today without reward. Slater leaves this alone. End of Bailey's 14th over, none for 46. 241 for one. So Ben Slater getting there first from 194 balls with 14 fours. Ben Duckett getting there from 139 balls from 16 fours, and just gone past him. But many congratulations to them both. Ben Duckett, career-wise, that's his 17th century, and Ben Slater, I think that might be his 7th. It is indeed. That's his 7th.
And John Perry in Japan can go to bed now. He was waiting to go to sleep, listening in Tokyo. Wanted to see these 2 make their centuries. Well, they've done that, so feel free to have a snooze now. As Hartley continues rather, starting his 4th over, bowling to Duckett. It's eased away down to backward square leg for 1 run. So 242 for 1. Partnership worth 164 runs, and going over 3.5 and over is a good pace as well. That might be the one observation that Lancashire perhaps could make at the close of play, that maybe just couldn't keep the scoring rate down. But take nothing away from these 2, they've been terrific. And there's again the run for them through the onside. Slater going right back into his crease and pushing the ball through mid-wicket for a single. 102 not out now. Nottinghamshire 243 for 1.
Steve Battlemuch says he's having to pinch himself hearing Dave describe a high-scoring not side, both Slater and Duckett with centuries.
Duckett 104 and driving this one ferociously through the offside, but Good stop by Liam Hurt. They think of coming back for another, and Duckett sends Slater back. Hurt at mid-off did really well to get down and get something on that to take the pace off the ball. It was hit pretty firmly by Duckett. Just the one in the end. 2-4-4 for one. Putting Slater back on strike. Slipping a short leg in place. Hartley bowling to Slater. And they've run really well as well. Another part of their partnership, that the ability to rotate to the strike. They've taken the singles. They've just constantly kept the scoreboard ticking along at a nice pace from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Lancashire have not been able to get any semblance of kind of control, really. Luckily to Duckett. That's dropped down into the onside. Stephen Croft under the helmet at short leg. Fields the ball. Hands it back to Tom Hartley. Left arm spinner. One ball left of his fourth over. Under the floodlights he's coming in, and over the wicket balls, and Duckett again just tucks it to Croft at short leg, and that completes the over. So we have 25 remaining in the day's allocation. 245 for one. Slater 103, Duckett 105, and a little stat about the hundreds for these two, Slater and Duckett. It's the first time that a Nottinghamshire number 1 and number 3 batsman in the order have scored 100 in the same innings since 2001, and that game was against Worcestershire at New Road. Thanks for the little message there, Gary. There's Bailey to start his 15th over. I think he'll go to bed tonight, Tom Bailey, thinking, well, I'm not going to bother putting my lottery ticket on because I've not had a great deal of good fortune. I think he's bowled well and been unlucky not to get a wicket, but a day firmly very much belongs to, at the minute, to these two, to Nottinghamshire. There's a team, but to these two in particular. And Slater keeps his first delivery out from Bailey. Just eases the ball out to Dane Willis. And there is no run. There's a short mid-wicket, which is Liam Livingstone, with his hands on his hips. Sunglasses on, cap on. 2 slips. Keaton Jennings and Stephen Croft. Bohannon's at point. Willis at cover. Woods at mid-off. Liam Hurts at mid-on. And George Balderson is at square leg, and Tom Hartley at long leg. Bailey bowls. It's angled across the Nottinghamshire batsman into the gloves of Davis. And there's no run. 245 for one. They're still off at Leicester, which, as Dave mentioned, is not a million miles away, obviously, from here. So I wonder if that is heading in our direction. It certainly is a lot gloomier. Need for the floodlights. Bailey from the Radcliffe Road end. Nottinghamshire 245 for one into the final session on the first day of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. We're playing under floodlights because it is a little gloomy. But it's been an enjoyable day for Nottinghamshire and for 2 batsmen in particular. Ben Slater, 103 not out. It's his 2nd century against Lancashire this season because he was with Leicestershire for the first game of the campaign. He made 172 in that fixture. He's now 103 not out. And Ben Duckett is alongside him, unbeaten on 105. And these two have put on 167 runs together since the dismissal of Hasib Hamid for 22 LBW off George Balderson, the only wicket of the day so far. A frustrating day for Lancashire, a terrific day with the bat for Nottinghamshire Knots. 245 for one. There's Tom Bailey mops his brow, wandering back to his mark. He's got 2 balls left of this 15th over.
Lisa's been in touch. Brilliant start and a good day's work, Knots. I fear the weather will scupper a positive result, but can't fault the effort, though. Great commentary, guys, as well. Thanks very much, Lisa. Very kind indeed. 245 for one. Here's Bailey bowling, and Slater defends. Helen says, love my boys. Older son had a muffin waiting for each century celebration.
Oh, brilliant.
Younger son could only find rhubarb and custard creams. I'm in the car. Lovely. And sent a photo there, which I'll just retweet at Brace Cricket. if you want to have a look at the photo of the happy kids and the muffins and everything else. Steve Battlemuch, glass half full, glass half empty. It'd be typical Notts to go from 2.45 for one to 3.49 all out, but I hope not. Hey, come on, come on. We've seen it before. 2.45 for one. Slater 103 on strike leaves us alone. Paul 7, both have batted really well. Pleased for Duckett, 20 wickets will be tough with rain around, but if Notts keep going, we should only need to bat once now. Whilst I was next door as well, somebody said, Dave, they had noticed, there's Graham, yeah, thanks. Duckett did get ahead of him on 97 when Slater was on 95, because I did say he only caught up with him on, or went past him on 103. But yeah, whatever. Thank you though, thank you, we do appreciate it. They're all going off for a hand sanitising break. Scott and I will do that as well in the commentary box.
Let's keep across it.
Well, I was going to say I'd try and describe the particular smell of the flavour we've got here, but I think people are they've had and heard enough about hand sanitising in 2020. That's not to say don't keep doing it, folks, but you don't want us to keep mentioning it every time we rub our hands. But it's a pleasant odour in the box.
Well, it's doing its job, yes. But I do have a scented one at home. I should have brought that, really.
No, that's perfectly fine. Well, we've got another one. Is that one? I don't know if that's a scented one behind, but slight delay here. Bit of a drinks break. Looks to me, well, the Notts physio's out there. It looks to me as if he's just given Ben Slater a tablet and a drink. Just there you go. Keep going, mate. He'll be absolutely. Well, they both will, but you know, Slater was sort of jettisoned at the start of the campaign. Go and get some runs against Lancashire, they said. Go and get some runs against Lancashire. Off you go with the Leicestershire boys and get yourself back in form. It's incredible, really.
It is, yeah. It's just, and to have a pair in between the two centuries, it makes it even more bizarre.
He can only score runs against Lancashire.
It's an interesting start to the Bob Willis Trophy for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
He looks in brilliant form. Every time I see him, he looks $1 million.
It's you.
Tom Hartley, then. We've had a little break, but look, whatever Slater needed, he's been provided by the Notts physio. So Hartley back into Duckett. And a little feather down towards fine leg, where Luke Wood from deep backward square will swing round to complete the fielding, and the throw comes in, and Duckett's come back for 2.
Who was Hartley Hare in? Do you remember Hartley Hare?
Hartley Hare? No, it's another one that another curveball you've put in my direction today, where I'm not able to help you out. Hartley to Duckett with plenty of bottom hand, trying to force it through mid-wicket, but not beyond Josh Bohannon. No run.
Leave it to the end of the over. Okay. One or two people are scratching their heads at home, no doubt.
Okay. One slip in place. Hartley in to Duckett. A little dab away through the leg side, which is well guarded with a square leg and a short mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg and a mid-on. Jennings gets himself settled at first slip. Duckett looking to again be a little creative here and try and ramp this delivery, but just runs off the face of the bat down towards the boundary. He's lost his bat as he come back for a second. His bat is lying on the ground nearer to the bowler's end than it is to the striker's end, so he has to slowly go back to pick it up. It looks like he's struggling a little bit the way he's walking there, Ben Duckett.
Yeah. Lancashire players making up their own rules here. They've just invented the game. If you drop your bat, you've got to face your next ball without it. How about that?
It's a new invention for the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yes.
Did you miss that particular rule change?
Yeah.
2-4-9 for one, so run away from another batting bonus point, and this might do it. It does. Brings up the 250. Duckett moves to 110. 250 for one. One ball left of Hartley's 5th over, and the 67th of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Slater 103 not out. They have a bat pad in for a short leg in for Slater, not for Duckett, but they do for Slater.
How did they get him out? Can you remember? 172.
Let me just refresh my memory. Scrolling back. He's caught by Bohannon off Tom Bailey. As Hartley's into Slater's pushed into the offside number. I think he was just hitting out at that point. And caught Bohannon, ball Bailey. Sounds like kind of caught to cover, something like that.
Yeah.
End of the over, 250 for one. Duckett 110, Slater 103.
Hartley Hare was in the British children's television programme Pipkins, which ran from 1973 to 1981. I knew there was a Hartley somewhere in TV land. There we oh, Kevin, straight away. Thank you, Kevin. You win. Hartley Hare was in Pipkins. My wife can remember watching it as a child. Rach, I used to love Pipkins. Thank you very much. It's just Scott who's so young he doesn't remember anything.
I don't remember that. No, it's before I was born.
What did you rush home from school to watch?
Thundercats.
Oh,
yeah, Thundercats.
Oh, you see, you've got me there now.
Oh, I used to love Thundercats.
What day were they on?
I think they were on every day.
Were they?
Oh. Felt like they were on every day. Children's TV. Loved it.
250 for one. Notts have got 2 batting bonus points. Lancashire pointless at the moment. Duckett's worked this into the leg side, and he'll, I'm sure, come back for 2. Liam Hurt doing the fielding. Yeah, back for a couple. 252 for one. That's the old charge report in the Air Force. Form 252. 252. You're on a fizzer brace girdle. You're on charge. 252 for one. Partnership now worth 174. It is fairly gloomy overhead. Not yet. What's the delay here? I think Tom Bailey was just getting his composure. Nope. Stopping the end of his mark. Set off a couple of paces and then turned around and came back again. Wiped his forehead, wiped the ball. Now he's asking Dane Vilas if he can just have a change of field. He's deliberately making Duckett wait here. Nothing more, nothing less. Perhaps that's a little unfair because he is making a change to his field, but 2 or 3 times there he was ready to go, and Duckett was in his crease, tapping his bat down. Was also ready to go, and Bailey says, no, hang on a minute. Now he's calling Dane Vilas over. Seem to be at odds with each other as to what they want. Lancashire +1 on the over 8 on the board, so no drama there. Bully Boy's been back, Michael Smith. What an absolute great day of cricket at Trent Bridge. Probably the best performance so far this season for Notts. How do you know? You're a lanky man, aren't you, Michael?
You keep obviously keeping right across all the scores.
Well, yes. Fair play. There's Bailey. They're happy now, bowls, and Duckett drops it on the leg side. Hurt in quickly. For a big man, he gets down and gets there quickly. Liam Hurt is fielded nicely. Rach, I'm not sure why I love Pipkins so much. Looking back, Hartley Hare was probably one of the most creepy, evil-looking puppets of them all. Well, what about that? Creepy. Sooty was the best. Can't beat a bit of sooty. What's happening down there then, Coach Reid?
Well, there's a lengthy conversation here, isn't there? Again, Tom Bailey's he's either not happy with the field that's been set, or there's as you said, there's a slight disagreement as to what they need to do here between Vilas and Bailey. That was quite a lengthy conversation once more, wasn't it, between captain and bowler? There's been no change to the field.
Scoring both sides of the wicket, aren't they? And it does make it hard when you've got somebody like Duckett, a complete 360 degrees player. He's on strike now. Boundary riders on each side, all well wide of the off stump. So if that's deliberate, if you're intending to bowl 2 feet outside the off stump, you don't need a deep backward square leg and a long leg, do you? You know, you're right, the long leg fairly standard in one-day cricket, but you don't need a man at deep backward square leg if you intend to bowl 2 feet outside the off stump. There's just no possible way that even Duckett can get it there. Bailey. So maybe this will be of a tighter line. Let's have a look. He's in and bowls, and it is, and it's cut away for 4. That's the problem with bowling that tighter line. It's a nice looking shot actually from Duckett. It was just a flick of the wrist and it ran away so quickly. Amazing. This morning we were sort of saying how fluent Slater was, comparing him with Hamid, and it's almost the other way around since Duckett's come in that he looks the fluent one. He's got a bit of a charge on now. He's on 116, Slater's on 103, 256 for 1 Nottinghamshire. Not sure they've got up to 4 runs and over very often, but they're still loitering around about 3.8 runs and over throughout the day. Next one, again wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Be interesting to get to Lancashire's view on that, actually, as to whether or not that may be something that has left them a little bit frustrated. Yes, there's been opportunities, not many, but there's been a few edges and such like. But whether they feel as though that they just couldn't really tie them down at all. If wickets weren't coming for Lancashire, they just couldn't seem to slow these two down.
It's difficult to build pressure when you've got runs coming from both ends, particularly now when you've got a Centurion at both ends. This one's into the pads. They're appealing given. Now there is a wicket for Bailey. Ben Duckett won't like that, but he had wandered across, in the opinion of Tim Robinson, across his stumps and hit on the pad. And Bailey sees the finger go up. Tim Robinson says, "You've got to go." And that is the end of a fabulous partnership. They put on 178 for the second wicket. And Ben Duckett, LBW to Tom Bailey. 2 LBW decisions then today for Lancashire, nothing else. But that's been a fabulous knock from Duckett. He's faced 156 balls and hit 17 fours, and he was at the crease for 200 minutes. What's that in real money? 3 hours 20 minutes or so. And the umpire certainly didn't have any doubt, and it was a very confident appeal as well from Tom Bailey, who's probably been the pick of the Lancashire attack.
Yes, I think he was unlucky this morning. I think he certainly bowled really well in the first hour when Lancashire was struggling to get a grips and the runs were coming relatively easily for Nottinghamshire. Bailey was excellent, so probably does deserve that. But it's a fantastic knock by Ben Duckett. We touched on when he reached a century, a different type of century to Slater, but equally as effective. You know, he's being the way he is. He's a busy, positive player, isn't he? Kind of the score will inevitably, if he's there, tick along at a good rate because that's the way he plays. But no, it's excellent, and it was a really good foil. They're 2 different types of players, but both equally good to watch. And they put together an outstanding partnership there.
Joe Clark, who got 100 against Lancashire in the Royal London One Day Cup last year, here is the new man. He's a couple of leanish scores so far in the Bob Willis Trophy. He was run out by a brilliant bit of work in the Yorkshire game. Can't remember who it was who hit the stumps down. It was only last weekend, but fabulous bit of fielding at the stumps from about 25 yards away at backward point. Stephen Mullaney pushed it, and it was you know, a push and run, and the fielder quickly onto it and hit the stumps direct. So that was the end of Clark last week. 256 for 2. Slater will be on strike. Howard says, what's the latest on Jake Ball? And I reckon Samet will bat higher up after this partnership if needed. I've not heard an update from Jake other than he picked up an injury and needs some time to recuperate as Slater clips it on the leg side. It was when he was bowling and he was feeling his side, so I can only imagine some sort of side strain or abdominal strain. Trevor says, last week's stars of British wrestling, now children's television. I vaguely remember Michael Bentine's Potty Time being on. Absolutely no idea what that was about. I remember Potty Time. Oh yeah, Bentine, he was one of the goons, of course. Blank looks from Scott Reed, as I've been having all day, as I've been having for the last decade, really.
Struggling,
comes
mate.
here and
struggling.
Makes out I'm the idiot, and he's probably right. 257 for 2. It's Trevor going on about it. It's Hartley. Oh, how about that? And they're asking for a stumping. It turned sharply this time away from the right-handed clock. Hartley's been bowling 5 overs at the 2 lefties. Gets a chance to bowl to a right-hander, and he's ragged it absolutely square. And Davis whipped off a bail and appealed. Immediately he got it wrong. I don't know if you noticed, because he whipped a bail off and looked at the square, where the square leg umpire should be, but Tim Robinson was at point. Because of the square leg, because of the umpire, because of the fielder. Let's start again. Because of the fielder, it's short leg. It's Hartley bowling. Nice flight, isn't it, from Hartley?
Well, as you say, I'll enjoy having a right-hander to bowl at here. I thought it was a pretty good debut for him at Worcester a few weeks ago.
It's in again and bowls this one. Turns well away from Clark.
But he's the latest in a decent line, certainly in the last decade or so, of left-arm spinners that Lancashire have had.
257 for 2, and it's defended.
Some extremely good left-arm spinners in that collection, mind you. And going back to Gary Keady.
I was just you beat me to it. I was going to say, of course, Knott's had a really good one by the name of Keady. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah.
Ended his career here, of course. 257 for 2. This one's driven through the offside by Clark. That's magnificent. 4 runs. That's a high-quality shot. His name's been mentioned a time or two already this season, Gary Keady, because with Peter Trigo coming from Somerset and playing at 39 years of age, sort of put it out there as a bit of a quiz question. Who are the other 2 39-year-olds who've played for Nottinghamshire this century, since turned to the year 2000, and there's been 2 older debutants than Peter Trigo. One, of course, Gary Keady, and the other one, Ali Brown, who came from the Oval. Had a couple of decades at the Oval, didn't he, Ali Brown, and then came, and he was 39 and quite a bit when he made his debut.
There is Tom Bailey with Slater on strike. That's pushed across Slater into the gloves of the keeper. No run. Keady was part of Lancashire's title-winning season of 2011. In fact, he was a top wicket taker in that season. Keady and Kerrigan bowling in tandem. Of course, Parry, another left-arm spinner that Lancashire still have. He's on the book, Stephen Parry. Probably play some T20 cricket, I would think.
He does a bit of commentary with you, doesn't he?
He does pop up from time to time.
Yeah,
he does. But it's Tom Hartley who's the latest to be given his chance. There is Bailey right up over the wicket to Slater. Tighter off-stump line, but still left by Slater. Good carry into the gloves of Alex Davis. No run.
Stephen Paul Williams reminds me, Jordan Thompson was the one with the run out last week of Clark. Of course, the Yorkshire player Jordan Thompson, and in brackets for me, Dave, he's not one of the Thompson twins. Brilliant. If he weren't with us this morning, we were talking. There is a Tom Bailey. Or there used to be a Tom Bailey in the 80s pop group, the Thompson Twins. That's where that all started.
Bailey in, bowling to Slater. He's off the back foot, cutting the ball out towards deep backward point, and Bohannon comes round to field, and Slater wants to come back for 2, and it's nicely run. For 2, moves to 106, and Nottinghamshire to 263 for 2.
And if you missed the riveting chat about a horse that looked like a zebra, well, you'll have to go on the BBC Sounds app and find that.
Chris Rimmer sends me a little message to say, are you aware that Tom Hartley's father is Bill Hartley, the former British athlete?
Well, I'm not, but I assume Scott is, as a BBC Lancashire cricket correspondent. I assume he knows everything about him.
Well, I'd like to say that I was aware of that as Bailey comes in and bowls, and that's hit straight down the ground and stopped low by Bailey off his own bowling. He did well to get down to that. It was hit pretty firmly by Slater, and no run. But it wasn't until the Yorkshire match, the pre-season warm-up game, where that was made aware of it. So, but thank you, Chris. Yes, Bill Hartley is the dad of Tom Hartley. I'm pretty certain I read that he was a sprinter, Bill Hartley. In fact, I'll dig out his details as Bailey bowls. Gave the back foot, Slater crashing the ball through the offside. Behind the extra cover boundary fields, just a 1 this time. Slater to 107. Nottinghamshire to 264 for 2. Here we go. So Bill Hartley began his athletics career at the age of 13. He was a high jumper, but his success in international competition saw him win silver medal representing England in the 1974 British Commonwealth Games in Christchurch, New Zealand, and gold medal at the European Championships in Rome in the 400-metre relay. That's Tom's dad, Bill. Thank you, Chris. Got one more ball as Bailey to bowl, and then we'll see Tom Hartley continuing. I'd quite like it if Clark was on strike for his next over, but he's facing Bailey. He's over the wicket now, and that's pushed away safely, cautiously into the offside. George Bowles at cover fields for Lancashire. End of the over. What have we got left today? 20 to go today. If we get them all in, albeit as Dave mentioned, it is darker and the floodlights are on. But Nottinghamshire 264 for 2.
Yes, it's not what you'd naturally think of if you're talking about a lovely summer's evening in August. It's got a decidedly wintry feel about it. There's a number of Lancashire players heading off for the boundary boards. Luke Wood with that smiley photo of him in the old Lancashire shirt, Nottinghamshire shirt, of course, with the Leaping Stag logo. Got the new logo now, the NCC. I've gone back to the one from the 19th century. What about that? Do you like that?
Yeah, very smart. Like that.
Logo.
Yeah, like that.
Not supporters will be familiar with what I'm showing Scott. The new one, the NCC. It's on the flag above the pavilion at the far end. There's an awful lot of nothing going on right now.
Change of bowling, I think, here. Looks like Tom Hartley's spell for the time being has come to an end. Looks like Luke Wood, who is going to replace him. So I think the delay was for the fielders that were close in to take their pads off.
I think that was it, yeah. Still not called off at the GS Bowl. There's been no play today in the Test match. They're off for rain at Leicester, as I mentioned earlier. Durham 176 for 3. Yorkshire 207 for 4 against Derbyshire. No play Saturday at either Glamorgan or no, that's the only one I think where there's been no play at all today in the Bob Willis Trophy at Cardiff for Glamorgan, Gloucestershire. They're off for rain though at Northants, where Worcestershire are 93 for 5. Playing at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 121 all out, Somerset 64 for 1 as Wood comes into bowl to Slater. Well, that's hit the pad. I thought for a moment that Alex Davis might just have egg on his face because they all went up immediately, and then Davis, the keeper, let it spill out of his gloves, but they were obviously appealing for the ball flicking the pad. But Paul Baldwin, the umpire, says not out. Surrey 79 for 5 at Arundel against Hampshire, finished there for the day. Rain finished at Canterbury, Middlesex 22 for 1, and at Hove Sussex 93 for 2 against Essex. Brings you up to speed with what's happening up and down the country. 4 minutes to 5 as Luke Wood comes in again and bowls, and Slater are pushing to the offside. There's no run. You always get me jumpy when you stand up and start looking towards me, because I think you're looking at the camera. We've got a camera in here for the Lancashire live stream, and very occasionally I find myself looking into it, and I know full well they're staring at me. I don't know why.
Yeah, they're keeping a close eye on you.
Yeah, 264 for 2.
Sure
it's one thing being a madman, but it's another thing being a madman and everybody knows what you look like. Century for David Milan, former Middlesex man who's now at Yorkshire. This one's clipped on the leg side, no run, and well, a little bit of craftiness, sneakiness from Rob Jones, who, not looking, still had the presence of mind to flick the ball underarmed behind him to try and run Joe Clark out at the far end, but he missed, and Clark was watching him anyway.
It's cheeky, wasn't it? A little cheeky bit of work from Rob Jones.
264 for 2. Just see this delivery with you, and then I'll go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County in their 5 o'clock news bulletin. Next ball is clipped away in the air. Cries of catch it, but cries of catch it and cries of stop it are both going to be to no avail, because Slater got plenty on there. He did hit it in the air, but managed to get it between Liam Hurt and Tom Hartley down on the leg side fence for 4 runs. And Slater, feet off the ground time, 268 for 2.
Yes, Slater 111 not out, which is the reason why Dave's got his feet off the ground. In fact, his feet are moving because he's disappearing out of the commentary box for a minute or two. Wood back into the Centurion, a short ball, which he bends his knees and just leans back, allows that one to pass through to Alex Davis. Bought a few short stuff at Slater in earlier on today. Did Luke Wood, and a couple of them had him hopping about a little bit. Liam Hurt set up probably the best bouncer of the day when he came back into the attack for his second spell. It's a really sharp delivery which whistled past the chin. So they've tried a bit of short stuff, and they've got a field set for something that might come of that tactic. He's into to Slater, but it's pushed full and wide of off stump on this occasion, and through to the keeper. No run with a short mid-wicket, deep square leg, and deep backwards square leg, but that last ball from Wood was a fuller delivery. Now then, the umpires are meeting here, and this will be because of the light, because certainly it is dark. We've mentioned the floodlights are on, and the shadows that are disappearing from the bodies of the players as they wander around the outfield are generated by the floodlight pylons, but the umpires are happy to crack on with it, which is good to see. The issue of bad light has been a popular talking point because of its impact that it's had across this test match in Southampton, and indeed the one up in Manchester for the first test match, and what cricket can do to try and solve the issue of bad light. Bailey bowls to Clark, who takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he just walks a half step down the pitch and pushes the ball into the onside. Perhaps hit 3/4 of the way up the bat, and the vibrations ricocheting up the handle. Ball in the end was just eased away into Willis, who's at mid-wicket for no run. Clark just twirls his bat. You can see the stickers on the face of the bat reflecting and glinting off the floodlights. 2 slips and a gully waiting. Bailey over the wicket to Clark, and is pushing away defensively to Liam Hurt. And they're going to have another chat here. Now this is 2 balls into this over, so I suspect one umpire in particular, and I think it's more umpire Baldwin, is uneasy about the light, because indeed they are going off now for bad light, but yeah, it was perhaps the way that Clark actually had played that last delivery in particular. He was using his feet to come down the pitch, and the way he kind of came off the bat, and he took his bottom hand off the bat, and just his body language looked a little edgy, that perhaps he was having to search for it, and because the light wasn't great, and obviously Bailey was bowling at a decent pace, and I think maybe the way that Clark played those 2 deliveries there gave the indication that he was struggling a little bit with the light, and as a result of that, poor Baldwin at square leg walked up to umpire Robinson and said, I think it might be a bit too dark. So the players are going off, which is not at all a bad thing from a Notts point of view, I don't think, particularly if it is a little gloomy and difficult now, because at 268 for 2, and with Joe Clark and new batsman out in the middle, I think they'd be quite happy to say, well, let's wait till the light improves and it's a little easier. Albeit I appreciate you're up against tired bowlers who have had a long day in the field, so there's a lot to be gained from from carrying on batting when Notts are in this position. But I think with the light, not great. I'm not too sure that Joe Clark would be, and indeed Ben Slater would be that concerned about going off. Because Nottinghamshire are in a very, very good position. We've still got, in theory, 18.4 overs remaining in the day's allocation. But there isn't any particular sign at the minute that the light will improve, because the cloud cover is quite thick above us here. And the wind is pretty gentle. The breeze on the flag on the roof of the pavilion, the Nottinghamshire flag, is fluttering just very gently. So there's not a great deal of wind around to push these clouds away. So at the minute, with the car headlights being quite visible, and a big double-decker bus going down towards the city centre to my right-hand side, you can see the lights pretty clearly shining forward. So it is, I'm afraid, a case of bad light. The umpires taking a little measurement, balancing their light meters on the stumps at both ends, and that will be something now that they can use as a gauge. They can take a reading from that, and that will be something that they'll use for the remainder of the game, in terms of, well, this is what we've gone off for, so if it reaches this level again at any point between now and Tuesday, then we go off. They've got themselves a reading in which they can use. The two umpires for the time being are staying out there, but as I say that, you can hear, I'm sure, in the background, the sound of the hover cover roaring into life. And 3 members of the Nottinghamshire ground staff are going to drag that out towards the middle. So there might well be a suggestion. I'm not saying it's going to cover the pitch yet, because I can't see any rain, but maybe there's also a suggestion from on the radar that the weather that's affected the game at Leicester is maybe heading in our direction as well. So we shall see. We shall see whether we get back out. 18.4 overs are still available for us to have today, but as I say, at the minute, I don't think that is going to be a case of getting all those overs just in. So we shall leave you for the time being. Just a little recap as to what we've seen today. Nottinghamshire 268 for 2, with 2 wonderful centuries, with Ben Duckett's 116 before eventually being trapped LBW by Tom Bailey, and the other wicket to fall, Hasib Hamid for 22, and Ben Slater's 100 and 11 not out, and the other centurion of the day with Joe Clark on 4. So 268 for 2, Slater on 111, Clark on 4. If we see any further cricket, then we will crackle back into life, but we'll leave you from Trent Bridge. Bad light has stopped play, with Nottinghamshire 268 for 2. 68 for 2 in their first innings on the opening day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture, the third game of the North Group for Lancashire, and they've had a tough day in truth, because just the 2 wickets to fall after winning the toss and asking Nottinghamshire to bat first. The early wicket, or relatively early wicket, of Hasib Hamid for 22, LBW off the bowling of George Balderson, and then belatedly the wicket of Ben Duckett for 116, but not before Duckett and Slater put together a terrific partnership for Nottinghamshire, because Ben Slater's still there, unbeaten on 111, and Joe Clark on 4. But the light isn't great. We've had floodlights on for the last hour or so, been playing under floodlights for about an hour or so, but the umpire's deeming that it's not. It's too dark to play, so we're currently off with poor light. We still, in theory, have 18 overs left in the day's allocation, but with the cloud cover pretty thick above us, it's unlikely that we'll get certainly those 18 overs in. We remain to see whether we get actually any further cricket on this opening day. But on the first day, off for bad light with Nottinghamshire 268 for 2.
great pantheon of Burnley strikers.
Is it one big in the head at the back post? And then someone else who's got into week along again with one of them.
Are they finished? There's nowhere to go after Burnley.
I can't top this. Coming off the bench.
Can't sink any further, you Yeah, next to Hooters, you've got your football on your main spot, you can have a couple of beers and a, I don't know, rack of ribs and some chicken wings and a burger, curly fries.
Not one of them.
Probably, yeah.
If you want to get a discount off your bill, let me know.
No,
thanks.
you've been in there, haven't you? Alright, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
people come and think, you know, it's a den of iniquity. It's not. You know, well, my missus always go in there on the way to the arena if we went to a concert or a comedian or whatever. Not like them. They always have a giant burger and the curly fries and they have the nachos. That's work. Story in the book of them turned up on the first day. The manager is still the manager now. He's looked the teeth and said, I've been told about it, but I haven't told him what it was. So he had to work harder, he had to slide and just get off the pitch at one of the looking down to the kitchen. My kitchen manager, Tom, Sergeant Major, beat everybody. And I walked in there and gave me this look as if to say, and I nodded and said it'll be alright. And then I heard him say, right, you can start with this is a French onion, this is a tomato, this is how I want the onions slicing, this is how I want the tomatoes chopping in these exact standards. There's a sack of French onions, there's 6 boxes of tomatoes, get on with it. And he came back 2 hours later and like he'd just done his own thing and said, well, it's just tomatoes and onions, aren't they? They're just tomatoes and onions, aren't they?
What was the gym they put up there? to recognise. That's Tom Bailey.
When he gets to the chorus.
Yes, when he gets to the chorus, you'll know it 100%. That's Tom Bailey.
I don't recognise it at the minute. Sounds great though.
It's good though, isn't it? It's the sort of thing you'd have been into.
I'd have been all over it. Yeah, yeah.
If you'd been around in 1981, you'd have been...
I'd be right across. Right, I don't recognise it.
Hey?
I'm afraid I don't recognise it.
Steve's got the nod here.
Don't quit to get back out.
Steve! Steve! Unofficially, officially. Oh man, that's a free kick. Is that the end?
Would you come back and say something?
Yeah. Don't move to anything.
Well, the news from the middle here at Trent Bridge, as I'm afraid you can see the floodlights are still on, and that those cloudy, dark skies that were above us have not disappeared, and that is Stumps for the day. I feared that would be the case, actually, because there's just not enough kind of wind to clear these heavy clouds above us, and even though we played under lights for a decent amount of time, the umpire deciding that it's just too dark to play. So that's the close of play on the first day. Curtailed early due to bad light, but a tough day for Lancashire in the field. A terrific one for Nottinghamshire with the bat, and in particular Ben Slater and Ben Duckett. Duckett and Slater adding 178 runs for the second wicket before Duckett departed for 116. Slater will be there tomorrow morning. He'll resume unbeaten on 111, and Joe Clark on 4. So it's the close of play here at Trent Bridge, the first day of this Bob Willis Trophy game. Not so close on 268 for 2. We're back tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.